Listen, brother, everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy.
Posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this. Many people love playing Hearts of Iron. Eating pussy is the basic, bare minimum thing you can do. Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house, and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that club.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world of Hasan Piker and this Astead broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is my birthday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's my birthday. It's July 25th, 2024. That's right. 11:16 a.m. I'm right on time, as you guys probably expected. You know, birthday or not, you didn't think that I'd be late, I suspect. Anyway, folks, live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is, like I said, July 25th, 2024, and I am 33 years old. The Jesus year is what everyone keeps telling me, and then, like, he died. So I'm like, that's kind of weird that you guys keep saying that. You know? Anyway. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Honestly, I'm such a normal guy with a massive routine. Everyone always will like give me calls on my birthday. Family members, friends will be like, hey, so what are you going to do for your birthday? And I'm like, nothing. I'm just streaming. You know what I mean? Just streaming. What is this? Happy birthday, Sersky. We almost share the same birthday. Yeah, just streaming, baby. Working on your birthday like a true wage cuck. You already know that's how it is, baby. Anyway. Happy birthday, blast off it. Image. Okay. Thank you. So yeah. Embrace your flex against side and take a shot at tequila. I probably won't to be doing that. But regardless, personal news wise, I leaked the before and after finally. It took me 3 years, but I'm like comfortable enough to post the before and after. There's still a long way to go, but yeah, I played last night. I ended the broadcast. This is what I used to look like 3 years ago when I was turning 30. This is from like July 10th in my old house. In the old house, haven't moved. I hit that shit well, I think. And this is what I look like now. It's from earlier. I played some basketball. I put my fucking same pants on. I never wear those pants anymore. But yeah. Shit took 3 years. Active cardio, active diet, active lifestyle. I was super sedentary. I'll get into it a little bit, like, but yeah, not even a pump. No, that's not post pump. That's post ball. Bro, the way your fat accumulates is so lucky. You still have that V taper with high body fat. Dude, this is not a V taper. That's just the bottom of my belly. What are you talking about? I still don't have the V taper right now. This is just like, bro said I had dick V's when I look like this. That's crazy. Anyway, oh, you mean like my frame? You're right. I have a, you meant like my frame? Yes. I have a very broad shoulders. So my shoulder to waist ratio, even when I was super fat, was like pretty solid. So I could hide the weight well. But yeah. Folks, Dad bod, the hot single streamer chat hot. So insecure doesn't see facts. Wait, what? No, it's not. What do you mean? I mean, I've, you know, I'm Mr. Body Dysmorphia here. Okay, chill out. We'll talk about all that in a second. But personal news wise, ended the broadcast last night. Went to sleep. Immediately woke up at 5:59 again because like old man status. I think that's just how it is now. As an old man, I just wake up to piss early in the morning, no matter what I do, and then I can't go back to sleep. You know, it's just, it is what it is. It's just my destiny. It's just my life, you know? But yeah, I wake up, can't go back, scroll TikTok, can't go back to sleep, try to go back to sleep, can't do it. So what did I do? I went and I balled the fuck up with Nicewig, friend of the show, Nicewig, and Greek. For those of you who don't know, these are two Apex legends themselves. I love balling with them. They're both nasty. They're some of my favorite. They're some of my favorite people to play with. Where's the birthday post? I'm gonna post the same like thing on Instagram probably, but here. There it is. I was balling up with Nicewig and Greek. That's my teammate. Her name's Cozy. She's a dancer. She's great. She's a lethal shooter. But yeah, I ball with them. I lost to the we played King of the Hill first. Us three, me, Greek, and Nicewig. We played King of the Hill. 3 dribble. King of the Hill. You change possession as soon as you lose. As soon as you can't make the shot, you lose your possession. Swapping out. No, not Greek God X. The real Greek. He's an Apex guy. And Nicewig's roommate. So Speaking of TikTok, here's you.
Might as well turn up now. He gon' pop up unannounced to the trumpets. Do you like the way it sounds?
What is this? We were able to raise $100,000. The other parasocial update here, of course, is that I am officially 229. Hell yeah. But yeah, look at that, dude. 1 hour and 47 minutes. Active calories, 1,344. By the end, Warger, thank you for the 100 community gifted subs. Bro, what are you doing? Dude gets money from me and then gives it back to me in the form of gifted subs. Like, the fuck? Bro, don't waste your money giving me a gift. The fuck are you doing? This guy, bro, he's flexing in the chat. Get back to work, man. Yeah, motherfucker's tipping his boss. Anyway, thank you. But yeah, it's your birthday, bro. I'm bad at gifts, okay? It's fine. The 5v5 is not on Sunday, it's on Saturday. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be streaming, and then I'll fly out to, I'm gonna be flying out to Texas, Austin, Texas for the day. And I'll be balling with the RDC boys. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, as far as personal news goes, I won the 3 dribble King of the Hill, and then me and that other girl played against Wig and Greek, and they cooked us the first 2 games, but then we came back hot and we destroyed them in the last game, finally, because I think we just had better cardio than they did, honestly, at that point. But yeah, Hasan is so old, people are asking him not to run for president. Good one. But yeah, I wanted to post the body transformation as close as possible. To like I literally wore the same thing. Yeah, I just, like, after I was done playing ball, I was like, you know what? Super gay unfollowed. That's so funny. Happy 40th, King. You don't look a day over 30. Thanks, chat. Thanks, chatter. Young HasanAbi through the previous years.
Is that a camera angle or what?
Yeah, she really said that.
Oh my god, that's bro, I've been wearing this fucking jacket for, like, literally, look at this. This is in 2019. I've had this jacket since, like, 2016, bro. This jacket's about to be on its 10th year, dude. That's an ASOS jacket. Okay? Think about that. Like, that's fast fashion, right? That's fast fashion, and I'm just out here rocking that shit. Like, I don't even care. I'm just still wearing the same shit.
That's right. Right here.
Dude, I'm the mother cunt. I'm the slay mother. I'm the mother cunt. And my mother cunt is quaking. Should have left this one in the drafts, man. Hurting your neck, reaching for your balding pills is the oldest thing I've ever heard. Yes. Yeah, I'm so baby girl, I know. Sometimes baby girl is a 32-year-old man.
Bam! Oh my god. Is that a camera angle or what?
New Mr. Beast expose came out from a former employee. I work for Mr. Beast. He's a fraud. Dog Pack 404. The fuck is this? This video is not monetized. I don't fucking, dude. Listen, bro. We'll get to the Mr. Beast exposés later. Okay, come on now. I think our millennial generation started learning how to take care of our bodies through being perennially online, which is why we look young as fuck. 30s the new 20s king. I think that's just copium. Yes, we're gonna talk about Gavin Newsom doing the homeless encampments thing like the piece of shit that he is. Don't worry. Okay. Playlist for later. Happy birthday. Thank you. Hold on. I got to post on my Instagram too. I got to fire one off on Insta. Here's my transformation. I was turning 30 on the left, 285 pounds, lost all my muscle mass, had an incredibly sedentary lifestyle, and gained fat during COVID. 3 years later, I'm healthier and happier. Still got a long way to go, but just wanted to share this update with you. This is there it is. Okay. Posted it as well. Do you see this disgusting shit? Yeah, I did. That was not a very good birthday gift, honestly. Like, that was a very bad birthday gift. It's your birthday. I want to celebrate you, so I just wondered, is it okay? I stay tripping on for someone like your name and honor. I don't even know what you're saying. Yeah, I saw. Anyway, Kamala Harris. What is this? Damn, Unc, wrap it up. Kamala Harris tweeted on Israel protests. I know she did. We're gonna get to that. But yeah, personal news wise or anything like that, you know, that's it. Let's just fucking blast off. Let's just do the damn thing. There's a lot going on in the world, right? Birthday fan art. Maybe we'll look at that later. How Max and Rage sees you. Potential new PFP. Oh my God, this is amazing. Built-in birthday cake for the birthday boy himself. This is an amazing piece of art. Holy shit. My favorite throuple. Have you been watching any Sneeko Turkey stream? Very beautiful country. Would love to see you do IRL in Turkey. What the fuck would I watch Sneeko? Like, whether he's in Turkey or not. No, I haven't been watching him. We have people who watch Sneeko unironically in here. Like, what the fuck? To go into the settings and see Cam and Mike are Gordon. That's it. I'll give you a call at 1 p.m. Pacific. Do you see the burning flag? Burning the flag is an issue? No, because I'm a fucking American, dude. What do you mean? I'm a goddamn American. Like, I come from a country where you will literally get fucking killed for like even desecrating a flag. And I think that's whack as fuck. In Turkey, they will literally beat the shit out of you. They'll kill you if you fuck with a flag. Normally, you're not even supposed to wear the flag on a t-shirt or on your underwear or whatever. But in the United States of America, that's a constitutionally protected act of free speech, free expression. And I fucking love that shit. Okay? Republicans love championing the fucking First Amendment and then like lose their minds when someone like when someone engages in an act that is literally protected by the Constitution. People have fought for it too. Like it is constitutionally protected in the sense that like there's a Supreme Court decision that like also has reaffirmed that this is a protected act. And I think people that chirp about the flag burning is just like, yeah, this is exactly what it is. Like, I hate it. I hate when people are just like, oh, wow, I can't believe you're like burning a American flag. Like, how dare you? It's like, shut the fuck up. It's my fucking constitutionally protected God-given right. And I'll burn whatever fucking flag I want to, bitch. The funniest thing is when people go, it's public property destruction. It's like, you're just a bitch, dude. You literally are trying to dance around the issue. You just don't like that someone burned the American flag. And now in the most bitch ass way possible, you're trying to be like, don't do it. It was public property. Yeah. Yeah. Miss me with this. Okay. Anyway. Do you see the cries of the bell yesterday? Yeah, I did. Yeah, people are fucking silly. They're sad. They're pathetic. That's it. They're actively powerless and they feel like maybe this will give them power. I don't know. Like it gives some sense of purpose and some sense of power in their lives. Dude, please stop linking this JD TikTok to get me started. I don't know what that is. I'm not going to look at it. Megaphonics, calm down. Stop spamming. Have you endorsed President Harris yet? Fuck no. What do you mean? Why the fuck would I endorse her before I know what she's going to be about? Fuck you mean? Yeah, we got the Twitter API leaks, all that stuff. Here, let me just blast off real quick. And then we'll do the damn thing. We'll get to all of this stuff, all right? Is that promethazine? Yeah, I'm sipping on lean, dude. Anyway, all right. Just want to say thanks for being an ally and an all-around good person. Try my best. Okay. Trump attacks Kamala. Kamala attacks DC anti-genocide protesters. Republicans stay being weird. Yeah. What? Reddit says you're not talking about the Ava situation? I literally did. The fuck? What do they want me to do? Just like make this like a Ava only yeah, sorry guys, we're gonna restructure our content and I'm only gonna talk about Ava Kris Tyson going forward. Apologies for everybody else. I know you're like, you know, adults and stuff. I know you guys are like adults. Like I said, it was gross and weird. I don't know what else is supposed to happen in that situation. Drama channel. Whoa, yeah, we're only doing drama channel shit. But we got Kamala talk too. I'm going to talk about that actually, because there's a lot of drama on Kamala on TikTok, which I think is really interesting. So we'll be covering that for sure. There's a lot of back and forth. People are mad at white boys who are not rocking with Kamala. There's also new information on the shooter. Apparently he had a Gab account. We'll be on to Kamala and Biden. Kamala, TikTok drama, and more. Get in now. Gab still exists, lol. Yeah, apparently it does. Gab is a neo-Nazi website run by like an open neo-Nazi, which is like odd that the person, like it's just sus. We'll look at it. We'll look at it. Because the founder of the website was like, oh, he was posting about how he loves Joe Biden on Gab. And it's like, there is not a single liberal that has a Gab account. Okay. Like, I don't even think Destiny has a fucking Gab account. And he literally actively has Nazis in his community from like hanging out with Sam Hyde and Nicholas Fuentes and shit. I don't even think that motherfucker has a Gab account. And he's the most like hangs out with white supremacist liberal you've ever met. You know what I mean? Like, so no, I don't think like that makes sense at all. Most people don't even know what that is. And the only reason why I know what that is because, you know, I'm fucking brain broken. And also the Pittsburgh synagogue shooter was on Gab. And like I've covered, you know, neo-Nazis on that website before. You know? Help, I've heard Harris's first name pronounced so many ways. What's the correct way to say it? I don't know. I think Kamala. It might be Kamala. But I don't know. But that's, you know. It's Mamala. I say Kamala. But yeah, Kamala Harris actually kind of boofed it. She kind of flubbed it big time today. I'm disappointed. I'm not surprised. And it is making me, it makes me feel like they're going to go with. The fuck just happened? That was weird. I don't know how that happened. Well, I don't know why that happened. That was weird. Anyway, it makes me feel like Wait, what the fuck? iShowSpeed actually jumped over a fucking car? No way. No fucking way, brother. Are you serious? Dude, I remember when that was like fake. When like Kobe did this, but like fake. Okay. I remember Kobe did this and it was fake. He did this for an ad. Okay. And now you got motherfuckers doing this for real. Like that makes no sense. Bro, this makes no sense at all. Like, do you understand? This is like 10 years ago. 10, almost 20 years ago at this point. Like, this was such an impressive feat and so dangerous that like a professional athlete did it in a fake way. And now we as a society have evolved that like fucking streamers. Hope it doesn't become a trend. Yeah, I really hope it doesn't become a trend. Yeah.
To you about this thing that hit the internet with you jumping over the Aston Martin, okay? Because everybody's wondered, did he really do it or was it all computer? So we're going to roll that, and you can look at your monitor there and tell us, you know, what this was all about.
All right, do not try what I'm about to attempt right now.
Yeah, these were, by the way, those were probably one of the best shoes. That's the Flywire ones, right?
I got it.
God, the Flywire era.
I will be there.
Like the.
So Kobe, you're talking about your new shoe here first, correct?
Trust your boy.
All right, and then
I just want to see why Ronnie's out there put on some shoes.
Dude, Hyper Dunks. Oh my God, I still have one pair like in my closet that's just dust basically. But Flywire was the best like Nike tech that they ever made, I think. Hyper Dunks were my shit. I wore them until literally I swapped it over finally to the Kyrie Irvings.
All right, here we go.
Hearing Flywire in 2024 is crazy.
Okay, he's warming up for it. 100 miles an hour. He's over it.
So this was an ad. Like, obviously, this isn't real. Like, he didn't actually do this because it is unimaginably dangerous to try and do this. But, like, at the time, back then, this is what everything looked like. It was blurry, okay? We would just be watching blurry shit thinking we know what the fuck is happening. And at the time, we thought this was, like, possibly real. You know, there was, like, people who literally were saying, like, oh, this is real, this is real.
March 31st, 2008, baby. That is how you jump over an Aston Martin, boy. That's how you do it.
Surprised at all the reaction you got from that, Kobe?
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Well, there was some reaction right here in the studio from a guy named Kenny Smith.
I had a little.
It's one of those things where it's like also impossible, like pretty much impossible to, like, how do you train for that? You know what I mean? Like, there are so many. It's just basically stuntman shit. iShowSpeed just did it. Do you think it's real? No, I do. Bro, what do you mean?
All right, y'all about to jump over my Renautical, first person in the world. Come on.
Like, dude, look at the fucking camera angles and shit.
First person in the world. Everybody like, subscribe, and follow me.
I don't think it's fake.
I love you, Dad.
I don't think it's fake at all, bro. There's like 8 different fucking camera angles. What are we talking about? Like, you think it's fake? Only weird thing to me is you would hear the drones if those shots were taken together like that. His cameraman, for those claiming it's edited, front angle, above frame with moving shadow on car, first take, failed shot, second take, drone didn't record. First take failed shot. What do you mean failed shot? Like as in he fucking, how did he survive a failed shot? Oh my God, bro. No, it's real, man. Look at his reflection in the, look for his reflection in the windshield. They use one audio source, lol, diff cameras don't matter, dingus chatter. He did it 3 times? Bro, that is the most, dude. No, I'm not, like, I don't know what's going on. I'm not even kidding. I'm telling, like, I think there's something wrong with him or something very right with him. I don't know what it is. I think, like, people talk about Mr. Beast being president. I think the way we're heading as a society, I think Speed is going to be president one day. I mean, you can't really see his reflection. Can you see his? No, dude, this guy is literally straight up an anime character. I've told you guys this before. Like, I've talked about how unimaginably athletic Speed is. It's just weird how fucking out of control athletic he is. Like, bro, dude will wear the fucking Nike. He'll wear those like Yeezy foam runners or whatever. Like the Yeezy foam Crocs, basically. And will just straight up casually dunk. He will do backflips without tucking his knees in with like a 1 second hang in the air. In those, wait, is he wearing the fucking shoes here too? Wait. Oh my God, he's wearing the fucking, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, I'm 33 years old. I feel like I would bust an ankle if I walked down the stairs in those fucking Crocs. Okay? Like, I feel like I would, my knees would explode. Conqueror's hockey? Yeah, bro, he's got, I don't know what kind of devil fruit he's got in him, but this is, fuck, man, this shit is crazy. This is actually crazy. Check out the third video on that tweet. What? What he clipped? That doesn't make sense. That's fake, right? That's got to be fake. No, he can't get clipped. No, no way. He didn't jump high enough so his foot scrapped. Bro, what are you talking about? What are we having a conversation around? We're talking about a fucking Lamborghini, okay? Coming at you, a car coming at you at like, I suspect like, you know, at least 65 miles an hour. You don't just clip the car, okay? Your foot would explode. You would flip. You'd ragdoll in the air. Like, what? Isn't that what happens? Am I crazy? Okay, he's coming at him like 30 miles an hour. 200 miles an hour? No. That's not 65 an hour. Come on, be serious. I don't know how fast he was going, but he was going, bro, it's a car. It's still a car. Dude, what? maybe I'm totally off base with this, but I don't think you can just like get casually hit by a car at any speed, really. Like, think about it, dude. Think about it. Like, most people that attempt stuff like this are oftentimes attempting it with like not hard spaces. Okay? You can casually get hit by a bullet on a car. Yeah, because that's a bullet. It's this big. Like what? You can't even get hit with a fucking furniture that like has hard, like furniture at that speed and be fine with it. The car is going 70 kilometers. He's not getting clipped. He's scraping the roof of the car with his foot. Nothing to drag him along. Here's a guy standing at the exact point when he needs to jump to clear the car. When I was in DC, I had to call 911 because I saw a pedestrian get hit by a left-turning diplomat. 3 ambulances. The guy got transported. That was like 20 miles an hour. Yeah. Less mass, less momentum, less impulse change, therefore less damage. You can casually hit a parked car by walking into what? Bro, some of you chatters about to get hit with the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, and you are not going to be able to clip it, okay? You can clip that shit as long as you subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? If you want to avoid it, if you want to jump over the 3-minute ad break like I show speed, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or you can get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Mr. Cookies and Chaos, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Yeah. Before I get to the news, I show speed just kind of just cleared everything I wanted to talk about as far as like personal news. Because like I said, today's my birthday. I'm 33 years old. For the past 3 years, every birthday I was thinking like, I'll do a before and after. And I wasn't ready enough. Last year, I wasn't ready enough. Obviously, in 2021, I took the photo when I was turning 30. And then I took this photo on the left when I was turning 30, when I was 29 years old. It was like one of the last days when I was 29. I was 285 pounds. Okay. I was 285 pounds. But it wasn't just the 285. It was like I had, over the course of COVID during the lockdowns, stopped working out, was incredibly sedentary. My mom was giving me all the treats. Okay. I was living with my mom in this 2-bedroom apartment that we moved into so I could just like, I could bring her out to LA. And I was addicted to Grand Theft Auto roleplay, No Pixel, Cheeky Scarecrow, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. So I was able to hide it pretty well, I think. Like I was able to hide it pretty well. But like this is all fat. It's because of my clavicles, because of my broad shoulders, it kind of looks like I'm still, a little muscular. This is all fat. And I didn't even recognize it at the time because like my weight gain wasn't that high. Like my weight gain happened over the course of like 2 years, right? 2019 to 2021. And in that time frame, I lost muscle mass and I substituted with fat. So this entire time I was like, oh, I'm not getting that much weight. I'm not getting that much weight. I was just like on copium. Oh, and Gila, thank you for the 33 gifted subs, and Punch Cushion, thank you for the 10 gifted. So basically, I was completely oblivious. And I remember nothing wrong with fat. No, there's nothing wrong with being fat or gaining fat, okay? But that's not the problem. The problem was I was fucking depressed, okay? I was incredibly depressed because I couldn't stand up. I could not stand up for like 5 minutes without like getting out of breath. Do you understand? And I was like, what is wrong with me? I was so used to sitting down and being sedentary for like 16 hours throughout the day. Okay. For approximately 16 hours throughout the day. So I was just not even like, I didn't even realize that I was unimaginably out of shape. And I was just so depressed by it. So I started working out. Okay. So I started working out. I started training 4 times a week. And then throughout the, I obviously made like diet changes, like severe diet changes, caloric restriction, figured out what works, started also doing cardio, right? And it took 3 years for me to finally get to this. This is from this morning. But like I'm still not fully there, but I'm now around 227 pounds. I went from 285 to 227, but like the weight drop isn't all that significant, but you can kind of tell that like it's because of rebuilding muscle mass. I did a lot of recomp, right? I did a lot of recomp. I had to get back to like my strength that I used to be at my peak. And, you know, I injured myself quite a bit early on, like a lot. You guys remember you'd make fun of me all the time. I was constantly hurt. My back would be hurt all the time. And you guys would make fun of me all the time. And that was because I was working out and I was definitely overworking and I was doing shit that like I thought I could do because I could do it in the past, like weight that I could put up during my peak. And over the course of 3 years, you know, I got to a place where I'm very comfortable, very healthy, and very happy. So it wasn't just the training that obviously took place. I trained 4 times a week. Now I play basketball 3 days a week on top of training 4 times a week. Right? Do you have vitiligo on your feet? No, man. It's because I play basketball outside and I wear my socks. That's why my feet are so fucking white. You bitch. Anyway. So the socks stay on during sex. Yeah. Do you skip leg day? No, I don't. I have massive fucking legs. I'm just tall, so my calves are long. And that's it. Is it harder to lose fat and build muscle in your 30s? I started lifting 25, and now I'm 27, nowhere near my dream physique. Yeah, I mean, it definitely gets harder, but like, it doesn't matter. You just got to readjust. It's kind of wild because I started watching almost 2 years ago and it inspired me to get fit myself. I lost 50 pounds since then, and it's made a radical difference in my life. Great work, man. Yeah. The reason why I'm explaining all this is because like I want you guys to also be inspired by this. I always like give you guys updates on what's going on in my personal fitness journey, specifically because like I want you to also go out and work out and be the best version of yourself. And, you know, that's it. Do you cardio every day? No. That means you literally lost 80 to 90 pounds of fat and like 10 to 20 pounds of muscle. That's insane. Yeah, I mean, I was definitely at my peak. I would say like early 2019, early 2018. I was probably like 230 pounds and I had more muscle than I do now. I was stronger than I am now. I could dunk. But like, you know, I'm still not at my strongest I've been. But overall, like I'm in a much better place. And in spite of my body dysmorphia and you know, fears, I feel confident enough to be able to post this. But there is no age where this is like too late for you, okay? There is no age where it's going to be like too fucking late for you to work out. You can always readjust to your own limitations. It's just about trying hard. And more importantly than trying hard, actually, it's about consistency. You know? Did you restrict carbs? Not really. I mean, I restrict calories overall. My diet, because I'm not like a professional bodybuilder or anything, so obviously my diet doesn't have to be that crazy. My diet has always been calories in, calories out. I obviously track my macronutrients, and in terms of my macronutrients in my diet, I basically I basically was making sure that I was hitting 220 grams of protein every day, and then the rest of it trying to stay under either 2,500 calories or on my deficit day 2,000 calories. But yeah. That's it. Carbs always get a bad rap. Calorie deficit is the way to go. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's also about like food and the way that it makes you feel. Are you on creatine? Yes, I love creatine. I fucking love creatine. The hardest part for me is I have a bullet in my neck and one in my back, and the bar sits right on the bullet when I squat. It's like a rock in your shoe, but inside of you. I love leg day and can't do it now. I had a similar problem with my knee. I had a piece of bone that was broken from my kneecap that would sometimes get stuck. I don't know how that works with a bullet. Like, I don't know if you can take it out, but I know how that feels when you're trying to move around and you just have a piece of like something stuck inside of you that you can feel. It's the most annoying shit ever. I had to get it out, but there's different, like you can do like Zercher squats, I guess, which is really fucking annoying. But I suspect that there's different ways that you can squat, like maybe front rack instead of back squatting. Do you notice a mental difference on and off creatine? I don't know. I've been on it for so long. I hate Zercher squats. They're the fucking worst. They like make my I would lose like I would lose feeling on my fucking forearms doing that shit. I think they're dumb, but how did you determine your maintenance and deficit calories? It was a financial decision not to take them out. Done front, hurts my wrist. To be honest, I need to stop making excuses, just commit to finding alternatives. Yeah. Zercher squats, goated. I hate Zercher squats. I don't recommend Zercher squats, but I do recommend front racking it. I mean, it'll be more, obviously that will be more quad dominant, but, you know, still squatting. What food did you eat to make you feel full? Chicken. The beauty about my diet is that you know exactly what it is. You see it every day. At the same time, every day I eat chicken. Just grilled chicken. MyFitnessPal is what I use for its massive fucking library of like user-generated data. You know, they're not giving me any money or anything, but that is what I've used my whole life. That's what I used when I first lost all the weight. Can you do pistol squats? No, I can't do pistol squats. I'm too tall. My knees are too weak. My legs are too weak. I'm too heavy. I still can't do pistol squats. Maybe one day. You eat chicken and protein shakes, right? Or do you have any extra stuff or cheat days? No. Rotisserie chicken is good too. Just take the skin off. How tall are you? I'm 6'4". Nick gonna get stronger than you soon come. Which Nick? NMP Lol or Nick Merckx? Because I think Nick Merckx might be stronger than me already. Bro, to be honest, I'm happy for you, but when you talk about this, it gets me down. I've been in the exact same boat. Brother, let this fucking inspire you to go and work out. You know what I mean? Jeff Niffer's app for tracking food is better than FitnessPal, in my opinion, but not free. What is it? Macro Factor? Is that what it is? Shouts out to Jeff. He's the GOAT. I love him. Any advice on sticking the calories in, calories out mentality? Dude, it's for me, for everyone is different. For me, it's all about consistency and regimen and sticking to it, okay? Like one thing that out of all of these here, I mean, this is something I've talked about quite a bit, but like I haven't in a while, so it's good to repeat it, I guess. But one thing that I will say, okay, before I get to the news, which I will in a moment, but I'm not like a big self-help guru guy. I don't really like any of that shit. But one thing I have noticed, for me at least, is that it really does take around 3 weeks, 21 days of continuously repeating behavior to basically make it so that your body just does it without even thinking about it. So as long as you can stick to that, and for everyone is different, but for me, it's around 21 days in order to form like a healthy habit. And it does take, they say it takes 2 to break it. And I think it's entirely dependent on how long you maintain that habit. Like if you have a good habit for 7 years, if you've tracked your your calories for 7 years, 2 days off from tracking your calories is not going to bust you and you're not going to go back. But for the most part, it does for me at least, like that's what I've stuck to and that's what has worked. I just find like little ways to cheat and little ways to like motivate myself. Little ways to cheat in the sense that like I cheat my brain. I love treats. I love sweet treats. I have a sweet tooth. So what do I do? To, you know, not eat like fucking horrible shit that's like super high calorie? I drink diet soda. I have protein substitutes, like protein treat substitutes for sugary things. So like I'm getting 20 grams of protein when I'm having like a legendary Pop-Tart or whatever. Some of this stuff is like very expensive, so I understand. Are you going to track your food forever? Yeah. It's not even a thing. I don't even think about it. Like that's why I'm saying, like even weighing my chicken, tracking my food, it's not even a thing I think about. It's just like, it's just a thing that I do. It's like waking up and getting out of bed. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about it. And that's because I've been doing it for years. It's a good habit. So banana and peanut butter for me. Yeah. People keep telling me diet soda is bad. I mean, I don't know. I still like it. How much is it diet and how much was it at workout? It's both. The diet definitely is more significant than your workout though. You can't outwork your diet for sure. Just so you understand. Like that's not a thing. You just cannot outwork your diet. However, if you're on a severe deficit, you might actually end up burning less calories because the human body is an engine. It's a machine, right? And it's an engine that needs fuel. And part of burning calories and losing weight requires you to eat food because the entire engine actually burns calories while you're putting in fuel. What does this mean? Like, your body is literally burning calories to consume the food that you eat. So when you actually go on a severe deficit, you're technically burning less calories now. Okay? Because you're not eating as much food. That's one thing. Okay? Another thing is, like, if you eat less food, you might be more sedentary because you don't have as much energy. So the type of food that you eat is also important. And if you don't have a lot of energy, then you're not twitching. Okay? Because that's another way that you burn calories, when you're twitching. Like, and not, I don't mean like Twitch streaming. Like when you're literally just like doing movements like this right here, when you're talking or moving around a little bit, thinking, that all burns calories. Okay? And then of course, the other part of it is your active lifestyle, how much you walk around, things like that. And then finally, exertion, like actual exercising and whatnot. It's called NEAT, yes, non-exercise activity thermogenesis. Thank you for the fitness people in the chat. Did you say either Alexa or Alex is so cut because he can't stop moving? Yeah, he can't. It's Alex. Alex is a prime example of a type of person who's like constantly moving around. And because of that, his metabolism is like super fucking high. Like his BMR is insane. But yeah, as long as you work out and you're at a caloric deficit, and there's like caloric deficit calculations that you can get for free online, and you stick to it, you will be able to lose weight. And if you want to gain weight, you got to gain weight. Rest is the third pillar. Yes. What about metabolism, though? What I just described to you is metabolism. What I just described to you is literally what people mean when they talk about metabolism. That's what it is. Yes, BMI is bullshit. My BMI is obese, I think. I'm 6'4", 229 pounds. And on the BMI scale, I think it says like I'm either obese or like almost obese. And I'm close to having a fucking six pack. So it's very outdated. So sometimes people have to watch out for these habits. Don't cause an eating disorder, for sure. I'm 27. I have rheumatoid arthritis in my whole body. What's good joint strength workouts? I don't know. But my joints are ass, so. I'm also on a weight loss journey. Okay, let's move on from the weight loss talk. Okay, I'm shocked that I talked about exercising and diet, and we didn't even have any chirpers in the chat. Maybe as a birthday gift to me, we didn't have any chirpers in the chat being like, "You're triggering my ED. You're being fucked up," and all that good stuff. Yeah, Radlibs have taken the day off, I think, so I'm glad. When do you think you'll be ready for TRT? Depends on when my T levels actually start declining. Okay. All right, the Macius. We're going to be talking about Benjamin Netanyahu again. Macy's, thank you for the fat playlist, as always. Let's get started. War criminal Benjamin Netanyahu spoke to the United States Congress yesterday and basically disrespected the entire nation. He just put his nutsack. He put his nutsack on the Constitution, okay? That's all he did. It's so fucked that cis men can get hormones when trans people can't. Yeah, I agree. All right, let's see what happened. And obviously people are chirping about like not Benjamin Netanyahu putting his nutsack on the Constitution and basically dog walking the entirety of Congress, damn near the entirety of Congress. but also people are worried about the protests against billions of unlimited dollars going to Israel, which is currently engaging in a genocide, which is crazy. Think about that. Like people are more mad that American citizens are burning the American flag, which is constitutionally protected, okay, as the founders intended, and not mad about a foreign leader coming to the country and being like, yeah, you got to deal with these fucking rabble rousers in your nation. You got to arrest them because, you know, they're hurting my feelings. Like, it's insane. What? Late fitness? When can someone start taking creatine? My stepson is 13. I don't know. I don't know. 13 is like too young. What the fuck? It's probably too young for everything. The hell? Creatine is the best, though. It is fucking awesome, and I highly recommend it after 18 at least. Like, it's great. Very little downsides. Like, I don't think are 13-year-olds doing like weightlifting? That's crazy. Like actual serious training? I guess they are nowadays. When should you take it during the day? It doesn't matter. The myth of non-weight training young is 100% baseless, by the way. Is it? I don't know. I'm old. 13 is perfectly fine. Hashtag Project LeBron.
Begin this hour with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's controversial visit to Washington. Today, he will meet separately with President Biden and Vice President Harris after a defiant and forceful speech to Congress yesterday. He promised total victory over Hamas and slammed protesters as, quote, useful idiots of Iran. Outside the Capitol, demonstrators upset about the visit and the war in Gaza clashed with police. Scott McFarland was inside the House chamber. Scott, good morning. A lot going on.
And Nate, good morning to you. Netanyahu's fiery speech to a rare joint meeting of Congress lauded the U.S. for its support of Israel, but tried to argue for more support for the war against Hamas. It happened as protests gathered in Tel Aviv, here in Washington, and even inside the House chamber, where dozens of Democrats boycotted the address.
The hands of the Jewish state will never be shackled. Israel will always defend itself.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu defended his months-long unrelenting war against Hamas.
We're not only protecting ourselves, we're protecting you.
And argued it's in America's shared interest, saying the October 7th attack on Israel was a first strike by enemies who have their sights set on the U.S.
Our enemies are your enemies. Our fight is your fight, and our victory will be your victory.
But with no ceasefire deal to bring hostages home and the Palestinian death toll nearing 40,000 people, including many civilians, the prime minister faced fierce criticism. Michigan Democrat Rashida Tlaib held a sign which read "War Criminal," and dozens of lawmakers boycotted the address altogether.
Well, I think it's important not to legitimize a leader who has attacked democracy, who has contributed to so much pain and so much discord.
Outside the Capitol, a crowd of thousands of war protesters gathered.
How can a war criminal just walk into U.S. Congress? I mean, most of U.S. Congress is comprised of war criminals. That's what the American government does as well. I think the most like shitty aspect of it is that this is not like, this is a foreign nation. This is a foreign national who is from a foreign country that is entirely reliant on the United States of America and the Western world to like exist, really. And he's like coming to the American Congress to chirp about American citizens to American politicians. And I don't understand how people do not have this like genuine resentment and anger to the arrogance and entitlement demonstrated by Israel on a daily basis, like especially this act. Bro, getting butthurt is crazy. No, it's just like it just shocks me that like we are using American tax dollars to fund and facilitate Israel's genocide. Okay? We are using American tax dollars to fund and facilitate Israel's genocide instead of, like, you know, fixing our roads, fixing our healthcare, like actually having healthcare, adequate healthcare, like housing homeless people, you know, making education free. Like all of this stuff, all of these dollars could be better served, and we're giving it so that Israel can keep killing children, right? And that's like gross enough as it is. But then we're also using tax dollars, cops, to arrest the people protesting that shit. Okay? Arresting people protesting this like ridiculous situation. Americans that are actually demonstrating and using their First Amendment rights that's constitutionally protected, and the fucking dumbass cucked right-wingers are complaining about flag burning more than they're complaining about this foreign leader being like, arrest these fuckers who are talking shit about my country. It's the best country ever. Okay? I know the Lancet estimates. The Lancet estimates conservatively say the 186,000 number over the course of many years. Okay? It's not right now. A lot of you misunderstood the Lancet estimation, and you just keep repeating it over and over again, and then turn around and yell at me when I say 40,000. Okay? Is it fair to be angry at both actions? Why? Why would you be angry at one action over the other? Because if your goal here is to be like America first, then you should recognize that burning the American flag is a constitutionally protected act in the United States of America that has been defended successfully in the Supreme Court. Okay? That's an act of protest. An act of protest that says, fuck this shit. Why are we giving our tax dollars? It is, in my opinion, a patriotic act. People that don't care about America, that are American citizens themselves, don't want to change the trajectory of the United States of America. These are people who do care about America. Okay? These are people who are saying enough is enough, not in our name, not with our tax dollars. I'm sick and tired of it. Why are you dodging addressing the Ava Kris Tyson situation? You addressed Cody Co's situation 1 week ago at the height of the Trump shooting. One, I did address it. And two, is there like a new YouTube video that came out or something? Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? Like, I suspect that it's like there's a new YouTube video or like someone else that is like agitating or something. Because I did address it. It's gross. It's weird and gross. Like I said yesterday. And you have a big following and I would consider it reasonable. Wait, what? I think it's because Asman and XUC are posting about it a lot. No, Asman just talked about it being on Rolling Stone. If you don't precog the pedos, you're a problem, apparently. No, I just don't understand, like, I mean, a whole video. Brother, I talked about it yesterday. The video is not out yet. What do you want me to do? Whip my fucking editors? Like, yeah. I love when people go, hey, you addressed this thing in front of 50,000 live viewers, like you covered it. Okay. You addressed this thing in front of 50,000 live viewers, but that wasn't sufficient enough for me. And I think you should make like multiple videos on it as well. You should actually stop covering, you know, America's genocidal ambition in Israel or whatever, and just immediately just start talking about Mr. Beast. Just only talk about Mr. Beast. And if you don't do that, then I don't think you're sufficiently covering it. After all, even if you do cover that, it still doesn't matter, as you have covered it. I haven't seen it. Was it clipped? Then it's your fucking problem, dipshit. What do you mean? You haven't seen it. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, my bad, bro. You haven't seen it. I'm sorry that I didn't fucking roll out the red carpet for you, dude. If it wasn't trans, they wouldn't care this much. You know, 100%. Where was this energy for Cody Co? No, there was this energy for Cody Co too. People were being mad annoying about Cody Co as well. That's the craziest part. People were being this fucking annoying about the Cody Co shit too in the midst of the Trump shooting. And then I did cover it. And then now they're saying, well, you covered Cody Co. Why won't you cover Ava? And I did cover it. What the fuck? The problem is Charlie Moyes did a video about what? Like streamers that are being quiet about this issue or something? Is that what it is? Because anyone that thinks that like there is like some secret reason why I haven't covered this fucking latest round of YouTubers being gross and weird in the midst of, like I said, a attempted assassination, a president replacing themselves, like dropping out of the fucking race, that I am not like, well, all of this shit is like piling on top of one another. As a political commentator, I'm sorry that I'm not sufficiently covering and engaging in like trans panic that you want me to do. Okay? My bad, guys. Like, this is kind of more important. I have like adults and shit that come in here and want to hear my opinion on the news, you know, and hear what's going on. What an insane thing. Yeah, Charlie didn't even talk about Gaza. Yeah, go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me, okay? It's crazy how much streamers and so many lose on Twitter just farm hate on you. Yeah, who cares, dude? Yeah, and then tomorrow, there's going to be another person. Tomorrow, there's going to be another situation. They're going to be like, why? Why aren't you covering this? You must be hiding the truth or some shit. Like, what the fuck? Charlie's video was about how people were being like this to him too, constantly asking him why he didn't address it when he literally did on stream. Yeah. Like, I gave it the adequate coverage that it deserves in the midst of, like, you know, life-changing, globally relevant events that are happening. And I like that the story here is now like you did cover it, but it wasn't sufficient enough for my liking. And also because I didn't see it myself personally. So I guess I'm just going to act like it's not a real thing. Anyway, let's get back to this. The notion that people who are America first, okay, the notion that like these supposedly America first assholes are more mad about like Americans protesting the American government's misuse of tax dollars to participate actively in a genocidal foreign nation's actions, instead of like, you know, fixing a litany of problems that Americans are facing, is perfectly valid. Okay. And that includes like defiling a replica of a fucking bell. Like, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like, this is so silly. Getting mad about this is the dumbest fucking thing you can do. And it's the only thing you can do, as a matter of fact, because you can't get mad about Benjamin Netanyahu basically fucking flexing his nutsack on the American Congress yesterday, getting a standing ovation. Okay? It's just so hollow. Crying about a replica being tagged as peak disrespect to the U.S. when a foreign leader from a nation that takes all of your tax dollars and demands more with peak entitlement, who just bullied Elon's daughter's posting now. The one Elon claims is dead. Yeah, I saw that. We're going to cover that. I need to sound this out. Crying about a replica being tagged as peak disrespect to the U.S. when a foreign leader from a nation that takes their tax dollars and demands more with peak entitlement, who just bullied the American Congress and received a standing ovation, is hilarious. Yeah, the new debate is September 10th. I know, I saw way too much of a nonsense. A foreign most leader of the most just yelled at the and receive a bipartisan. Here, this is what I'm going to say. The leader of the most entitled welfare state just yelled at the U.S. Congress for not giving him more money and received a bipartisan standing ovation. And you're crying about a replica bell getting tagged. I think it's better. This is good. To be fair, it was like 80% Republicans, a lot of seat fillers too. Still, the leader of the most entitled welfare state just yelled at the U.S. Congress for not giving him more money and received a bipartisan standing ovation. You're crying about a replica bell being tagged. If anyone's disrespecting the U.S., it's BB. And his arrogance. That's a good one. There you go. Yo, Hasan, define hypocrisy. I don't fucking know. Hypocrisy is what I care about more than anything else. No values, no moral foundation, no fundamentals whatsoever. Just like the mere appearance of hypocrisy. Yeah, I saw the Jeff Stein tweet. It's actually a banger. I have that. Yeah, Kamala Harris is all right. You've been privileged enough to have a big platform and earn lots of money from your internet audience. You are obligated to state your standpoint and speak truth to power about how Central New Jersey doesn't exist. It's true, it doesn't. There's only North Jersey and South Jersey. That's it. There, I said it. I said the truth, and I'm not afraid to say it, and I'm not afraid to say it again, and I'm not afraid to repeat it. You feel me? I'll fucking do that shit, dude. Can't stop me. I'm glad you finally stopped avoiding this issue. Oh, Central Jersey? Yeah. Anyway. That's it. All right, let's go. Let's get started. So yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu addressed Congress. He basically fucking lied the entire time. And the media kind of talked about it. Like the media kind of addressed like some of the worst aspects of his lies, including, but not limited to, the restriction on aid. Like the actual restrictions that Israel has placed on humanitarian aid, which is a telltale sign, like a clear-cut definitional war crime. Straight up. Like no ands, ifs, or buts. And he just basically lied about that, despite the fact that every single on the ground charity, on the ground humanitarian aid worker, every NGO that works in Gaza, every international organ of justice that has looked into the matter has openly stated that Israel is deliberately refusing to bring in as much aid as possible. And yet they just keep lying about it. And I guess like the media considers that to be a bridge too far in terms of like some of the lies that Benjamin Netanyahu presented to Congress. But I just can't get over how unimaginably gross this entire situation was. I don't know. I felt like I was taking crazy pills watching this shit yesterday. It felt manic. Like a serious vibe shift, okay? It felt very weird, but it doesn't seem like Americans care about it all that much because Republicans immediately shifted their attention to the protesters that were like, hey, our tax dollars are going to Israel and we don't fuck with that. And also protesters that are burning the American flag, you know? And to me, I think that that's really strange. It is the most American thing you can do. It is constitutionally protected. It's free speech. I don't give a shit. Stop crying. You know what I mean? But having said that, here was John Kirby talking about Netanyahu's remarks and immediately running defense for him. And then I'll get to Kamala as well. Kamala made a really bad, really stupid statement as well.
Did the U.S. find any of Netanyahu's remarks yesterday to be false or misleading?
I'm not going to parse everything he said.
I mean, he's wearing an IDF dog tag. He's a piece of shit. I mean, he's a monster. He's literally wearing an IDF dog tag.
Or, do a fact check here from this podium. he should speak for himself about what his views are.
He should, but he had a powerful stage, a joint address before Congress. Do you agree with assertions that Iran financially backs some of the protesters, that if there are Palestinians in Gaza who aren't getting enough food, it's not because Israel is blocking it, as two examples?
So on the first example, we've said ourselves, the Director of National Intelligence came out publicly and said that we do know that Iran has been funding and encouraging some of the protest activity here in the United States. Some of it. We do not believe that all the protest activity out there on a daily basis is being fully funded by Iran. There's a lot of organic.
Also, some of it is. So some of the protesters, like Americans, American citizens, okay, like myself, like you guys in this chat, many of you that attend protests on a regular basis, we are not just American citizens and taxpayers who are genuinely angry and upset that it is truly unconscionable that our tax dollars are going to manufacture weapons that Israel uses on Palestinian children, okay? It can't be that. We're actually getting paid. Some of us are actually getting paid by Iran. This is the first step of a Red Scare. Blame a foreign adversary abroad so they can justify denying us our rights. Yeah, this is completely unacceptable garbage, okay? They did this during the civil rights movement. They claimed that, they did this during Red Scare. They did this during the civil rights movement. Every like black liberation group was technically communist. Some of them literally were communists, but they would just basically say like they're being funded by the USSR. The American administration throughout history, they did this for the Vietnam protests as well. American administrations throughout history have always fought back and done some of the most unimaginably cruel and restrictive bullshit whenever people that we now take for granted that we actually hail as heroes go out and protest against injustice. Okay? This isn't new at all. It's just shitty and scary. And I don't know. I just thought that we would have moved past this at this point, but of course not. What about Russia influencing the election funding bots on social media to spread false info? Brother, I think that is pretty hilarious when we're talking about election interference. While the point of contention here is Israel and people yelling about Israel, if there's one country that actually literally rubs their cock on every fucking seat in every hall of Congress, it is Israel. Get the fuck out of here talking about Russia. I mean, fuck Russia, obviously, but like their manipulation of the American election is so marginal in comparison to the open multi-billion-dollar lobbying that occurs for the state of Israel. I don't know what you mean by this. Like this Russiagate shit is so it's nothing in comparison to what Israel does in the United States of America. Like Tucker Carlson talked to Vladimir Putin, if you remember, and Vladimir Putin the entire time was like, why can't we be like Israel? Why can't we be your Israel? Russia wishes that they could be America's Israel. You know what I mean?
Organic concern out there in the American people about what's going on in the Middle East, and most of these protests are formed and fashioned in that regard. On the second question, there has been a steady increase of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza. The problem isn't getting it to Gaza right now. The problem is getting it around Gaza.
Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah, fuck everyone else that has said that like the United States of America, or not the United States of America, sorry, Israel is actually limiting the aid that's going into Gaza. They're wrong. All of them are wrong. It's actually, here, I'm just going to basically repeat what Israel said to you back, because are you the fucking spokesman for Israel, or are you the American spokesman for the State Department? What is happening here? You literally are just simply, your position has become being a spokesman for Israel at this point. You are just repeating what they say.
And one of the reasons why it's so dang difficult to move things around inside Gaza is because there's a war going on and bombs are dropping.
Yeah. No, definitely. It's crazy. Who's dropping the bombs? Oh, that's right. It's the fucking country that is sieging its own open-air prison that is also refusing to render adequate aid. And it's crazy to say this because you're wearing a fucking IDF dog tag, you donkey. You piece of shit, soulless monster, you. I hate John Kirby with all of my fucking heart. He is my least favorite admin figure. And if there was any kind of, if there was any God, if there was any fucking karmic justice, he would experience a fraction of the pain that he has advocated for the rest of his life, okay? No, I hate him more than Matt Miller. He is the worst of the worst. He is literally the absolute worst. Like, look at him. He's literally wearing it on his neck, dude. Like, he is, like, I don't know what to say. Like, there is no better representation of being cucked than openly wearing the dog tag of a foreign nation around your neck. What are we doing here? What is actually happening here? What the fuck is going on?
And regrettably, in the conduct of some of their recent operations, the Israeli military has.
The IDF dog tag is supposed to signal what exactly? It's supposed to signal to the rest of the world, to anyone that's paying attention, is that he's got one fucking mode, okay? That's it. That's his loyalty. His loyalty is with Israel. That's what he cares about more than anything else. People say like dual loyalty tropes. This motherfucker doesn't have dual loyalty. He has single loyalty, okay? And let me tell you, it's not to the United States of America. Like, what are we doing? This is so insane. Imagine if China had this much influence over Congress, like these hogs and Republicans should have go to war. Anyway, speaking of which,
has in fact,
let's finish this and then
not
I'm going to move
purpose.
on.
We have no reason to believe they did this deliberately, but there has been accidental strikes on some of the trucks and the convoys that have been moving around. So there's
some oopsies, some big oopsies. You know, it's not a big deal though. Here, when asked about the anti-genocide protesters, he said,
Vice President earlier with comments, strong comments related to the vandalism and the protests that we saw. Yeah.
Before we get to that, let's actually talk about the strong comments from Kamala, which is absolutely unacceptable, in my opinion. It is cowardly. It is a complete capitulation to right-wing framing on this issue. You dropped the fucking ball. Okay, my expectation is not for her to come out and be like, it's awesome to burn the American flag. Okay, you're not supposed to say that. Obviously, no person who wants to win the presidential race is ever going to say that. But you're not supposed to talk about that, dumbass. What is wrong with you? It's like, can you imagine Republicans constantly talking about like their own, like, imagine if Republicans every single day were going out and being like, well, we saw the Patriot Prayer rally that occurred where they were talking about how they want to fucking like murder everyone that isn't sufficiently white. And we condemn them in the strongest terms. Like, they don't do that. They don't do that. They don't take ownership over it at all. Like, who cares? And it's not even a fucking comparison here. I'm not even making like a moral comparison between the fucking Patriot Prayer rallies and Patriot Front and like people who are pro-Palestinian. Okay? It's just so stupid to take ownership over this and to just like finger wag at Republican framing on the issue. This was an absolute dunk. This was an opportunity for her to turn around and be like, Benjamin Netanyahu is Trump in Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu is as unpopular as Trump is in Israel. It seems he's more popular with the Republican Party than he is in his own country. The speech that he delivered to the American Congress was gross and filled to the brim with lies, just like Donald Trump. Okay? Israel is our ally. We are strongly committed to defending Israel, and Benjamin Netanyahu is not the right person for the job, as the Israeli citizens have declared time and time again. So why should we allow him to lie to the American Congress and get a standing ovation from the Republican Party? That's it. Don't talk about the fucking protesters, you dumbass. What's wrong with you? Are you stupid? Is there, like, the instincts that these people have blow my fucking mind. Like, taking ownership over the right-wing framing on the matter, immediately jumping on it and be like, no, that's not us. We love Israel. These guys, the pro-Palestinians they're pro-Hamas, and they're really scary and they're really bad. Like, why? Why are you throwing? Now you just took ownership over it. Now it's like your side is actually, in the eyes of the rest of the country, you have taken ownership over it. You openly fucking mentioned it. You openly mentioned it. Instead of using this opportunity and hitting this fucking Israel shit on a partisan framing, because there is a perfect opportunity to hit this on a partisan angle. My expectation is not that she comes out, she's like, I'm a one-stater, free Palestine, okay? But it blows my fucking mind that, like, she couldn't even do the Nancy Pelosi liberal Zionist line, okay? Yesterday at Union Station in Washington, D.C., we saw despicable acts by unpatriotic protesters and dangerous hate-filled rhetoric. Like, did a Republican write this? Did Matt Walsh write this for you? Are you fucking stupid? Did you get hit in the fucking head? What are you doing? I condemn any individuals associating with the brutal terrorist organization Hamas, which has vowed to annihilate the state of Israel and kill Jews. Pro-Hamas graffiti and rhetoric is abhorrent, and we must not tolerate it in our nation. I'm running for president to clean up the streets from pro-Hamas graffiti. Thank you. And it's the worst part about this is that Democrats have this instinct, and they do it all the time. And all it does is give more ammunition to the right. It's like when they sign these messaging bills. It's like when you sign these messaging bills, right? But being like, oh, socialism is bad. We voted. Like Nancy Pelosi and the Democratic caucus votes on a messaging bill saying America will never be a socialist nation. And it's like, hey, stupid. They call you a socialist. You're just basically saying this thing that they call us is bad, and we agree it's bad. They're never going to look at that and go, see, they signed a messaging bill that says socialism is bad, so I guess they're not socialists. They're just calling you communists and Marxists and socialists anyway. Stop leaning into this dumb fuck bullshit. Why are you voting on a bill that says you suck shit? Why are you openly calling the right-wing framing on this matter when your fucking party, half of the members in your own goddamn party, had the instinct not to fucking go to this meeting? It's so stupid. Now you just look like Biden 2.0. You had an opportunity to genuinely build on the youth momentum, okay? And now all you've done is cut that. And before people say, oh, Hasan, this is not that significant. Like, this is not that significant. I know, but it's significant in key states that they have to win. What is this? What is this? I'm all for peaceful protest, but what happened today is unacceptable. How do you expect to garner support for a cause when the movement is clearly troped in anti-Semitism? The use of nooses and carrying Hamas flags is downright abhorrent. What is this? Let's not forget Hamas, a terrorist organization that hates the Jews in the West. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, what do you mean? what? Like, there's no way that you can turn around and fucking ensure that every single person isn't like waving these like Reddit ass flags. I don't give a shit about what they're doing on Reddit. Like getting one guy. Is this even from DC? Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay. It literally doesn't fucking matter. If you want to message adequately in situations like this, you cannot capitulate to right-wing framing, okay? You just cut any number of real grassroots momentum. You are cutting grassroots momentum. Hit this from a partisan angle, like Nancy Pelosi did, like everyone else fucking did in your goddamn party. Liberals are so bad and do not want to win. I swear to fucking God. It's just so stupid. This is exactly what I expect from Joseph Robinette Biden, okay? Because that's what he believes. He is a right-wing freak. All this does is basically heighten the right-wing framing on the issue, and nobody is going to talk about Benjamin Netanyahu's speech. Nobody's going to talk about how much he lied. Nobody's going to talk about how he is dick-riding Trump into oblivion and desperately expecting him to win the presidency. Like, he went to fucking Mar-a-Lago, man. He's going to his house. Benjamin Netanyahu is flying to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the fucking ring. And these dumb fucks are busy talking about protesters. Are you stupid? You're so fucking dumb. It's absolutely hilarious that people are even debating this with you. How many times a year do people wave Nazi flags? There aren't national news stories on it. It's ignored as fringe. Who cares if you find one guy doing something like this? The vast majority of protest movement has nothing to do with outright open support of Islamist politics. Exactly. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. 40,000 murdered, majority women and children, with our tax dollars, with our fucking weapons, with our bullets, with our missiles. Okay? Money that could be going to fixing the roads, money that could be going to hardening our infrastructure, money that could be going to combating homelessness. Okay? Money that could be going to education, healthcare, all of the things that these fucking dipshits advocate for. And then the guy getting all that money comes in to U.S. Congress and gets a standing ovation harder than any American president ever does when they fucking deliver speeches in front of the American Congress. And these fucking idiots, instead of hitting this on a partisan front, hitting this from a partisan angle and talking about it and saying like, Benjamin Netanyahu is very clearly Trump in Israel. That's it. That's a gift. That's a gift to you. Okay? He is more popular, it seems, in the Republican Party than he is in Israel. That's all you need to say. And here you are talking about like, oh man, these guys are so scary. The protesters are so scary. The protesters are so scary. And they're probably backed by Iran. I condemn the burning of the American flag. You're the president. The flag is a symbol of our highest ideals as a nation. It represents the promise of America. It should never be desecrated in that way. What are you going to do? Are you going to make it illegal to burn the flag? Is that what you're going to do? You're running on a anti-free speech platform now? Is that what we're doing? What the fuck? I support the right to peacefully protest, but let's be clear. Anti-Semitism, hate, and violence of any kind have no place in our nation. Oh. Are you backed by Iran, though? Yes, I am. Of course. At the top of the hour, when I serve a 3-minute ad break, and the gift subs come rolling in, those are all Iranian mullahs. Okay. How many times do I got to reiterate this? The IRGC is actually the ones gifting subs to you at the top of the hour, so you avoid the 3-minute ad break. Let's see what Felix had to say about this statement. Harris' inner circle is filled with NGO veterans who excel at using cloying professional activist language. It was one of those things that actually hampered her 2020 campaign. Will be interesting to see how they run defense for this stuff. I bet we'll see some disgusting stuff. It's true. I really hope for her campaign's sake, they've learned their lesson about this sort of thing. Yeah. She could have not said anything, honestly. She's killing whatever momentum she started with. Like, I don't think, for me personally, I don't think that, like, if we're being very honest, if we're being radically honest, very serious about the situation, like, Gaza being pro-Palestinian is not, like, a winning method for you. I'm not saying that at all, okay? Americans are very stupid. They just want to not think about it. That's why Trump's messaging on it is perfect. He's like, yeah, Israel, finish the job. You know what I mean? Like, he just takes advantage of the fact that he's not the one in power while this horrifying shit is happening. And that's why he's winning over Biden by like 20 points in terms of who could handle Israel, Palestine better. Okay? But for the Democratic Party, there are a lot of activists. There are a lot of young voters that they desperately need to win, okay? Especially in 3 key states that do at least care about it significantly enough that they're refusing to vote, especially in Michigan, okay? That's it. Remember, she's not trying to win our votes. She's trying to win over like the 10,000 people in the suburbs and swing states. Those idiots do care about this shit. Yeah, the problem here is that Kamala Harris, okay, by being a black Indian woman, already is like going to lose out to Trump on some of those moderates. The college-educated whites that Biden was actually fucking cooking Trump over, they might not vote for Kamala. She has to go back to the Obama method and try and activate the youth. Okay? She can't run just like Joe Biden did. She can't run in the same way that Joe Biden was running. And it doesn't even matter because the Joe Biden momentum has already was dying. That's the reason why she's the purpose. That is the reason why she's the one who's running for president now. The Joe momentum was over. It was Jover. What is this? Youth loves them, PSL. They Tuesday, shut the fuck up. Okay? The youth loves them PSL candidates, though. No, they don't. When I say PSL, people think pumpkin spice latte. What the fuck are you talking about? Stop being so fucking delusional. We're talking about electoral politics, okay? We're not simply just talking about activism. PSL's great, okay? They do great work. But please, shut the fuck up. God damn, you never stop chirping about PSL over and over again. This is like, holy shit. And it's not just there. There's more. From the New York Times, Kamala Harris was like giving assurances to big businesses about how she doesn't think Lena Khan is a good person either. Anyway, we're going to move on from this because I forgot that I have a guest coming on right now for a 30-minute slot here with Astead. I'm going to give him a call right now. Okay. He's a New York Times writer. And he has been on the front lines in the New York Times, specifically about talking about something that we know in this community, something that we've covered in this community. One of the only places that's not, Fox News that was talking about Joe Biden's mental faculties and how it was being received. Astead, thank you for joining us. Can you give me a sound off so I can see if your audio, I can hear you or not?
Yeah, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3,
perfect.
4, 5.
Okay, you are not a boomer at all, man. I don't know why you said that, because like,
I was worried. I mean, I had to download Discord for this. That's how out of touch I am with.
No. Discord is weird. Don't worry about it. But But thank you so much for coming on. You have been this is a bit of a I told you so moment for you, as well as some others in terms of like Joe Biden being received in a certain way by like the broader electorate. Yeah. And I just wanted to talk to you about that. And I wanted to talk to you about like how dynamic this race has been so far, almost overnight, and how things changed. But if you want to give a little bit of your background to the people that are in this community that maybe don't read the New York Times, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, I appreciate you having me on. My name is Astead. I joined the New York Times in 2018. I was at the Boston Globe before that, and I've really been someone who's been focused on trying to cover elections in different ways. You know, when I came to the Times, there was after 2016 where there was a real sense that political journalism had messed stuff up, that leading into that election, you mostly had mainstream political journalism missed the Republican primary, missed the Democratic primary and Bernie's energy, and then obviously not point people to the correct result with Trump's win in 2016. And so I was working locally at the Boston Globe as a city council reporter during that time. And I remember telling myself, like, if I am ever in these positions, I'm going to try to, like, include more voices, talk to different types of people, and actually reflect the way politics is being experienced on the ground rather than kind of amongst the insiders. And so when I came to the Times, that was really my job. I, covered the Democratic primary with Warren and Harris and Biden and all the others. But really from the basis perspective, I go to Trump rallies a lot and, do things about ways that conservatism's kind of shifting on the ground. And then I started the Run-Up, which is the Times Politics podcast in 2022, which was really trying to take that stuff in audio form.
We call it Hogwatch here, by the way. Just sorry to cut you off, but it's my favorite thing to do, at least, is I love watching Republicans. I mean, we call it Hogwatch. You don't have to obviously do that, but they are very interesting and fun to observe and even interact with. Personally, I love that. I like that.
I was always I didn't want to just be in one type of place. So I make sure that we went to a Jason Aldean concert 6 months ago to ask people about his song, Try That in a Small Town, that was blowing up on the Republican side.
Oh yeah.
I try to go to rallies. I try to go to places where people are, and that includes D and R. And so that's what we tried to do in the podcast. That's what led us to all of this age stuff.
Yeah. So by your estimation, do you feel like the Republicans were the only people, for the most part, talking about Biden's cognitive abilities diminishing in terms of coverage from other aspects of other places in mainstream media, with the exception of Fox News, obviously?
Right. I mean, you saw Republicans driving that storyline definitely for the last 3-4 years. So much so that a lot of people ran away from it thinking, oh, this is Republican misinformation. This is them trying to brand Joe Biden as old. But the other place I heard it from was regular people. Every time we would even talk to people about the prospect of next election, if we weren't in a specifically Democratic or DC place, everyone would be like, well, I think Donald Trump's kind of wild, but Joe Biden's really old. And so it was really clear to us that this was the storyline to follow, because the thing that we were hearing was that most people didn't want either candidate. And so while Democrats were acting like that was just the thing that was happening on the Republican side, I was like, well, the thing that feels like we're hearing is mutual dislike, not really just one. And so that's the reason we kept asking them those questions.
Yeah, which they kind of covered it as well, the double haters phenomena. I think that was how they talked about it. And it was for a multitude of different reasons. But I think for me, it got to an unavoidable place during the uncommitted voter campaigns. Obviously, a lot of that was because of Gaza. But I think a big part of that also was Biden's age. And the fact that the Democratic Party was, or Democratic Party's base of voters was looking for a different alternative, and it was so obvious, and yet I didn't see enough media coverage on that either, from that aspect, and it was more so just kind of brushed aside, even though the margins that we saw in especially key states for the Democratic Party's success was so significant. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of voters in certain states that voted for anybody but Biden in the primaries. And obviously, I kept trying to explain to people the real uncommitted voters just simply don't vote. We have a plurality in almost every election that doesn't vote for either party at all, that doesn't vote at all, right? That are eligible to vote. And so that, these people that are going into the Democratic primary, they are the most active base in the Democratic primary. So it's probably going to be like, obviously maybe not 10x, but I don't know what the exact math equation would look like, but the numbers for the general are going to reflect something much, much worse than the margins that you saw in the primaries, which alone were enough for Joe Biden to lose, because there were more people voting against Joe Biden in the Democratic Party's primaries than the number of voters that Joe Biden won those states on. So that should have been immediate. I think that the Democratic Party should have, Joe Biden should have been the bridge candidate, and he should have perhaps maybe even had a stronger vice president, or, even with Kamala Harris, in my opinion, shouldn't have made her do side missions that were genuinely unfavorable, like sending her to Guatemala to be like, don't come to America.
It speaks to how much they weren't seeing this scenario play out. I did a big story on her, and I can say that, for the White House, they were not working under the assumption that she would be the natural heir. And if they were, they would have done stuff differently. Harris did not want that assignment at Guatemala, of the root cause on the border. Joe Biden made her take it. And then partially, that was some of the uncomfort. But it speaks to your point about the age denialism overall. They could not set her up differently, partially because they weren't really acknowledging the biggest problem that they had, which is that when most Americans saw them, they didn't think that would be a kind of 8-year option. And it's really crazy to me because, having been there in 2020, age was a huge part of people's concerns about Joe Biden from the start. It was part of the reason candidates like Pete had a moment, or even Klobuchar had a moment in New Hampshire, Warren, and all of those type of people.
Castro was one of the first people.
All of that stuff was so litigated at the time. For them to act like, oh, he's gotten 4 years older, but no one cares anymore, was always really crazy to me. And it's a denial of our whole ecosystem. There's a thing that happens in political journalism where people act. This happened. I think the best example is after the debate. When people are like, "Oh, the debate was a bad moment," but he hasn't had a big gaffe since. But meanwhile, a lot of people saw that video of him talking to the wrong woman, and it's somewhat looking like his wife and not. People see all of these kind of mini viral clips of him walking up the stairs and looking rough doing it. I'm people have been reminded even in this time about this central problem, and they were just completely head in the sand about it.
Yeah, there is enough real discourse surrounding Joe Biden's, or there was enough real discourse surrounding Joe Biden's mental faculties that even fake stuff would get play, and it would just pile on. And I don't think anybody addressed that at all, or anybody in the campaign side was even looking at that. And it also seemed like they were just allergic to looking at polls at all until the very last moment. And I found it rather funny because it was very Trumpian in many ways. You have this almost narcissistic moment with a sheltered person complaining about leaks and trying to constantly present a different image of competence, even though people obviously are looking at it and going, yeah, no, I don't see this competence at all. And unlike Trump, there is no solid base of cultists for Biden, which is why I think
it's a huge difference.
Yeah. So, but obviously, let's talk about the other side of the political equation now. It wasn't just the Biden campaign and maybe some members of the political media that was refusing to recognize that this age issue was going to be a death blow. It was actually the Republicans who were, ironically, for the past 4 years, consistently hammering on the point that Biden is just incompetent. His brain is doo-doo. It's not working. But then it seems like they had no alternative for the replacement, and they've just been flailing for the past week now.
I was at the RNC, and I can say with certainty, they did not see this coming at all. Their whole plan, what was informing their mass confidence over the last several months was the idea that the Democrats were so in their head and so ignoring the core question of Biden's age that it frankly allowed them to cakewalk through November. Now, I mean, maybe that was that maybe overstated from where the evidence was, but we knew that Trump was in the stronger position than Biden, and they frankly just thought that that would be enough. And so I think it's really true that they've been caught flat-footed on this point. They really haven't come up with like a clear story to tell about Harris. And more than anything, I think a lot of Republicans have been fooled into the belief of thinking that Donald Trump is a strong general election candidate, when that was never really true. He was only looking that way because he was dealing with Joe Biden, who was ignoring a bigger kind of unfixable problem. But everything that we see, and even our own reporting on the road, like the strongest coalition in politics is still the anti-Trump one. Like, he is not popular among independents. He is not popular among swing voters. All of that stuff in trials actually does put people off. There was a sense after January 6th that he was going to kind of go away, and a lot of people haven't forgotten about that. It's just that they weren't being activated on the Democratic side because the party was letting the egos of, 20, 30 people refuse to really allow them to tap into that. Now what we've seen over the last 4 days is, of course, that energy is still there because Donald Trump still remains unpopular. They just needed a vessel to channel it through. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is no clear indication of Donald Trump's very apparent ceiling, which Joe Biden also had one, obviously, because these are both people that have uniquely been president at this point. One is the incumbent. The other one was the former president, right? They had maxed out their name recognition and people had made up their minds on them. And there's no greater demonstration of Donald Trump's ceiling than the polling that was conducted after he was shot at. And even I was shocked at the lack of momentum. And I think it played a role because he also messed up the RNC delivery where he was just like, oh, I'm going to do unity. I'm going to be more moderate. And I would say the VP pick aligns with that too. Yeah,
exactly. Like having JD Vance, who is an objectively bad, unimaginably unpopular, and also unsuccessful politician as his VP pick. And when I say this isn't just my own personal estimation. I mean, he underperformed Trump and the governor by significant margins in the state of Ohio. You're not supposed to, if you're oh, I really want to lock in Ohio, which is a red state at this point, firmly red. So that's already a silly pick. But then beyond that, if you're oh, I want someone who is going to, show the rest of the country that I am a moderate person, you probably wouldn't be going with the guy who's a VC funded guy, he's a hedge fund guy, who is unpopular in his own state, by less popular than Donald Trump, who also is has mountains of opposition research stacked against him that can be deployed at any moment.
Donald Trump had done a lot of work to kind of reposition himself on abortion, specifically as an issue, and JD Vance blows that up. Just because he's been so restrictive. He's embraced the kind of national ban. He's against stuff like IVF. They're already having to roll back some of the work that they had done to try to recalibrate themselves on this thing. And then, of course, that's an issue that Harris, I think even more so than Biden, is uniquely suited to exploit. Think back to that debate. Donald Trump's answer on abortion was really bad. But what was worse was Joe Biden's response. He started talking about illegal immigration. He was kind of rambling, all of that stuff. We know that if you run that back in the Trump versus Harris debate, she is ready for that answer in a different type of way. And so I'm what Democrats were doing to themselves was also not allowing them to optimize the issues that they are best on, because they had a candidate who was not only old, but was not even a natural messenger on abortion, doesn't like saying the words. And that is their biggest issue. And so this could come down to in November. I mean, there's ways that, I've reported on Harris from a lot of different angles, but all of that stuff is clarified now. I think this is going to be a candidate who basically says Project 2025, abortion, and, and that might be it. That might be the whole terms of what they try to make November about.
So, I mean, that's if that is the case, then it's, that would require, I think, a lot of PR and a lot of charisma to be able to drive that conversation. I don't know if Kamala Harris is going to be able to do that. We'll see. It seems like she's capable of doing that, and she has started on that front. One thing I wanted to point to, by the way, is obviously that one of the narratives that the Republican Party is suggesting is that this is anti-democratic, and they're trying to claim that the Democratic Party actually behaving like a competent party for once in at least like all of the years that I've spent covering politics, in a shocking display of competence where they actually responded to the voter pressure. I know that the much of the conversation has been dominated by like what the donors were saying, but like obviously this was a unique moment where the donors actually aligned with some of the establishment Democrats and also with the majority of voters. And they're trying to make this narrative stick. Like they're trying to pick apart, you know, almost like a Bernie or Buster style coalition out of like Biden dead enders, not recognizing that Biden has no ideological fissure with the establishment Democrats at all. So like obviously all of the Biden supporters were supporting Biden mostly because, you know, they like the Democratic Party. They are ride or die Democratic Party hardliners. So that is reflected in the massive influx of donations. That's reflected in the polling, the new polling that came out from New York Times. I wanted to point to here. Trump is at 48 and Harris is at 47 among likely voters nationwide. And I mean, this is like immediately Kamala Harris is obviously performing better than Biden was. Biden had a downward trajectory. Kamala Harris seemingly is picking up steam. Do you think that is a consequence of a lot of the positive coverage that she's garnered, and that like she will be able to lean on that momentum and activate different bases of support for the Democratic Party that have firmly been in the double hater category? Yeah. Or do you think that like, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I just think that like people were desperate for a way out of the choice that they had. And so a lot of the energy that I think we're seeing from her is driven by excitement of a party that, to your point, reacted to what was a majority public opinion, even if it took them a year and a half to acknowledge it. I mean, the numbers on people's satisfaction with Biden's decision are crazy. It's like 90% among Democrats, 85% among independents. And I think that is some of the like exasperation that is flowing towards Harris. I mean, the Biden campaign over the last couple years has just treated the fact that people weren't engaged in this election as just a fact, right? But that fact was responsive to the choices that people had. And so I think you're going to get more engagement. And she doesn't even have to be the sole driver of the message. We think about Project 25, abortion, or things that Democrats want to push. They are also unleashing surrogates who were nowhere to be found because they didn't want to be associated with Biden. All of a sudden, these Democrats look differently because they have a whole roster of people who are kind of in the shadows because Biden made it kind of untenable for them to do. So I think all of that stuff is there. And I think also, to your point, Donald Trump is coming out of what should be a good period for him. Yeah. From the RNC to what happened in Pennsylvania, this should be a moment where we are seeing his kind of polling highs. And Harris still probably will receive a bump from things like the DNC, from choosing a running mate, from things like that. And so you do see the upside for her that didn't exist with him. Biden was doing fine among your hardline Democrats that you're talking about, the type of people who vote in most in a primary. That kind of hardcore set was with him. Where they were struggling was the marginal Democratic voter. When you get younger, when you get non-college, when you get people of color, all of that type. And all of those groups are where she has upside that he didn't.
Yeah, it goes back to a familiar territory, I think, for the Democratic Party in terms of the base of support that they've always relied on, whether it be voters of color, whether it be young voters, Hispanic voters in general, even though Trump has made genuine leeway
that's going to be
in
the huge
Hispanic
battleground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Trump has made genuine leeway in Hispanic voters. I mean, he was beating Biden, I believe, by 9 points on Hispanic voters, and Kamala Harris is being beat currently by Trump by 2 points. Now, obviously, that calculation is very different for a place like Florida versus a place like, I think, New Mexico and Nevada, where I think the youth vote is also almost completely aligned with the Hispanic vote, where they are interested in infinitely more progressive policies versus obviously Florida, where Cuban, Venezuelan populations are significantly more right wing, and maybe also Texas as well. So I suspect that there are two key issues. I think you have the Sun Belt and you have the Rust Belt, right? In terms of the Rust Belt, I think Michigan maybe not. Michigan maybe isn't a must-win state to the same degree as Pennsylvania, but I think it's a pretty significant state. And I think that Kamala Harris, like, not even changing narratively from shifting away narratively from Joe Biden in the way that he has maintained this relationship with Israel during the past 9 months is going to be a legitimate problem. And I don't think she will be able to win Michigan if she continues along with the same exact, like, almost identical Biden style narratives. Like, she came out with a statement earlier today talking about, like, the flag burners.
It's going to be a big thing to watch. Yeah.
Yeah. And for the Sun Belt, I think specifically for, like I said, New Mexico, maybe even Arizona to a certain degree. And I want to hear your assessment on this. I feel like the narrative of capitulating to right-wing framing on immigration and not really combating it, when if we look at the last election, which was also fought on the immigration boundaries, Joe Biden was actually a lot closer to Donald Trump in terms of his favorability on immigration than he is now, because the Democrats basically dropped the more progressive approach to immigration and capitulated to right-wing framing on the matter. And I fear that is also kind of toxic for the younger Hispanic base of support within the party.
Yeah, I'll deal with the map first and then the issues. I think you're really right that Harris has a wider map than Joe Biden did, of course. Joe Biden was almost principally at this point thinking about those upper Midwestern states, the Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and hoping to cobble together a path through 270 on that front. And it should be said that part of that was his erosion with people of color, with young people. And because those states trended older, wider, more college educated, he was doing better in those places than we think about Sun Belts in Georgia. She improves immediately. We've seen polling improve margins in Georgia or improve margins in Arizona. That should give them more confidence. But to your point, that is going to be an interesting, tenuous relationship to watch. One of the areas that some Harris allies have signaled is that they were hoping. Well, she has sought to create a different tone of empathy for Palestinians than has come from Biden. And there's been some leaks that have tried to say that the folks around Harris were kind of signaling that she would have a different kind of tone, even if that didn't reflect in literal different policy. That Selma speech that she gave, which was endorsing a kind of temporary ceasefire as part of that. I think that pressure is going to ramp up on.
Even her team, like, very cleverly leaking that, like, she actually wanted a permanent ceasefire, but then they, like, changed the narrative to make it seem like it was a temporary.
So all of that stuff was those signals, and I think that pressure on her is going to ramp up. So we're going to get a sense to see if she's going to try to signal some distance from Biden, because I think that's going to be a huge deal. But I think immigration, they can't run from this. This is going to be where Republicans try to most focus on. And because of the kind of, we can say that it wasn't a technical border czar position, she's kind of placed in the middle of here. The House voted today to condemn Kamala Harris's handling of the border, and 7 Democrats voted with the Republicans. A lot of those were those Latino Democrats on the border in places like Texas. And so I'm saying that's going to be a big question, is if she can reverse the favorability on that issue, or if other issues just start mattering more. We were in Arizona for the show a couple months ago, and everyone kind of agrees. If this comes down to immigration, Donald Trump has a better shot. But they also have an abortion rights referendum on the ballot in November, which is making that issue just as much of a priority for people as immigration. And if they're neck and neck, if there's a different reason to motivate people, then you see the chances for Democrats all across the board. But they can't run from Gaza. They cannot run from immigration, because I do think those are going to be the 2 areas where people are looking for her to set a more affirmative vision. And she hasn't really done that yet. And so that pressure will come.
Okay, I want to run this by you. I was a big critic of the crime hysteria narratives that set in through all the way from Sinclair Broadcasting to even, mainstream media, even to the New York Times a little bit, in terms of
I won't disagree with you.
In terms of how much panic was happening. And now that's obviously cast aside a little bit. Crime statistics come out all the time. Everyone is saying, well, what's going on? What's the reason why Americans are so fearful of crime, when in fact they keep reporting that their own personal towns and their own personal states are actually much safer, but it's elsewhere. Crime is happening elsewhere. Now, I believe that this hysteria was obviously backed by the media for the most part, and the apps like Nextdoor and Citizen or whatever, and Ring, that was like, because crime is a constant issue. It's impossible to just have zero crime. That's never going to happen. But like when it's in front of you all the time, because it's such an emotional thing, you just have a tendency to assume that it's happening a lot worse than ever before. And beyond that, there's also so much that people associate with crime, homelessness specifically, so much poverty that makes people think, oh, crime is all around me at all times. Like I see homeless people everywhere. And those are the two reasons, in my opinion, that there was this hysteria. And now I feel, and not even now, but just every 4 years, every 2 years, that hysteria changes to immigration. Donald Trump has tried to repackage this immigration conversation alongside crime and angled it from the perspective of national security, which is kind of new, I would say. It's never been to this degree. Immigration used to be an issue of the economy. They're coming and taking our jobs was jobs. That was a common meta. That was a common narrative on immigration. And since 2016, it seems like the Republican Party has completely adopted the position that like immigration is not just about the economy. As a matter of fact, it's actually a national security problem. And there's a very scary reality when you look at polls on this issue, specifically when you have 60+% of Americans saying mass deportations are actually favorable, like a favorable policy. You have Donald Trump talking about, a term I will not use, but Operation W word, and with positive terms, saying this mass deportation of 1.3 million Mexicans and Mexican Americans and Latin Americans from the United States of America in the 50s was actually a good thing. It
had signs at the RNC, mass deportations now.
Yeah. And I think that the Democrats have completely dropped the ball over the course of the past 4 years, especially by not trying to tackle this issue at all and provide a counter narrative to it and address that it's like it is born out of hysteria. Because when you look at the data, and I do see it now with NPR and New York Times and other places, like finally addressing the lack of truth and lack of data available to suggest that like undocumented migrants are actually responsible for crime at a higher rate than natural born U.S. citizens, and actually talking about how the data suggests that it's the exact opposite, right? And that's like I would say that is like relatively new in terms of the media coverage, and I have not seen a single Democrat, with maybe the exception of AOC when she was on my broadcast when we were watching Donald Trump talk in the Bronx, ever bring that up. And without any sort of serious counter narrative to that lie, like the Democrats are demonstrably going to get destroyed on the immigration front. So this long, convoluted question I have for you is, do you think the Democrats have an opportunity to be able to reframe the message and the narrative on immigration, or is it far too late, or do they even have the interest to reframe the narrative on immigration?
Yeah, because I'm kind of the latter. They have the opportunity. I don't know if they want to. I mean, I go back to the 2020 Democratic primary, and what they would say about Donald Trump and immigration was very much condemning things like separating of kids at the border or condemning kind of language or rhetoric towards immigrants. But they were not laying out a vision of how they think immigration should function here, and more so than just a defense of the broad value that, frankly, they've stepped away from a little bit. When we think about crime, and I think you're really right to say that Republicans have really used this as an entry point to everything, immigration as a crime. Not just the economy, but about crime, but also I would say fentanyl is another piece for them. They say like, the immigrants are coming and they're bringing fentanyl from China, and that's the reason you have a drug crisis in your community. Like,
which
that's
again
huge
is a lie.
Republican
Like
narrative.
it's so insane. The Department of Homeland Security has never, like, they also bring this data up regularly under the Trump administration, under the Biden administration. And if you look at the DHS data, it shows that like drug trafficking that is happening at the border is coming in from regular points of entry, like either being shipped in shipping containers, or American citizens with chopped up cars are driving cars filled with fentanyl over the border. It's not happening with like abuelas coming in and like sneaking fentanyl under there.
They are fully into that. And the thing I would say though is like, in my experience in media, and I do think you're right to call out the media narratives on this front, you could feel the backlash from 2020 to 2021, because I think the hysteria that you're talking about was frankly a media reaction to what they felt was an embrace of like a defund, overly progressive criminal justice reform language that happened in the George Floyd summer. And then you saw people just, I think, reaching and grabbing for kind of anecdotes to respond to that. When in reality, even as someone who reported through the 2020 moment, you know, we think about Black and Latino communities, they were never united on the idea of even defund or something like that. Those were open conversations about what you should do to react to a problem. But the way it was kind of reported as like fully in one direction led to this media backlash in another direction, where I think by the time in 2021, we were cherry picking crime stats to try to say something as true. And I also think it was so regional, you know, in places like New York, there was a real reaction to crime, and I think an increase in migrant, what you know, Eric Adams describes as a migrant crisis. There is a reaction to that I think was growing in these places. But then you have some of that written as a fact nationally, when that isn't a fact nationally, nor does it square with we know what the statistics are. And so I do think we need to check ourselves as like a media, as like a reporting on these fronts, because even in the election context, I need to make sure that like what is talked about here is not necessarily what is being talked about elsewhere, and even the border or immigration is experienced very differently in very different places. And so all of that becomes like really true. But I think to actually answer your question, the Democrats have not shifted their language to kind of defend the like kind of progressive view of immigration on this front, because they're not united around that vision.
Yeah.
I like, you know, if you polled the caucus and gave them a secret ballot, I think a lot of people would agree with more Trumpian language around immigration than we may admit, even among the Democratic Party. And part of that is because I think a donor class, a more affluent Democrat, has also become more conservative on those issues in the last 3 or so years. And so I think it's frankly, I don't know where someone like Harris lands as a response to the immigration charges that are going to come from Republicans, because they have conceded the point of the crisis. And they've conceded the point of like of a thing that we need to deal with in this way. Their only reaction has been, well, Republicans haven't worked with us in Congress. You know, that's been basically it.
That was insane to me. Like, I was losing my mind when I watched that happen, when like the supposedly bipartisan bill, which was just a Republican bill, like Democrats in the past have always played tit for tat on immigration. Yep. You get DACA, but then you do like, you know, mass apprehensions or whatever, right?
E-Verify, all of those type of things,
Yeah, like, and there was no tit for tat in this situation. They didn't even want like, they were barely advocating for like faster processing. And most of the anti-immigration bill was written with Republican language, with Republican policy measures. And the only benefit that the Democratic Party was going to get from that was going to be, oh, look how hypocritical the Republicans are. They don't actually want to solve this problem, which is like the worst possible instinct you can have. It is almost identical to the we are the party that's going to fund the police narrative that like Joe Biden ran on.
That's a good analogy.
And they keep doing this over and over again. It makes me lose my mind. But I guess I guess you're saying that it's virtually impossible, it seems, to like change course and redirect the narrative on how like immigrants are the soul of this nation type things that the Democrats used to say against Donald Trump when Trump was doing horrifying things at the border.
Yeah, it reminds me of like, you know, I would say I would sum up the Democrats' position as like, you know, the line and you know, like in Hamilton when they say immigrants get the job done, and like everyone used to clap and stand, you know, like I feel like that's how they want to feel around the issue. It's like an acknowledgement in like broad terms that says we are somewhat nicer than the other side, but they're not dealing with the brokenness of the system, and they're not trying to make it better or even I think more acknowledge the kind of structural unjustness. And they're not at this point, I think, even against the deportation aspect of it. I mean, we know Obama was doing that in bigger numbers.
Yeah.
So I think what Trump is doing is, prioritized the lack of entry, but this time he's promising to do more on the deportation front. I don't think I have an answer to where Harris or Biden stands on that issue. And so I think we're gonna get answers to that. And my instinct is that it's gonna be more conservative than we think even. I think tough prosecutor might extend to immigration.
I think she's gonna go ultra instinct cop mode. I do suspect that as well, which I am very fearful on. Okay, so there was a couple different things I wanted to ask you about this before I let you go, and thank you so much for spending time with us today. There was one other aspect that I saw. This was reported in the New York Times. There's a lot of auditioning. This is David Dayen summarizing the point. There's a lot of auditioning going on for Kamala, and it's likely that she's gleefully throwing out bits and pieces. In the same article, it says, I don't see significant differences between what President Biden has fought for and what Vice President Harris will fight for. However, there were some criticisms of the FTC's chair, Lena Khan, who I think is a rising star and has done a phenomenal job overall for the nerds that pay attention to this. I don't think this is like an election related thing for that, for the most part. But I think the agencies, well, maybe with Project 2025, actually, federal agencies being competent and actually doing work as opposed to Donald Trump diminishing their power and completely gutting them and putting loyalists in positions of power might actually play a role in the election. But overall, the fact that the New York Times reports, as Vice President Ms. Harris has voiced support for regulating artificial intelligence, but she's expressed skepticism of Ms. Khan's expansive view of antitrust powers, according to a donor who has spoken privately with the VP. That, I think, is a misstep as well.
It's interesting because I think it speaks to the state of play right now. Like when I read that this morning, and I thought, I'm not sure if I take it as fact, but what I do take it on is people see an opportunity to shape a new candidate. And so, if you're a donor, you know that there's a lot. I would say, to your point about not being an election issue, we know that the folks who are most maybe upset by it might be some of those corporate donors who would use their time with the Harris to make that point. But I'm not sure we have a clue on where she falls on these things. I would say this is the uniqueness of her as a prosecutor track for all of these years, is that her career is really built on accountability, on a kind of reactive sense of policy. She wasn't really getting to root causes. She wasn't really setting an affirmative agenda. We don't know how she would use agencies to kind of shape a vision. And the way that Elizabeth Warren had a full literal list of people, And so I think it's an open terrain when you think about what a Harris-led Democratic Party could look like. And frankly, just as you're that donor who's using that as an opportunity, I think there are progressive groups who can use that as an opportunity, organizing groups who can use that to try to push her in one direction or another. I think that for the next couple months, they're going to want to there's going to be unity forward, right? So it's I think they're going to try to calibrate themselves and basically the midpoint of everything. But I think that you're going to see a lot more of that public jockeying to get her to commit to something. But she'll have to make some points of distance with Biden. I do think that. And I think maybe this issue is an insider version of that, and Gaza is an outside issue of that. But she's going to have to, in some ways, say, what is a Harris-led administration different from a Biden one?
Yeah.
And we don't really know yet.
Yeah, it's concerning seeing some of this stuff, especially. But what you're saying is really important, especially at a time when almost all the major labor unions have come out and have demanded that the administration change course on Gaza. This happened last week, and I think that that's a good pressure point.
I'm the pressure points are now new, so we should see. I think we're going to see a lot of people get in there. One thing I would say about covering her in her original presidential run is this was some of the things that actually got her in trouble. she was, I don't want to say susceptible to pressure in a just bad way, but she was open to others' ideas.
Yeah.
And so sometimes she would be pulled in one direction or another. And I think in that primary where there was such ideological lanes with Bernie and Warren on one side, Biden, Pete, and Klobuchar on another side, that felt her, that came off as inauthentic. She was pulled one direction or the other. But I'm saying that actually is I mean, she would argue, I've heard her say this, she would say that's a good governing skill because she's looking to kind of take the information in front of her and make the best decision. In going forward, I think there's going to be big opportunities to try for folks to try to peel off, policy issue or something, unless, the Democratic Party kind of puts their hooks into her and kind of pushes her in one direction. I'm saying that's going to be interesting to see too. Does she just fold into what Biden would have done? Or do we see someone who actually creates a different type of space for themselves?
Yeah. Especially when considering like her track record. Obviously, Democrats love presenting themselves as like radical Marxist Leninists under a Trump administration, or like when they don't have any power, her advocacy for Medicare for all and whatnot, which now the Republicans are trying to use as a line of attack, and even like pairing her with Bernie Sanders, who, historically has been one of the most popular congresspersons in America. So I think that that's like a failure on their part. But I do fear that what you just described is exactly the reason why Kamala Harris will do the classic Democrat thing and be like, no, I'm not for any of these socially progressive policies, which will cut away at the momentum from all of the usual constituencies that she needs to win in order to defeat Donald Trump. Because while Donald Trump is obviously a weak candidate, demonstrably so. I mean, he lost, right? He lost to an objectively old man. Ultimately, it's like the Joe Biden dynamic is very different in terms of like activating or trying to go after the suburban, college educated whites. Like they need to. I think that like she needs to go back to like an almost Obama style strategy. But I fear that she won't do that with any kind of pressure. Because it's perceived as a weakness. Like one of her weakest points is how liberal she is, right? Like that's the only line of attack they have on her.
Yeah, no, I think this is the thing. Upside does not mean she wins. Upside means the onus is on her in that campaign to realize those things. And so I do think how they end up positioning themselves could either help that case or, reintroduce the same problems that some people had with her 4 years ago. And I would also say, like, one thing I have learned, in covering these people as I get closer is like, you're dealing with operatives who have been trained in a more traditional time. These are conventional operatives for unconventional times, right? And so some of this requires people viewing a candidate who I don't think is the same as Obama or Clinton or Biden, in a moment that's not like those either, and asking, do they create space for them to be themselves? There was a period of time when I was the Warren and Harris reporter for the Globe, and for the Times, and one thing that really came through was like, there were so many questions about how these women were presenting authentically and all of this stuff, but a lot of those same decisions were coming from men who have run campaigns for 20-something years, and we're trying to impose that view onto this one. And so, like, that's the question I kind of have is, are we going to get a version of her that is actually reflective of something different? Or is this the Biden campaign with Kamala Harris as the candidate?
Yeah.
And I don't think that would work, to be honest. Like, I think they have to see that the reason they've arrived at this crisis is because the moment demands something different, and actually figure out what that difference is with this candidate. But I'm not confident. I don't know that they're going to do that.
Yeah,
but that's my read of what is necessary.
The demographic math is damn near the opposite. Like, Chuck Schumer once famously said, for every one vote we gain in the, for every one vote, every one blue collar vote that we lose in Pennsylvania, we gain 2 in the suburbs. Like, that was the math with Biden. And it makes sense with Biden, right? A conservative old white guy that like older voters, more conservative voters can trust, that demonstrates competence. And of course, when he was clearly incompetent, that fell apart regardless. So that was a dead end for them anyway. But with Kamala Harris, it's like dramatically different, if not the opposite. This is supposed to be like a vibrant, dynamic, youthful candidate. I mean, I think she presents very young. She's 59, but she looks, in her 40s. And I think that like aesthetically, that matters for voters, especially when compared to Joe Biden and how old he presented. So, so we'll see what, we'll see what occurs on that front. But one thing I wanted to ask, because you were closely following these candidates, do you feel like there was any? Do you feel like it was more so political posturing and wanting to present herself as a progressive candidate when she was actually signing on a lot of progressive measures when she was a California senator? Or do you think that there's like a genuine ideological lane for her? Because you did mention that she's kind of malleable and sees that as a strength, which is like, again, very Democratic Party to be like, no, I find myself in the center. Almost ironic enough, it's very much like Joe Biden. And his entire
a different
career.
view of like how where center is, but he was kind of doing center in terms of bipartisanship in DC. And I think she was kind of doing center between a overtly liberal, like a moderate liberal and a San Francisco progressive. And she was kind of finding that.
Yeah.
But her Smart on Crime book, that is like her formative progressive, kind of formative prosecutor book, is a advocacy for the middle, for the liberal middle, for representation as being a way to impact change from the inside, but definitely working within the confines of political structure. So like that is who she is. To your point about why was the Medicare for All happening? Why was the kind of progressive flirtations happening? I think like the real answer is like there was a fundamental misread of the electorate by most Democrats going into 2020. And I think they thought, and this has benefited Joe Biden hugely, because they thought that there had been a kind of page turn on some of the traditional issues, and so you were frankly trying to engulf some of Bernie, but one step back, I think, and so that led people to sign up for Medicare for All in that 2019 year into 2018. And she was the first person to do that. And part of that was posturing against what they thought was going to be Bernie, Warren, other people taking them on. And so when she gets in the race and it becomes very clear that her principal problem was not Bernie Sanders, but was that Joe Biden was sitting on black voters of the South, I think there was a big kind of recalibration among those people who kind of assumed the primary was moving in one direction. The other thing I would be like is it drove her away from her authentic message, right? And so the Bernie race of 2020 always made no sense to me, because if you're a voter who's trying to find the most progressive candidate possible, you're gonna vote for Sanders. You're like it was a losing rat race in my opinion. And so the thing, Warren was trying to do an establishment version of that progressivism. But the others were just kind of picking and choosing individual issues. And that was never rounding out a full lane that people could understand and the full story about a candidate that you can understand. And so it didn't surprise me that in the end, we fell back with the people who knew their stories most clearly, Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders. As a journalist, when you're asking these people some questions, I know Bernie, Biden, and I would say Warren, return back to kind of a core of what they think is wrong in politics. Even no matter the answer, they know kind of the premise in which they're working from. You never really got that with Harris. You felt her thinking and kind of wheels spinning in real time to try to find what she should say. I don't think that's gonna work this time around. And so, she has a lot of issues that are more naturally in her wheelhouse. I think the Dobbs decision clarified stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Of like she now can own being a prosecutor because that's easier to do with Trump on the other side. So that stuff is all helpful. But when it comes to immigration, when it comes to some of this stuff, what is going to be the story that she tells about root causes and fixes? That's still where my head is, because she hasn't been answering those throughout her career. She has not answered those questions well.
Yeah. Okay. Last question for you. What do you make of all of the media coverage talking in a state of panic and maybe even like hyperventilating a bit about like black people, specifically black men, voting for Trump? The marginal shift is, I think, indicative of like the Democratic Party's inaction and maybe like taking the black vote for granted. But I do find it rather insane that like people talk about it like Donald Trump is winning the black vote by like by like majorities or something, and it's always very frustrating to watch. But what do you think about it personally as a journalist?
Yeah, no, I also am somewhat frustrated too. It's always the place I start when this stuff comes up. It's like, yeah, I think if you talk to the Trump campaign, their goal would be maybe like 30-40% of black men, I mean, at the max that they would hope for. And that would still make, you know, even if they were to achieve 30%, that would still make black men the more blue voting demographic than so many other ones. So we're talking about a small group of people.
Yeah.
But have they successfully appealed to that small group of people? And more importantly, have Democrats eroded among this community? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And some of that is changes over time that predate, I think, Joe Biden. You know, there was a drop-off since 2012. There's lack of party identification that's more true of young black voters. They're less likely to be religious, which, you know, a lot of those old relationships between black church and Democratic parties were really real. I think overall, we've seen Democrats fall off among people who haven't gone to college more broadly. So some of that stuff crosses race completely. But I'm like, Donald Trump also makes a specific appeal to a version of masculinity that cuts across races also.
Yes.
And so when we would talk, we had a focus group around black men for our show. And some of the stuff that comes up is the same type of same type of Me Too backlash or same type of conservative kind of anti-LGBTQ language that we see in a lot of other places that have taken hold among some groups of, you know, men across races. And so there's actually, I'm with you that like, I don't think it's surprising that we have seen them make a little marginal gain, but I also don't, but you know, it's not meaningless. I would say that Harris, though, creates a new opportunity on this front. That's not to say that misogyny among black male voters doesn't exist. I've heard so much of it when it comes to her candidacy specifically. But I'm saying it creates a different type of upside, energy, and organization among black communities, which I think might bring these people in for different reasons. I thought the way the Biden campaign has talked about its relationship with black voters has been so haughty and like has been very, I think, paternalistic for a while. And what the evidence tells us is that they do well among your most committed type of older black Democrats. And that was always where they were most doing well. They were never doing well among sub 40 black voters, even back in 2020.
Oh, so that's actually one thing I wanted to bring up. The only interesting piece of analysis I've seen on this is like proximity to the civil rights movement. Like the further you get away from that, which is like obviously one of the most consequential gains made by the Democratic Party for black Americans, the less the further you move away from that generationally, the less likely you are to have like any kind of commitment or loyalty to the Democratic Party, because the modern Democratic Party has done nothing for you. And sure, there's always a defensive posture and church networks and everything that you just mentioned, but like beyond that, there is no reason for a young black voter to like make the calculations about harm reduction that like these mythical voters are supposed to be making at all times, which has been a fundamental plank in the Democratic Party's like election, their re-election chances every fucking cycle.
They've held black communities at like hostage with the same kind of lesser of two evils argument for a long time.
Yeah.
And I think that for a lot of people who are further and further away from the kind of sense that you must vote because of this, you know, because of the ways that the right was earned so recently, that argument was hitting less and less. And that's happened, I think, a couple cycles, and I think was definitely true in this one also. And so it frustrates me though, because, black communities vote for Democrats in disproportionate numbers than any other racial or ethnic group. But does anyone think that that means that black people don't have any problems with Democrats? Is that supposed to mean that they've just accepted everything and they would continue to accept everything?
Yeah.
And so I think sometimes when we hear Democrats, they've learned to say the words of like, black people aren't a monolith. And then you see in moments of crisis, I think we were seeing this actually right before Joe Biden dropped out, they would use this mythical monolith of black voters as a political excuse. And I'm like, wait, I thought we weren't a monolith. So now you're telling me that every single black person wants Biden to stay in? Like, where, you know, make it make sense.
that was extra gross because like the replacement was a black woman. So like, they were like, oh, you're racist for thinking that like a black woman would be a better candidate than the old white guy. Like that was so insane to me when they try to do that. But the other thing, God, there was another thing that I wanted to talk about. It's the hyper focus on like black men, where people will be like, and I think like liberal commentators, even at like The Root and stuff, do this too sometimes. Like, no disrespect, but like they'll be like, oh, black men have a homophobia problem, and it's like, have you seen white men like?
Yeah, that's why I say it's a cross-racial
like, it's just
group.
not a thing. Like the hyper focus is silly because ultimately it is reflected in every demographic. So it always feels odd to me when black men specifically are put under a microscope for being like Trump voters and like very conservative. And it's like, dude, that's the rest of America, the rest of American men.
You see this across men of like all types, more likely to be business owners, one to feel less dependent on government, gun owners. Some of these conservative qualities just have a higher percentage of men. So especially when Donald Trump is making a more forward masculinity appeal, I think it's no surprise he drops off among women. And it's no surprise that he raises among men of a lot of types. I think on the black point specifically, one of the things that sticks out is there's a huge gulf between the black political class and the unity among them on a specific message, and I think a more diverse black electorate. And so in the time in which Biden is leaning on these figures to make the argument about black voters overall, it can be easy, I think, for particularly mainstream or white media to let those go unchallenged. And so I'm not saying that they are misrepresenting the community intentionally. I just think they have a political incentive to make this argument the same way that a lot of politicians have political incentives to make an argument about a lot of groups. But it was never reflected on the ground. Black people were just as mixed about the idea of Biden and age as I think everyone else we experienced. And then more so, you saw a lot of the fears about process and chaos that could come from him leaving lessened because of the idea of Harris. And so, you know, I actually think that the story overall with her is an interesting one to me because Biden did not have to, the DEI language around her and the kind of tokenism that has surrounded this position, partially because Democrats made these identity first pledges, I think have definitely like hurt her in terms of being able to be seen as her own and on her own, right? At the same time,
no, I think it's a benefit though.
Like at the same time, I think the Republicans are going to use this in ways that will benefit her with these communities. And I think it reminds you of the reasons why diversity and all of those things are actually important. Because when you have someone who is different, when you have someone who has a more natural relationship with communities, I think some of the reasons some of these folks might rally around Harris is not even because they like her so much, but because what the people they don't like are saying about her.
Absolutely.
It becomes very clear to me that black folks could get defensive about her, and that could help her too.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's why, and I think the Republican Party recognizes that as well. That's why you saw Speaker Mike Johnson come out and be like, guys, stop saying that, like, stop saying she's a DEI pick, please. Because, like, if you're a person of color, like, I mean, you recognize what's going on there.
You've seen it. You've heard it.
Yeah.
You've probably been charged with it yourself, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to make you feel some kinship with Kamala Harris more than that same attack.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that the Republicans are so comfortable in their like state legislature agendas and their victories that they've gotten on that front, which is like an uneven field, which they designed to be an uneven field that is not democratic at all, that is like completely that's completely reliant on redistricting, that they genuinely think that these ideas are popular and they do not know how to run against like a normal candidate. They only so they're just only leaning into the one thing that they have, which is like culture war issues and just like consistently turning the heat up on things like this. And I think that will you know, negatively polarize a lot of people who would otherwise be less interested in voting. I think that's what's going on, and that's what's going to continue happening. I just hope that the Democratic Party doesn't rely on that exclusively and think that this is a cakewalk and not make smart decisions in terms of messaging. Instead, thank you so much for coming on. This was phenomenal. A lot of people are asking for your skincare routine. They're
none, you know, some soap, you know, like you know, like the one product your like ex leaves at your house that you've been using for 2 years.
Okay, well, thank you so much for coming on. This was wonderful. There was an embarrassing DM I sent you many years ago during the South Carolina primaries because I think you tweeted about me or something because I was talking about because I was talking about like the black vote or conservatism in the black vote in the South or something, and I think it got clipped out of context and and I was like, hey, would you please come on and inform my audience about it? I wasn't even like being contentious. I was like genuinely interested in your perspective.
No, it's actually really nice. I just didn't see.
Yeah, I'm glad that you didn't see it because it's very embarrassing. But
no, I appreciate the work that you do. I think that like there need to be more informal spaces of people talking about this stuff. And like at the time in which people were not caring about this election, I appreciate you have like a community that you keep on it. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. All right, bye.
Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what an incredible guest! What an incredible guest! That was phenomenal. I love it when you have journalists on, super informative and somehow entertaining as well. Seeing you kind of out of the streaming bubble. Great guest. Yeah, that was Astead from the Run Up podcast of the New York Times, and yeah, Astead Herndon. He's a legend. He's phenomenal. Great work overall. I like having journalists on who know what they're talking about because, you know, I think it also like reiterates some of the points that I make with like, you know, from a position of authority to a certain degree. Sucks that he's a Spurs fan though. It's fine. Okay. And remember, this is why I love this is why I always say, like, look, I criticize the New York Times all the time. Okay. I criticize the New York Times all the time, but that doesn't mean that there aren't like, you know, people doing very good work at the New York Times. It's still one of the most significant aspects of journalism that, you know, that happens. But he's right when he says it's an informal space, you know, ain't nobody else is serving 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour and just kind of sneaking that in. Spurs are the proletariat team of the NBA, not like you West Coast elitists with your Lakers or Golden State. True. I can't believe New York Times would employ anyone that isn't a Knicks fan. I don't think that's how that works. Oh, he's talking about Tottenham Spurs. Oh, you guys, I thought you were... All right, anyway. Kamala Harris is live after meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. We're going to go to it right now to see what her instincts are. But seeing Benjamin Netanyahu, the demon, smile ear to ear makes me think potentially... Wait, that's it? Are they not going to get together and talk? I thought this was supposed to be a closed door meeting. Oh God, I hope she doesn't reaffirm her commitment to like Israel or whatever. That would be not great. I don't know what that was. It's a private talk. Okay. It's actually cool seeing you guys so excited about Kamala Harris while hating her guts. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm like excited about Kamala Harris. But when changes like this happen, it's so funny the New York Times can print you're a huge spreader of misinfo, then 4 days later have their star reporter on them out. I mean, you have to remember there's Someone in the chat said 8% of journalists are hired by the New York Times. 8% of American journalists. That's a lot of fucking journalists. The thing I'm more excited about is the prospect of the Democratic Party actually doing something that's like competent. Do you see what I'm saying? Because that's like legitimately unique. That is something that you don't see ever. That is something that I don't see ever. So that was what was actually shocking about the last couple of days, like the Democratic Party getting together, responding to voter pressure, and doing something that is like objectively competent. So, you know, that's what I think is like unique in this situation. So that's what I think. Anyway, not just excited, just a tiny bit hopeful. I mean, my excitement comes from, like I said, the Democratic Party being like somewhat remotely competent. And I'm also interested in seeing like which direction they go. Do they follow on this momentum and actually lean on, will they follow on this momentum and lean on like objectively good measures, like maybe a changing of the narrative in terms of like two key issues where they're like pretty weak on? And by when I say pretty weak, I don't mean like my own personal opinion in terms of like what I think about Gaza or what I think about immigration. I'm talking like election wise. Like these are weaknesses that the Democratic Party has. I hadn't put together at first that this was an official VP statement and not something her campaign put out. She wouldn't break with Biden in her official role. Shitty but boilerplate Dem, worthy of criticism. Nah, I think it's still silly. She can't do that. Honestly, I think the weakness goes border, economy, Gaza. Well, the reason why I don't actually talk about the economy is because seemingly voters are not putting the economy on her, and they're simply keeping it to Biden, which is crazy. There have been polling on the matter, and like they actually don't hold Kamala Harris responsible for the economy at all. There's two different reasons for it. One, because like the economy is rebounding, okay? But the other major reason is because they like kind of blame Biden for it. And that might be because they kept calling it like Bidenflation. You know what I mean? Internal stuff, econ is really weak, at least on messaging effectiveness. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. But all I was speaking on was like how the economy stink is not transferred specifically to Kamala Harris in the same way that it was impacting Biden. Kamala debt, am I right? Yeah. Probably because Biden himself called it Bidenomics. Yeah, the worst part about it is that Bidenomics wasn't bad. It's just the worst possible place to do like Bernie style change when like it's your weakest issue. No, it wasn't bad. A lot of the stuff that he was advocating for in terms of Bidenomics was literally like it was boilerplate Bernie. Okay? It wasn't bad. Like Bidenomics was a perfect example of good policy and bad politics. Yeah. He was a bad messenger for it. And it was the wrong moment to do it. Does that make sense? The tariffs on China was terrible. We're not even talking about the tariffs on China. That's new shit. We're talking about when he came out with Bidenomics. When he came out with Bidenomics, it was like infrastructure spending. It was like expanding child tax credits, shit like that. Expanding Medicare, Medicaid access. Like it was literally I think that was genuinely a Bernie Sanders Jr. coalition, like junior partner in the coalition shit. Yeah, it wasn't bad stuff at all. Anyway, let's get back to this. Antitrust lawsuits, yeah, stuff like that.
Clashing with police as some burned a U.S. flag and others wrote "Hamas is coming" on a statue. In Tel Aviv, CBS's Deborah Patta was there as demonstrators watched Netanyahu's speech live.
Like the Hamas is coming shit is like cringe, okay? Make no mistake. I think it's cringe. It's unproductive. It's unhelpful. You have to like, you cannot be fucking so callous in your defense of Palestinians, right? You're not like going to normalize Hamas. It's just not going to happen, okay? And as an American, when you say stuff like that, other Americans are going to look at you and be like, well, you're a terrorist, okay? But hyper focusing on that is so dumb. Like, why? Why would you ever, as a Democrat, as a progressive, as anyone, ever spend any time on that? Just avoid talking about it. The fuck is wrong with you? Don't ever bring that up. Never. Like, never, ever, ever bring that shit up. There is no reason. There is no reason. And if you have any anger to what I just said about like the Hamas is coming for you stuff, right? If you're ever mad about that, look to the messaging discipline demonstrated by the fucking college protesters as the way to move forward. Okay? They still yelled at them and said they're pro-Hamas, they're pro-Hamas, they're pro-Hamas. And those guys were so on it. And they had like almost no fucking leaks whatsoever. So, yeah, there's no reason. Like, if you fucking focus on that, you're a dummy, okay? If you focus on that as a Democrat, you're so dumb. You're the dumbest guy ever. They're just trying to bully you. They're trying to bully you. They're trying to fucking, you know what they're doing? It's like people coming in here today and being like, why have you not talked about Ava Kris Tyson? I have, but it doesn't matter. They didn't see it, so they're thinking like, oh, you haven't, right? And then when you say I have, they immediately move on to the next thing. And they go, oh, well, you haven't sufficiently covered it. It's not real. It's not a real point of concern or a point of consideration. When the right-wing Republicans bring that shit up, they're not doing that because they like actually are fearful that Hamas is coming and that these are Iranian-backed protesters. They're doing that as a talking point to fucking basically say like any and every protest that sees Palestinians as human beings is actually just fucking wrong and bad and violent and scary. Okay? So don't ever fucking lean into that. Don't ever. That's so stupid.
Live on TV.
People here say they're not interested in what Netanyahu has to say. The only thing they want to hear from their prime minister is that there's a deal.
Maya Roman was outside the House chamber in Washington and feels the same. She has a relative who remains a hostage of Hamas.
You have terrible terrorists like Yahya Sinwar finally willing to bring our loved ones back to end this war. You have to take advantage of that. You can't let it slip.
Yeah, like, dude, this is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, you had like Jewish Israeli hostage family members getting arrested by the police, and you're fucking talking about Hamas. Like, what? Are you fucking brain dead? Are you insane? These are people that are like flying from Israel to shit on Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, you have half of the party not attending and boycotting the Netanyahu speech. You have Netanyahu sucking Trump's cock in Mar-a-Lago after the speech is over. And you're gonna not use that? Are you fucking brain dead? Like, they're basically telegraphing the right path forward. I'm not expecting Kamala Harris to come out and be like, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be fucking free, okay? I'm not expecting her to be like, long live the Intifada. I'm simply saying, lean in to the gift-wrapped, perfect fucking delivery mechanism for you to at least change a little bit of the messaging on the issue of Gaza, okay? That's all. Like, There are so many people who are just desperately waiting for Kamala Harris to say something, anything that's different from the fucking dying old man who just keeps going in front of every camera and being like, I'm a Zionist. I love Israel. I mean, I think 40,000 dead children is not enough, Jack. We got to do more. We got to kill more babies in Palestine. Like, just don't do that. Like, just even fucking Nancy Pelosi is aware of like the situation. And then she comes out and she's like, yeah, the real problem here is not Benjamin Netanyahu. It's fucking American protesters exercising their First Amendment rights. Oh, brother.
Between our fingers, there's no time to waste.
In addition to his meeting with President Biden today and Vice President Harris, Netanyahu set to meet with former President Trump tomorrow in Florida. Nate?
Scott, thank you.
Netanyahu is really not popular with Israelis these days. He's also not popular with American Jews, even supporters of Israel. Jerry Nadler.
Yeah, but he's very popular with American Congress, it seems, specifically the Republican Party. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? All you needed to do was be like, Benjamin Netanyahu is literally more popular with the American Republican Party than he is with Israelis. That's all. That right there is just, that's it. That's all you got to say. That's all you got to fucking say. Like, you are biased because you're Muslim. Ignore the Christians. They are just vibing. Netanyahu's homes in the U.S. but denies Gazans that same right. I mean, no, I'm not biased because I'm Muslim. Okay, that's a fucking ridiculous assessment. Like, Islam has nothing to do with this. Fucking crazy. I'm not even making the point. For the record, I'm not even personally making the point. He said, sorry, bad joke. Okay, everybody calm down. The person was just saying, like, this is what people will say to you. I'm not even making the point of like, I'm not even making the point from my own personal point of view. I'm making the point from, election. Like I've put officially it's election season. I put my libtard hat on. I'm talking about like the Democratic Party's prospects. Okay. There are a lot more people in here than like rugged hardliner leftists. And I'm trying to explain. I am trying to explain that this is very significant, especially for Michigan and certainly for Minnesota as well. Okay. This is a significant issue. And there are a lot of young people who might be convinced into voting and are just like looking for any reason, okay? Looking for any reason to turn around and be like, yeah, no, I love Kamala Harris, okay? She's great. She's so much different than Joe Biden on this issue. There are so many young people.
Representative Jerry Nadler was like the dean of the Jewish caucus. He said the day before Netanyahu spoke that he's the worst leader of Israel going back 2,000 years in history since the sacking of the Second Temple. So it's not a great moment for Netanyahu. It might be time for him to exit the stage.
Yeah.
Why would he, dude? He's dunking on us. Benjamin Netanyahu's farting on us, dude. Okay? He's farting on America. Why would he exit the stage? As a matter of fact, we just gave him a lifeline. What do you think this visit is? This visit is basically him going back to Israel and being like, oh yeah, you guys don't like me? Well, guess what? Daddy likes me. And it's not even daddy at this point. I'm daddy. That's what he's doing here. What do you think is going on? What do you think this entire visit is? This entire visit is like, I'm here to fucking show the people of Israel why you keep voting for me for the past 30 fucking years, okay? That's what this is. Every fucking clap is another Knesset seat for Likud, okay? Every clap in the American Congress was another vote for Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. an objectively unpopular politician who is able to literally flex his manipulation of American Congress as a massive benefit. Netanyahu and Harris refrained from giving a statement, Prime Minister to families. Both Biden and Harris avoided joint statements with Netanyahu and contented themselves, saying that we have a lot to talk about. Before that, Prime Minister and the President met with the families of the abductees who said they receive hope that something will happen. Kaya. Place. Do you see Mayor P's brain dead take? Grave concern from the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza cannot justify defacing federal property with Hamas slogans. Passionate differences are ground for a fierce battle and meaningful parts. It's not intimidation and certainly not support for terrorism. Dude, what are you saying? He literally personally recognizes that there's a genocide happening and or at least makes inferences to atrocities occurring. And then he goes, but you know what the real atrocity is? Markers, okay? Markers on federal property. Shut the fuck up. That doesn't even make sense. That makes sense in on no planet does that make sense. So stupid. Anyway, you see Shapiro own himself? Damn, his dad must be spinning circles in his grave. Yeah. Israel only existed for 76 years, but he's the worst Israeli prime minister in 3,000 years. Yeah, I mean, all right, let's see. I gotta pee.
Everybody in? Well, welcome back, Mr. Prime Minister. We got a lot to talk about. I think we should get to it. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, we've known each other for 40 years, and you've known every Israeli Prime Minister for 50 years, from Golda Meir. So from a proud Jewish Zionist to a proud Irish-American Zionist, I want to thank you for 50 years of public service and 50 years of support for the State of Israel. And I look forward to discussing with you today and working with you in the months ahead on the great issues before us.
I look forward to it as well. By the way, that first meeting with Prime Minister Golda Meir, and she had an assistant sitting next to me, a guy named Rabin. That's how far back it goes. I was only 12 then. But anyway, thank you all for being here.
He's an old man. He gets scared with these voices. Stop it. The press has no chill.
This morning, we're learning new details about ongoing.
Saw your tweet about your fitness progress, and I gotta say, that shouldn't have taken 4 years, bro. You could have done that in 4 months. First of all, it wasn't 4 years, it was 3. And secondly, I love you, chatter. Thank you for saying that. As in with steroids. Bless up. This is my favorite aspect of being online, is that you can look at something that is objectively good and still find a way to try and be like, you know what? I'm going to fucking try to hurt this guy's feelings. You know? I mean, it didn't work, but Nah, bro, you did great. I remember when you turned 30 and talking about you felt down. I'm so glad you came around, bro. Yeah. W hater energy. We need more of that. No, we don't. Anyway, Israel adds new demands to ceasefire talks with Hamas.
Following negotiations to secure a ceasefire in Gaza. A diplomat familiar with the talks tells CBS News Israel has put forward new demands that include what you see on the screen there. Israeli forces staying on what's called the Philadelphia Corridor. That's a key strip of land along Gaza's southern border with Egypt.
That's
and
insane.
preventing unrestricted access for civilians seeking to return to their homes in the north.
That's also insane. Both of those are not even, like, those aren't demands. Those aren't even demands. They're just like, at that point, it's just, like, what are we doing? That's just a non-starter. It's like, hey, by the way, we're not committed to the withdrawal at all. Great. Good stuff. Surely, good stuff. Surely we'll we'll hold Benjamin Netanyahu to account and not let him just run his fucking dick and balls across the table. You know? Surely.
Comes after what was a fiery address. Israel's prime minister gave this to Congress, defending his country's war in Gaza against Hamas. While outside of the building, thousands of pro-Palestinian demonstrators were protesting his very presence.
Well, I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots.
Like, it's so gross. As opposed to the people in front of me in this room who are useful idiots and willing participants in my version of what I just described in Tehran. We like to only do that to the Palestinian children, not the Israelis. We make no difference between whether the Palestinian were tying and killing and melting is actually gay or straight. We do not ask them English or Spanish before killing them. We will start tomorrow. We will say, whoever moves first is gay. And if they move first, we will not kill them with our bombs.
Scott McFarlane is following the latest for us this morning from Capitol Hill. Scott, good morning. What more did Netanyahu have to say in his address to Congress that resonates in Washington?
Hey, Errol, he was really trying to execute a balancing act of getting more support, including more financial support from Congress for the war against Hamas, but also trying to champion this relationship, this historic relationship between the U.S. and Israel.
You got to admit, expressing verbal support for Hamas kind of dumb on the protest part. No, I don't give a shit. No, I'm not having this conversation. I don't care. This is exactly what they did with the fucking Vietnam War, okay? Student protesters, a lot of activists were saying unconditional support to the Viet Cong, okay? And the coverage was exactly the same. Did that actually take away from the moral side of the argument? Did that take away from the morality of the argument at all? Hamas, as it stands currently, in a defensive posture, is in a significantly better moral position than the Israeli occupying forces, okay? That's it. That's it. They are the people that are defending the Palestinians to the best of their ability. They are not great in terms of domestic affairs. They're far from my favorite group that could potentially rule over the Palestinians democratically. But that's not the equation right now. The equation is that there's a fucking genocide going on, okay? Now, if you were to have this conversation in terms of like how that reflects upon the movement across the board in the Western world, yeah, I mean, I get it. It's just, it's a bad look, Sweaty. There's a reason Fatah is universally unpopular amongst the Palestinians. Exactly. How are you supposed to build a bridge with Israelis if you support Hamas? How are you supposed to build a bridge with Israelis if you support the PLO? How are you supposed to build a bridge with the Israelis if you support Palestinians? How are you supposed to build a bridge with the Israelis if you support the UNRWA, which was also declared a terrorist organization? How are you supposed to build a bridge with the Israelis if you support Fatah, but also simultaneously not like I guess not like the Palestinian Authority, which, you know, they change back and forth on whether or not it's a terror cell or not. Yeah. What you should be asking is like, how are the Israelis supposed to build a bridge with the people that they're fucking murdering? You know? Can you read this? Yes, I read it. I did.
There were protesters, as you mentioned, not just here in Washington, D.C., but in Tel Aviv and to a degree right there in the chamber, because there were dozens of Democratic House members and senators who boycotted attending the address. Some of them told me they don't want to take this moment to give Benjamin Netanyahu this platform as he tries to work on political interests of his own back home, as he tries to rally his own conservative base back home. Obviously, there are also concerns about how he is executing this war, the number of civilian deaths, the number of casualties overall. There's a mixed reaction to Congress's plans to continue providing billions of dollars to Israel. And there are deadlines coming, Errol. There's a spending deadline September 30th in which there may be more aid needed or more aid proposed. That's the backdrop upon which Benjamin Netanyahu addressed Congress yesterday.
Back home in Israel, he's seeing protests against his handling of the war as well.
Do people never stop to think how history will look back at this moment with so much disgust? Sometimes I think that's copium. Sometimes I think that's a valid take. Sometimes I think it's copium. We'll just look back at it like the indigenous genocide, a lost chapter in American history. You know, if Israel succeeds, then we look back at it like, oh man, we'll be doing like land acknowledgments for the Palestinians in 100 years. You know, this VC, this hedge fund was built on stolen Palestinian land, that type of shit. If they fail, then yes, we will look back at it like, we will look back at it unkindly. History doesn't even look back at Hitler that negatively anymore. Yeah, that's the other problem. This 5-star American resort was built in the indigenous Palestinian lands. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't think Israel will succeed because it seems like Israel is not doing great. Also, before we move on to what Kamala Harris's husband, second gentleman Douglas Emhoff, said about his stance on Israel, I got to give a quick shout out to Will and Caroline, who actually came in. They're gone now. when I was talking to Astead, and unfortunately they didn't tell me they were coming ahead of time, so it just happened to be during. It happened to be during the conversation, so I couldn't actually bring them in because I thought that would be inappropriate. But they brought me birthday gifts, which I think are amazing. I suspect this is from Caroline. Living history with Hillary Rodham Clinton. Dear Hasan, we are living through historic times. Glad to have you on the team. Will you chip in $5 to help us beat fascism? Democracy has never been more at stake. Yours truly, Hillary. I don't know if Caroline actually wrote this or if she actually was able to get this from Hillary directly. I'm not even kidding. Oh my God, I think this is literally Hillary. Oh my God. This is Hillary's own personal signature. This is how she wrote Hillary. Either she's an incredible like duper faker. By the way, don't say no shot. No. She could have definitely gotten this from Hillary. Yeah, forger. Caroline's parents are tapped in with the DNC. Yeah, we did this. Wait, did you actually get this from Hillary Rodham Clinton? Like, did Hillary Rodham Clinton write this or did Caroline forge it? Be for real. Please don't lie to me. We're waiting on your answer, Will. My girl Hill, she was over for dinner. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, be for real, dude. And she said she wanted to give you a gift. Hill Dog's a big fan of mine. I did vote for her, so maybe that's why. And then Will got me this. You caught us. Obama wrote it. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree Collector's Edition. Which, oh shit. Which I suspect is Elden Ring base game not included. Download code inside for Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree Collector's Edition. $18 inches of mesmer. Don't open it, bro. I'm gonna open it. Do I have a knife here somewhere? I ain't ready for 18 inches of mesmer, dude. There's a code back here. I'm not going to touch that. I'm not going to show that. Okay, full screening. Hold on. Hold on. Holding. Comes with a book of the artist Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree. And another box. Oh, you can open it like this. 18 inches of mesmer. This is sick. This is amazing. Thank you, Will and Caroline. Thank you so much. Beat him up before he phase transitions. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, consistently some of the best gifts I ever receive. But the greatest gift of all is your friendship. Sis Wet could handle all 18 inches. Sis Wet would have 3 mesbers going up there at the same time. What is this conversation? You guys are... I shouldn't have read that. All right. Now we're going to get back to the news. Okay. Way to ruin the moment, old man. Okay.
Days after launching her presidential bid, Kamala Harris is diving into one of the stickiest and fraught foreign policy issues of our time, Israel's war against Hamas. The vice president is sitting down with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this afternoon, just after his sit down with President Biden. The big question, what stance will Kamala Harris take on Israel, on the war against Hamas? Will she remain in lockstep with Joe Biden's
I got Hasan my love and support for his birthday.
CNN's Isaac Dover has new reporting on all.
How about he show up to a fucking podcast in terms of his love and support for my birthday? His birthday gift should be showing up to a fucking podcast.
All of this, and it's great reporting this morning, Isaac. How big of a test is this for Harris?
How'd this man find a worse gift than a sticker?
Well, it's a huge test. As you say, this has been a pretty consequential week for Kamala Harris in her political life, and no big deal. Next up, she's got to deal with Israel. It's a politically fraught issue. It's an issue that she is under attack for already by some Republicans trying to make an issue out of it. It is something that has divided the Democratic Party.
It's an issue that Republicans have attacked her over it. Got to be the annoying chatter bringing up different news. Yes, we'll talk about SAG-AFTRA strike. Chatter, we will.
For this whole year, and will be a part of the argument that is going on into November in tight states. And of course, she's also navigating Joe Biden, the incumbent president, whose stance on Israel is very clear and who is not done working on this issue as he tries to get a hostage and ceasefire deal. But it's so much going on that just yesterday, her husband, Doug Emhoff, got on a call of Jewish supporters to talk to them about trying to say what her position is on Israel, since it's such a big question. So let's take a listen to what happened there on that call.
That's wild. Okay. Like, I mean, it's not like a Jewish versus not Jewish boundary, but like, if we're doing that, like, are they going to get on calls with, are they going to campaign in Michigan? Like, are they going to go to Dearborn? Are they going to talk to like any Arab or Muslim voters, or what are we doing?
Let me just make this clear. Vice President Harris has been and will be a strong supporter of Israel as a secure, democratic.
His background, he's hiding his background because it's actually all Rashid Khalidi and like Edward Said, all books. It's all prominent Palestinian authors. That's why he's hiding his background.
And Jewish state, and she will always ensure that Israel can defend itself, period. That's who Kamala Harris is.
So look, that's of course Emhoff himself, who's Jewish, talking about this, saying she's a strong supporter of Israel, but not getting deep into the details of it.
Yeah, the details obviously are almost everything here. I mean, Joe Biden is arguably...
Yeah, he's in a Hamas tunnel doing critical support. That's why he's not showing his background. He's just scared to show.
the most explicitly pro-Israel American president that we've...
Yeah, Douglas's daughter is like pro-Palestine. That should cause you to understand the generational split on this, by the way. Like, Ella Emhoff, that man that you just saw, Douglas Emhoff, second gentleman, his own daughter is fucking doing fundraisers for UNRWA and is pro-Palestine. Okay? That right there is a perfect representation. That small little photo right there is a snapshot of the generational divide on the issue of Palestine among American Jews, okay? What the hell is wrong with your face, Freckles? What? Are you okay? I'm finally listening to an audiobook from the 100-Year War on Palestine. I'm surprised how much I already understand just from watching you daily for months after October 8th. Yeah.
seen. Does Kamala Harris fashion herself the same?
Well, that's an interesting question, Kate, because just 2 weeks ago, as Biden was trying to salvage his campaign, he yet again said in an interview that he is a proud Zionist. He said, you don't have to be Jewish to be a Zionist. It's what we should all be. And yesterday, I asked Kamala Harris's office whether she considers herself a Zionist, and I did not get a direct yes or no answer to that. I did get a long statement from one of her aides saying that she supports Israel and the defense of Israel, also supports a Palestinian state, but did not engage on that one word of Zionism. That's a word that for a century meant one thing, but over the last year has become caught up in all sorts of politics, and especially from the left wing of the Democratic Party, trying to make that into a bad word. And clearly that is part of what Harris is trying to navigate here too.
Isaac, great reporting on this. Arguably, I think we'd said it earlier, the meeting with Joe Biden, important, of course, the current president, but arguably the more...
It's crazy, man. Is crazy. Like the boundaries of acceptability for like even liberals, the progressives, supposedly quote unquote progressives, is just like, are you unconditionally committed to the death and destruction of Palestinians, or are you like kind of committed to it? Like anything outside of that, you're fucking anti-Semitic and you're a monster. I mean, I guess it's good that she didn't say she's a Zionist. But like, holy shit.
More important sit down today would be the Israeli Prime Minister.
Yeah, the leftist Democrats are trying to turn Rhodesian ultranationalism into a bad word. Yeah. It's like crazy that the leftists have turned colonial genocide, settler colonialism, and genocide into like a bad concept. Is kind of fucked up. Maybe we should dial it back. It's giving anti-Semitism. We made it a bad word. Britannica describes Zionism as Jewish nationalist movement that has had its goals as the creation and support of a Jewish national state in Palestine. So what the fuck? Yeah. You don't understand. We made it a bad word because like, what he means by that is people used to not give a shit about it. And now people are aware that it means like 40,000 dead Palestinians. Which, you know, that is the real calculation here. She supports a Palestinian state. That's good, I guess. So does Joe Biden on paper. Joe Biden literally says he's a Zionist. And then we'll also say hold on. My door is ringing. Okay. Calling settler colonialism bad is anti-American, obviously. I mean, yeah, it is. You're projecting. Totally unbiased reporter. What do you mean? It literally always was a bad word. These people are the ones trying so hard to make it a good word. Yeah.
Mr. sitting down with a VP now. It's good to see you. Sarah.
It's a great point. Washington Post columnist Josh Rogan is joining me now to discuss more on this. You just heard from Isaac Dovere. Kamala Harris is meeting with Netanyahu today. She was the first person in the Biden administration to publicly call for a ceasefire. Do you expect her to be harder on Netanyahu than Joe Biden has been?
Sure. Well, you couldn't have imagined a month ago when Speaker Johnson invited Prime Minister Netanyahu to speak to Congress that Kamala Harris would be the presumptive nominee and that Joe Biden would essentially be a lame duck. And now that she has this new role, what she says in this meeting with Netanyahu will be extremely important. And what her office is already putting out is that she's going to deliver a tough message, that she's going to warn him that if he doesn't shift his policies to be more in line with both what the Biden administration wants in terms of securing a ceasefire.
Yeah. Listen, I won't be fucking glazing you, okay? You better figure it out or else I'll have some stern words, okay? I mean, this is like so far, I'm sorry, but this is so far just like carbon copy Biden. Like Biden was like, oh, I'm going to have BB have a come to Jesus moment. Biden, who says he's a Zionist, while simultaneously also says he believes in two states. Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't, though. So what do we do? What is this? The strat for Israel is you have to lie to their face and then snake them once you are president and win an election. Otherwise, they'll lash your trillions calling you a Nazi and blow the U.S. election. Then you wait for Netanyahu to come back after cutting the feeding tube as president and have your FBI take him out. What a fantasy. Yeah, that's never going to happen. No, the strat with Israel is just straight up being demonstrating unconditional loyalty to Israel and then never really straying away from that at all. And just continuing your undying loyalty and continuing the steady flow of weapons transfers. I think people in Michigan, people in Minnesota, young voters everywhere should be putting the fucking clamps on the Biden administration. Well, Biden administration and also the Kamala re-election. That's right. I don't give a shit. I don't care if people say, oh, this is like leftist infighting or whatever. I think the Vote Uncommitted campaign coming out and applying pressure is actually good. Okay. They're still relatively weak. There's still much more work to be done in terms of like securing the re-election. Like, polls still favor Donald Trump. I think it's perfectly fair to demand more assurances from Kamala Harris. Your vote is not to be taken for granted. It's ridiculous. That's not, that's not how this works. The young voters sure helped Bernie. They don't care. Yeah, dude, that's the primaries, man. I don't know if you know that, but I mean, the primaries actually this time around didn't look too fucking good for the Democrats anyway. But there's a big difference between the youth vote in terms of the primaries or even the fucking midterms this time around. The Democratic Party cannot take the youth vote for granted, and they certainly do not have it right now. You know? So, what are we doing here? Like, there are ways to try to communicate with the administration, or rather the re-election campaign. And I think that they should keep up the pressure entirely. What the fuck? 15.45. Nice. Almost 16 ounces, almost a pound. What are you eating? Chicken, as always, as I do every day at this time. Every single day. Personally, I think Netanyahu not a nice guy. Yeah. In here, it's always don't take your vote for granted, or you get called a stupid fucking liberal for thinking your vote matters law.
But also in terms of giving more aid and dignity and agency to the Palestinians in Gaza, that the policy could change under her watch. That they're not saying that, they're just signaling that. And that's something that Netanyahu has to take very seriously. On the other hand, if she doesn't win, then Trump comes back in and Netanyahu will have a free hand. So it could go either way for them.
You mentioned Trump. He is also going to be meeting with Donald Trump, who is the presumptive Republican presidential nominee. What do you expect there, and how unusual is that? He's hedging his bets, clearly.
Yeah, no, every foreign leader in the world is trying to make inroads with the Trump administration, whether you're President Zelensky or Prime Minister Kishida or Prime Minister Netanyahu, you're trying to meet with Trump or someone close to Trump. And I think that's actually totally normal and should be non-controversial. But I think what you'll see in the meeting between Netanyahu and Trump is a love fest, and a promise from Trump that all of these pressures that the Biden administration and especially a possible Harris administration are threatening would not occur under his watch. And of course, Netanyahu is going to love that message. So he'll have a very stark difference between his two interactions. And like I said, he can't be sure, none of us can be sure who's going to win. So I think he just has to play it cool and try to listen to both and not anger either. And that's the needle that he's trying to thread while he's here in Washington.
I do want to ask you about this moment where Netanyahu, speaking to Congress, went after pro-Palestinian protesters here in America who have been protesting because they are angry about the death toll and the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Here's what he said about American protesters.
I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots.
What do you make of what he said in some of his comments? He also said that the protesters were pro-Hamas, for rapists and killers. And, some of the protesters, a good deal of them are Jewish Americans.
Wow.
Right. I mean, I've been talking to...
What? CNN? Am I watching Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman? What's going on right now? That's shocking. That is, wow. That is weird. I mean, the bar is so fucking low for mainstream media that, like, just accurately reporting the events as they happened is literally, like, unexpected, especially on this issue.
Protesters in Washington.
I said, this is early news, bro. This video literally has more views than most of CNN's views in 8 hours. What are you talking about?
This for the last 10 months, and a very small portion are those who actually support Hamas or what they're doing. The vast majority have what I consider to be legitimate concerns with Israeli conduct during the war and the treatment of Palestinians, and that's shared. Those concerns are shared by a lot of Israelis, not just Jewish Americans like this Jewish American, but a lot of Israelis and every aid group on the ground. So Netanyahu, I think, missed an opportunity to acknowledge that these are legitimate concerns and denigrated these protesters, and I don't think that's good for Israel or for the Palestinians, to be honest.
That was, wow. Wow. If only we had someone lean into this a little bit.
We begin.
Perhaps the wife of the person that was in the title, who now has a unique opportunity to do the right thing. Yeah, it seems like these guys, seems like Seth Rogen and CNN are participating in Hamas propaganda, by the way. The change from Biden to Harris is a clean slate for the ticket, but if they continue on the course that Biden said, I'm not voting for her, I can't in good conscience vote for someone who allows what I've seen with my eyes. Yeah. Perfectly fair.
And with President Biden's history-making speech last night from the Oval Office, he explained his decision not to seek re-election, saying it's time for younger voices. Biden defended his record as president, listing a series of accomplishments. And he called on Americans to, quote, preserve our democracy, and suggested that in this election...
Y'all are so privileged in this chat. Yeah, you're right, dude. Let the democratic postures come. No, you're so fucking privileged, chatter, for saying that, like, it's unconscionable to vote for a genocide heir. Yeah. You know who has the peak amount of privilege in this, in American society and just in general, just in society in general, globally? Palestinians that are being murdered. That's what I think of. When I think of, like, peak privilege, I think of, like, an entire Palestinian family just got wiped out by American rockets that we just sent happily to Israel.
The very soul of America is on the line. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House with more on Biden's landmark address. Ed, good morning.
Nate, great to see you. The president said it's been a privilege to serve.
The only privileged shouters are those who don't see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Okay? Those are the only privileged shouters who don't have to be tormented by 3 minutes of ads at the top of every hour, nor the 1 minute of ad that's a secret one in the middle of the hour. But you can be a part of that privileged shouter community by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. It's so funny to be like, yeah, dude, saying you're not going to fucking vote for a genocide dare is a position of privilege is such a hilarious thing to say. Because it's literally people who are privileged to be living on U.S. soil, who pay their fucking taxes, using that privilege to genuinely try to protest against the least privileged people on the planet. Like the least privileged people on the planet, objectively in the gutter. Like being brutalized, having their homes destroyed. The fuck are you supposed to do?
Served the nation for more than 50 years and marveled that, as he put it, a kid with a stutter from Scranton, Pennsylvania could reach the peak of American politics. He also stressed the country...
I agree, but I also think that as a so brave to stay at home and just complain online, I literally am from a country without any rights whatsoever under a dictator. Then why are you chirping? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, bitch. Why are you chirping? Where are you from? I wonder which country that we fucked up that this chatter is from. I can vote. I'm literally from a country without any rights whatsoever under a dictator. I already know the answer, but I want to say, Eritrea. Okay. I did not know the answer. I'm not gonna lie. I thought he was gonna say fucking Cuba or some shit. I was wrong. That came out of fucking left field. That's my one Eritrea chatter. That's crazy. Is Twitch available in Cuba? No. Of course not. Can't even say it right? How the fuck do I say it? Eritrea? Oh. Twitch is available in Cuba. I was literally there watching you. Okay, never mind. I was wrong. Twitch is available in Cuba. I suspect that it's the internet access is not so commonplace. Eritrean chatter, and I'm American now. Okay. So, talk to me. Explain to me how it's a point of privilege. I'm not even saying don't do anything. I'm not even saying don't fucking vote. I'm saying put pressure and say that you're not going to vote unless they change course. Explain to me why democracy is a thing if the people that we elect as our representatives don't have to even represent our interests. I do love that you have immediately subscribed to the American hog mentality of just being like, what do you mean? What do you think democracy is? They just like kind of do what they want to do, and then you vote for one team over the other, and both of the teams want to do genocide. Like, the fuck? Congratulations on the swift assimilation. You will never assimilate as fast as that one Turkish guy over the border, but, you know, you're quick. I don't ever want to be under a fascist who strips people of rights to even fight back. Yeah. Were you around when college campuses were erupting with students being like, hey, we're Jewish and we think it's unconscionable that like our college tuition is going to like defend this apartheid regime. And then the administration response to that was almost identical to the Black Lives Matter response. Were you there? Or were you sleeping? Yes, and I supported the protest. Okay. Not that much, it seems. Just remove me from the screen over this? Why? We're doing discourse. The irony of the irony of the sentiment that you're expressing here is that you're literally saying America currently has a democracy, and I don't want that to go away. And if you do the democratic thing of like trying to make demands over the people that you're voting for, okay, then you shouldn't do that. It's like the liberal version of like, if you don't like freedom of speech, get the fuck out of this country. Voting is not a privilege, it's a right in this country. All right, not everyone has. Dude, I don't think you understand the point I'm making. You're saying don't exercise your democratic muscles because democracy might go away. Do you not understand the inherent flaw in this argument? Like, please. It doesn't make sense. Anyway, we'll get back to you when you figure that out.
Faces some big choices in the months ahead.
I revere this office, but I love my country more.
Speaking from the Oval Office, President Biden explained his decision to end his campaign and support Vice President Harris instead.
You know, there is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. But there's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices. And that time and place is now.
The president praised Harris as she watched from the campaign trail in Houston.
She's experienced, she's tough, she's capable.
While he never explicitly mentioned former President Donald Trump, Biden did say this.
We have to decide, do we still believe in honesty, decency, respect, freedom, justice, and democracy?
Now, he said he plans to focus on what he can accomplish in his last 6 months in office.
They'll continue to lower costs for hardworking families, grow our economy. I'll keep defending our personal freedoms and our civil rights, from the right to vote to the right to choose.
He also cited hopes to focus on gun control, address climate change, fight cancer, and said he'll soon share ideas on how to overhaul the Supreme Court. Wednesday's address capped weeks of strife that began in early June when key meetings in Europe coincided with his son Hunter's federal gun possession trial.
With the COVID,
and the disastrous debate performance that followed in late June uncorked fresh concerns about his age and ability to win.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Bitter about being backed into a corner by fellow Democrats, he stunned the world on Sunday, signaling he'd realized on his own time that it's time to go.
I believe my record as president, my leadership in the world, my vision for America's future, all merited a second term. But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition.
The president was joined in the Oval Office by the First Lady, his children and grandchildren who were seen emotionally embracing him. And afterward, they headed out to the Rose Garden, where hundreds of White House staffers had gathered to watch the speech. On Monday, he's headed to Austin to visit the library of the last president to forego a re-election campaign, Lyndon B. Johnson. He'll be there to mark the 60 years since passage of the Civil Rights Act.
Ed, thank you.
States who wants to be the 47th, the GOP presidential nominee, President Trump. Mr. President, welcome back. We
What the fuck is this title?
used to do this before you were running for office. Now we're back doing it with the stakes much higher than who's going to win The Apprentice. But let's talk about that speech last night. Do you think we learned why Joe Biden decided not to run against you?
Well, I think it was.
Can you explain why specifically Israel's in the wrong? Is it mostly because they're blocking humanitarian aid? I'm Jewish American and Jewish echo chamber. It's hard to understand why exactly people are siding with Hamas. So Hamas on October 7th, Hamas is Hamas has a militant wing and a political wing. The political wing is what is in charge of Gaza. So like they administer the health authorities, like the health ministry. There's like a civil part that's like policing, education, all that stuff. So on October 7th, it wasn't just Hamas, but it was the entirety of the Palestinian resistance groups that got together and facilitated what is a military operation. The operation was due to Israel's own incompetence in terms of its own security, despite fair warning. time and time again from other regional actors, including but not limited to Egypt, Israel was so hyper-focused on its own interest in the West Bank and like further instituting pogroms in the West Bank that they moved their resources over there. Even years ago, former Shin Bet leaders were saying, you know, you can't do this. You're gonna, everything that you do in the West Bank, all this violence that you contribute to in the West Bank is like pissing off Palestinians in Gaza. They are going to, you know, they're going to retaliate. This is going to be a problem for national security, interior security. Kamala press conference on Israel. Okay, we're going to get there, but I will explain everything else to you as well, chatter. But I want to see what Kamala is saying. Wait, what? No, that's a spoiler. Give me the fucking actual video. Everybody chill. Sometimes chatters just like, chatters are genuinely asking questions, okay? Not every person that's saying I'm genuinely asking questions is like not genuine.
And the Palestinian people can exercise their right to freedom, dignity, and self-determination. There has been hopeful movement in the talks to secure an agreement on this deal. And as I just told Prime Minister Netanyahu, it is time to get this deal done. So to everyone who has been calling for a ceasefire, and to everyone who yearns for peace, I see you and I hear you. Let's get the deal done so we can get a ceasefire to end the war. Let's bring the hostages home. And let's provide much-needed relief to the Palestinian people. And ultimately, I remain committed to a path forward that can lead to a two-state solution. And I know right now it is hard to conceive of that prospect, but a two-state solution is the only path that ensures Israel remains a secure, Jewish, and democratic state, and one that ensures Palestinians will finally realize the freedom, security, and prosperity that they rightly deserve.
Boo.
And I will close with this then. It is important for the American people to remember the war in Gaza is not a binary issue. However, too often the conversation is binary, when the reality is
because one side is doing genocide, dumbass.
So I ask my fellow Americans to help encourage efforts to acknowledge the complexity, the nuance, and the history of the region. Let us all condemn terrorism and violence. Let us all do what we can to prevent the suffering of innocent civilians. And let us condemn anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and hate of any kind.
Bro, she moved. She
And
moderated
let us work
10%.
to unite our country. I thank you.
She fucking moderated 10% on the issue from Biden. Biden is also committed to the two-state. Biden does, however, say it's all the death and destruction is on Hamas.
Time to get a deal done. Alex Marquardt joins us
This is
now
ass-cheeks.
again. Grateful for you standing by for us. I mean, look, she was quite forthcoming, or forthright, I should say, in that statement, but also made it clear that the message is coming time and again to Netanyahu that they're expecting this ceasefire will get done, if not in the coming days and in the coming weeks.
And Paula, these were remarks that were scripted. This was not something that was off the cuff. This was not; these were not answers to questions from reporters. She didn't take any there, and so that really drives home the point that this was a message that she really wanted to deliver and make understood. And I am struck by several parts of it. Not in terms of any kind of shift in policy. There were some rather predictable parts of it. She started off, as I noted before, probably that she was going to mention the ironclad commitment to Israeli security, which she did. But then she went on to talk in very strong and sympathetic, empathetic terms to what the Palestinian population of Gaza has been going through for the past 9 months.
Oh, the gaslighting is going.
She talked about the situation being catastrophic. She expressed serious concern twice. She said that it is devastating. She talked about desperate, hungry people, and then said very clearly, "I will not be silent." This is stronger language, I believe, than we have heard from President Biden over the past few months.
Yeah, no shit, dude, because Biden was saying, dead Palestinian children are great.
The voters who have been upset by the Biden administration's policies, many of whom have said they will not vote for him. Certainly there's going to be an effort to try to bring them back into the fold. She said, "I see you and I hear you." And then she went on, Paula, to lay out some of the specifics in this ceasefire deal, which, again, you and I have talked about a bunch. But she also talked about things that are not the first 2 or 3 items that we generally highlight. She highlighted the fact that in the first phase of a ceasefire, the IDF will withdraw from population centers. That has been a major Palestinian demand. That has been a major Hamas demand. That is a sticking point that is on the table right now, particularly when it comes to southern Gaza. And then she went on to say in the second phase that the IDF will withdraw from Gaza entirely, to highlight the fact that the Israeli military needs to pull back from these cities and then eventually pull out of Gaza completely, I think is really striking. These are interesting things for her to really hone in on, particularly because yesterday in Congress, Netanyahu said that the Israelis are going to have to maintain a security presence.
Oh my God, they're playing with Kamala.
So this was a really interesting set.
The fact that Israel, as of this morning, said that they added additional demands, including not leaving the Philadelphia corridor, implies that like they're doing the same Biden song and dance.
We say she chose not to attend is literally ringing in her ears, and she wanted to put counterpoints to that speech entirely. Alex, as always, so grateful that yet again you were at our side to guide us through this and really fill in the outlines of what, as I said, was a very forthright statement there after her meeting. Alex Marquardt.
Is it just a demonstration of what you said, the famous story of 100 soldiers who were transferred in the Gaza envelope to Hawara shortly before the 7th of October? If any chatter recognizes the name Hawara, it's where earlier in 2023 a gang of settlers accompanied by soldiers did a horrific pogrom where one died and many were injured. It's also the village Smotrich famously said should be erased from the earth. Yeah. That's before October 7. In terms of like the security flaws from Israel, to answer that American Jewish chatter's question, this was, by the way, not unexpected. Israel's been at this game for, 76 years. You missed the front part of her speech where he says she will demand and hold Israel to withdraw from wider Palestine than Gaza, and she won't waver on it. Wait, really? Wait. Hold on. Let's see what the fucking full speech said. Maybe there's some good shit in there and I missed it.
So I just had a frank and constructive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I told him that I will always ensure that Israel is able to defend itself, including from Iran and Iran-backed militias such as Hamas and Hezbollah. From when I was a young girl collecting funds to plant trees for Israel, to my time in the United States Senate and now at the White House, I have had an unwavering commitment to the existence of the State of Israel, to its security, and to the people of Israel. I've said it many times, but it bears repeating.
Colonizer trees. Colonizer trees to create a European aesthetic. Everyone in this chat knows this already, though. Colonizer trees to literally fucking replace entire Palestinian villages. She doesn't know that, though, obviously. She definitely didn't know when she was a... She definitely didn't know that when she was a child, and she probably still doesn't know that. It's like a really... There is... It's, What are you talking about? See, a lot of chatters don't know this. Planting trees is like a common way for Israel to get donations And you think you're doing something good because you're like, who the fuck doesn't like planting trees? When in fact, it's actually trees being planted, contributing to the ecocide of the naturally occurring ecosystem in Palestine. And not only that, but also on top of that, it is trees that are of a European aesthetic, deliberately planted to make Israel more European coded, directly planted on top of entire Palestinian villages that they've burned to the ground a long time ago. It's one of the most like nefarious ways in which Israel presents something like genuinely positive. Because like, who the fuck would be anti-planting trees? You know what I mean? It sounds ridiculous, but it works to effectively erase Palestinian indigenous history. It is also known as eco-fascism. But yeah, it's classic. It's insidious, not nefarious. You're right. I mean, it is nefarious, but it's also insidious. Insidious is a better word. But it is pretty crazy. This is not conjecture, chat. It literally appears on Zionist colonial pamphlets. Don't look into why the JNF, the largest organization responsible for settling Jews in historic Palestine, is today mostly known for its forestry work. Also, don't look up what their executive director, Yusuf White's, thought about Palestinians. If you're an advisor to Kamala, how would you advise she realistically pivot from the Biden stance? I already said it. I said it earlier today. Benjamin Netanyahu is playing politics at a dangerous time when democracy is on the ballot. That's why Joe Biden did the brave thing and stepped aside for a younger, more vibrant candidate to basically continue on his legacy of accomplishments. Benjamin Netanyahu is playing fast and loose with American politics. This kind of interference is completely morally repugnant. He has more serious things to worry about, including a pending ICC arrest warrant application. And also, his actions in Gaza have understandably drawn a lot of criticism from the rest of the world. Israel has turned into a pariah under his leadership for these reasons. And last but not least, it seems like Benjamin Netanyahu is more popular in the Republican Party in Congress than he is in Israel. I will reaffirm my commitment to defending freedom of speech in this country, which still very much exists. Thank you very much. And I will reaffirm my commitment to ensuring that America bring justice to this world, and specifically to Israel, like Israel and Palestine. The only way for permanent security for Israelis and Palestinians alike is to ensure a swift ceasefire process. The hostage families that were arrested on the Capitol are demanding that from Netanyahu. Meanwhile, the Republicans are clapping like seals whenever Netanyahu lies about the actual civilian casualties, or refusing to render humanitarian aid, refusing to send humanitarian aid into Gaza, which is a war crime. The funniest part about it is that because Israelis are the most entitled fucking freaks on the planet, like the nationalist Israelis, they will literally call her like the N-word because she said she wants a two-state solution and that like there must be a swift ceasefire. What is this? From their reporting, Kamala Harris just expressed support for Israel, but Israel must cease their military effort, withdraw from Gaza, agree to a two-state agreement. Israel supporters are losing their shit on social media and calling her slurs now. There you go. Like the issue of Gaza, there's two things I know. Okay? Well, three things. One, Americans don't give a fuck about foreign policy until it becomes the main point. And that's all they care about, like the Vietnam War, right? However, you can use that to your fucking advantage if you want to do something right. The other part of this, the other thing that I do know is that Americans actually like doves, whether they are Republican or Democrat, more than you would think. Maybe not immediately after 9/11, but they do actually like doves. Donald Trump has consistently presented himself in the last 3 election cycles as the peace candidate. Now, of course, it's not real, but he's still selling himself as that. And people can't fucking comprehend how good that is as a talking point. That's what's so frustrating. Like, Americans don't give a fuck about foreign policy, but I promise you, you will not get electoral consequences for being pro-peace. That is not a thing. Americans just don't want to think about it, okay? It's so frustrating that I have to fight this battle on 2 different fucking playing fields. Obviously, on the playing field of morality, right? Because it is utterly unconscionable to continue this genocidal campaign of a foreign nation upon some of the least protected people on this fucking planet. But it's also simultaneously electoral poison. You have no reason to be this firmly committed to Israel, okay? You don't. People think it's a fucking nuisance. People think it's annoying that it's still happening and that they have to think about it, okay?
Israel has a right to defend itself, and how it does so matters.
Ooh.
Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization.
No.
On October 7, Hamas triggered this war when it massacred 1,200 innocent people, including 44 Americans. Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took 250 hostages. There are American citizens who remain captive in Gaza. Sagi Deko Hen, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, Idan Alexander, Keith Siegel, Omer Nutra.
I hate this shit so much. The fucking, Hamas started this. Bro, come on. 76 years? Like, what are we talking about? Don't even fucking mention it. Yeah, she's doing the same both-sided shit that Biden was doing, but she is more positive. Megaphonics, you're right. She's just 10% more. She's just 10% more progressive than Biden is, or 10% more pro-Palestinian than Biden is. But because Biden was like 200% committed to Israel, getting to 190% commitment to Israel doesn't change the game that much. Is she on Bernie level? No, I don't think she's on Bernie level. I mean, Bernie also says Hamas started it, but overall, like, I don't think Bernie spends this much time talking about October 7. You only do that if you want to justify Israel's current actions. You are trying to contextualize Israel's 40,000 death toll by constantly reiterating that Hamas started it on October 7. So they can't acknowledge it? Brother, acknowledge reality. 76 years of occupation and an apartheid. That, by the way, isn't just my estimation because I'm like some fucking woke guy. Like, the ICJ declared Israel to be an apartheid literally 2 fucking weeks ago. The ICC has arrest warrants out for Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel dick riders are literally so fucking delusional. They live in their own world where they live in a world where they're like, no, this happened on October 7th. That's how this happened. It's just October 7th. It was really violent. And then that's why Israel did this. Acknowledge reality. Saying this all started on October 7 is not reality. On October 6th, the Euromed Monitor literally came out with a report that said 2023 has been the deadliest year for Palestinian children. What was happening to them? Why were they dying, you think? That was before October 7. How are they dying? It's just ahistorical to fucking say October 7 is when all of this started. Anyway. And then she continues on with like the American victims or the American Israeli victims. And it just like says their names. Are you going to sit there and read fucking 40,000 names of Palestinian children that have been murked? Palestinian women that have been murked? Palestinian men that have been murked? Because we'd be here for a lot longer than the last fucking 5 minutes of this video if she was going to start fucking reading out names. Come on, man. Doesn't that make you a Hamas dick rider? Isn't Hamas killing his own children as well? What do you mean Hamas is killing his own children? What do you think Hamas is doing? You think they're going door to door and just like shooting children? What are you, fucking stupid? What the hell's wrong with these people? It's just like pure delusion. How do you argue with a guy who's just like operating on the basis of like not the most violent militant state that has been an occupying force illegally sieging this as a belligerent occupier, illegally sieging their open air prison? It's actually not them fucking blowing up people willingly. It's actually Hamas that's like killing the children. The Islamophobia in America is so big and so many liberals in this chat is showing it. Yeah. Like, I don't get it. Like, well, what do you mean? Isn't Hamas just killing children? Yeah, everything is Hamas, dude. You're right. Isn't that convenient? Doesn't that like make you even a little bit interested, like a little bit interested in and want to like scratch the surface a little bit more? Like, it seems a little bit convenient that like Hamas is killing their own citizens and it's not like the fucking nuclear militant state. Like, I guess they're using F-15s on their own people. You want to read the names of the Americans and charity workers killed by Israel? I don't think so.
And the remains of American citizens Judy Weinstein, Gad Haggai, and Itai Hen are still being...
You are literally in the deep state. Stop talking about politics. I know, chatters. I know that like all of your fucking edgy rightoid, you know, alt-right adjacent, sometimes centrist commentators like to posture against like women in gaming or whatever, and that's why they're bold and brave warriors of free speech. But suspiciously on this one issue, they never actually have that same level of smoke for a Jewish ethno-state that is currently engaging in ethnic cleansing, claiming that they're doing it for Judaism, which is a lie, by the way. Why is it that so many of these edgy content creators always have the smoke for like random fucking trans people on the, like, now I'm not even talking about like Ava Kris Tyson or whatever. It's just like regular trans people living their fucking daily lives. They're all pedophiles. Oh, I'm just edgy, bro. What do you mean? And then when it comes to Israel, they're like, wow, HasanAbi at it again. It's giving anti-Semitism, sweetie. Someone should do something about it. Like, get the fuck out of here with this, like, oh, you're being edgy. Or, I mean, sorry. Oh, you're a Fed. What fucking federal agent is doing this? People are objectively cowards on this, okay? Objectively. And my expectation isn't even that they say anything about it, right? Because God forbid you don't appear brand friendly, okay? But when they actually course correct and hit it from the other side of the issue and like defend Israel with full loyalty, unconditional defense to Israel, we must attack Israel's haters. That's when I lose my shit. I'm like, you're such a fucking boner, dude. You are such a fucking little bitch. Like, you're supposed to be this like edgy guy, right? And then, oh my God, you talk like a fucking 75-year-old neocon when it comes to Israel. Nah, Islam is actually so disgusting. A side is way overdue. Like, think about the callous indifference that this person demonstrates when talking about genociding the entire Muslim world. There's more than 1 billion people on this planet. That's got to be a Euro chatter, by the way. The European mind is astounding. The Angloid brain is like 3 steps removed from Hitlerian politics. Bro, there's only 2 sides of this coin, man. It's either you hate Islam or you do not care what the faith say they are, and your support, you side with the side more. Then he proved your point. There's only 2 sides of this coin, man. It's either you hate Islam or you do not care what faith they are, and you support your side with more. There he proved your point. Anyway. This is advocating for a genocide. That's 0 steps away from Hitlerian politics. No, I'm saying, like, he's advocating for a genocide, which is Hitlerian politics, but it's like 3 steps removed before he said this. If you look at his fucking commentary, I'm sure. Oh, never mind. It's his first statement. Russell is so fat. Russell would be ashamed to have you in his fucking chat. Dumb fuck. Like, think about, like, there is no world where you could say this for anybody else. People still do, but you can't say it. Like, the consequences for saying this for Islam and Muslims in general are so marginal in comparison to saying it about any marginalized group. Okay? It's actually crazy. Like, you could just straight up say, you know, Islam is disgusting and it's warranted to genocide all Muslims, and it's not like seen in the same spectrum of like saying that about Jewish people, saying that about black people.
Being held in Gaza. I have met with the families of these American hostages multiple times now, and I've told them each time they are not alone, and I stand with them. And President Biden and I are working every day to bring them home. I also expressed with the Prime Minister my serious concern about the scale of human suffering in Gaza, including the death of far too many innocent civilians. And I made clear my serious concern about the dire humanitarian situation there, with over 2 million people facing high levels of food insecurity, and 500,000 people facing catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity. What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating. The images of dead children and desperate.
Yeah, the Surfs is right, by the way. The Surf said, this is like markedly better than Biden, and this is literally just bare minimum shit that like this is bare minimum, and it's on a different playing field as Biden. Now that I look at the whole speech, and that isn't to say that she's doing a great job. She definitely is not. That is simply to point out how unimaginably ruthless Biden was. It is wild. Acute food insecurity pisses me off. Yeah, it's starvation. It's like deliberate mass starvation as a weapon.
Hungry people fleeing for safety, sometimes displaced for the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th time. We cannot look away in the face of these tragedies We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent. Thanks to the leadership of our President, Joe Biden, there is a deal on the table for a ceasefire and a hostage deal. And it is important that we—
Why were the protesters there spray painting Hamas coming on stuff? Because they're fucking edgelords and they're LARPers. During the BLM protest, there were people saying, like, fry them like bacon, you know, cops are pigs, fry them like bacon. Did that change your attitude or your opinion about police brutality in this country? When I get mad at right-wing protests, I don't just get mad because there's like some Nazis at the protest. I get mad because the entire movement is fundamentally fascist, okay? You have to look at the actual reason for why people are protesting. What do fucking right-wingers protest? They protest like not taking out a Confederate statue. You know what I mean? Why would you want to have a Confederate statue up there? Why did the Confederate statue get built? These are things you have to think about. It's not just like a couple people or even the damn near entirety of the movement for Charlottesville going, Jews will not replace us. That is the most offensive aspect of it. The rest of the movement is also offensive. The goals are offensive. All of that is not in line with my worldview. Do you get it? Whereas with leftist protests, with progressive protests, people always try to go for like the most extreme, the most extreme angle to be like, see, this is how it is. Yeah. Women's reproductive rights law. Exactly. What? Bro, I'm not an edgelord. I'm just talking about the truth that you're part of the deep state. And no, I'm not a fascist. No, you're not. You're just schizophrenic. You said vote RFK. Like you listened to me fucking rant about Israel and then turned around and said vote RFK, which is like the exact same position on Israel as Joe Biden. You're just hallucinating shit. I don't know how to have a conversation with you.
We recall what the deal involves. The first phase of the deal would bring about a full ceasefire, including a withdrawal of the Israeli military from population centers in Gaza. In the second phase, the Israeli military would withdraw from Gaza entirely, and it would lead to a permanent end to the hostilities. It is time for this war to end, and end in a way where Israel is secure, all the hostages are released, the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can exercise their right to freedom, dignity, and self-determination. There has been hopeful movement in the talks to secure an agreement on this deal. And as I just told Prime Minister Netanyahu, it is time to get this deal done. So to everyone who has been calling for a ceasefire, and to everyone who yearns for peace, I see you and I hear you. Let's get the deal done so we can get a ceasefire to end the war. Let's bring the hostages home, and let's provide much-needed relief to the Palestinian people. And ultimately, I remain committed to a path forward that can lead to a two-state solution. And I know right now it is hard to conceive of that prospect, but a two-state solution is the only path.
Who's fucking up the talks? Kamala. The admin can't hide behind Biden's age at this point. You know? The admin could have hid Biden for the most part and only fucking trotted him out every now and then to be like, Israel, the best nation on earth, and the Palestinians have an ancient bone in their brain that makes them anti-Semitic. It's ancient anti-Semitism. I hate it. Jack, we beat Israel, Jack. Like, he would say shit like that, okay? And then the media would, you know, pick up whatever they wanted to fucking hear from that psychotic nonsense. Hold on. Hello, cutie Cinderella.
Hello.
You're on
happy
stream.
Birthday.
You're on stream.
Happy birthday from all of us to you. We wish you happy birthday so we can party too.
Okay, thank you.
What are you doing for your birthday?
I'm streaming, and I'm not really doing anything for my birthday. I'm just streaming. I'm talking about politics right now.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Do you want to go to dinner?
I think on Sunday potentially. Wait, someone is at my door, and I don't know who it is.
Drama alert.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, it's just delivery. Hold on.
Oh.
I just unlocked it. Oh wait, I think you just.
Delivering something?
I think you just tossed it over the door.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck. I don't know. I don't know what he did. He might have just left it outside. Hold on. I might have to go grab it. Anyway, what's up?
That ensures Israel remains a secure, Jewish, and democratic state, and one that ensures Palestinians can finally realize the freedom, security, and prosperity that they rightly deserve. And I will close with this then. It is important for the American people to remember the war in Gaza is not a binary issue. However, too often the conversation is binary, when the reality is anything but. So I ask my fellow Americans to help encourage efforts to acknowledge the complexity, the nuance, and the history of the region. Let us all condemn terrorism and violence. Let us all do what we can to prevent the suffering of innocent civilians, and let us condemn anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and hate of any kind. And let us work to unite our country.
We could have made a birthday cake on stream. Yeah. I mean, we could still do that if you want.
I didn't know. Well, when?
I don't know. Well, I guess.
You can do it Sunday.
Yeah, sure.
Is that what you want?
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that idea.
What will make you happy? You sound depressed.
I'm not depressed. I'm talking about depressing things right now as a part of my job. That's what it is. But I'm not depressed at all.
Genocide. Oh.
Yeah.
Awkward. Oh.
You're leaving DreamCon and to Chicago? No. Wait, what? No, I'm not going from DreamCon to Chicago. Why would I go to Chicago? The DNC is happening in August, like 15th or something. Yeah. All right. Well, what could we do? I mean, I guess we could do it tomorrow. I'm gonna do a shorter stream tomorrow before I fly out to Texas. If you're down, if you're available.
I just have a thing at 3 o'clock, but I could do it. I could do it.
No, it would have to be before, maybe, or right at that time, actually.
Oh, right at 3 o'clock. That doesn't work.
All right, let's do it. Let's do a Sunday.
Sunday after the podcast.
Yeah.
Okay,
let's do that.
Wahoo! Birthday party Sunday, chat. Bring your hats.
All right. Thank you.
Bring your freaking hats, chat. Bring your stuff. Bring your balloons.
Someone's calling me a communist and a Democrats are in control, meaning that you were in the control of the deep state. He's not invited.
Know what any of that means. That guy can't come to the party.
Yeah, he's not invited. He said, bro, I'm not schizophrenic. I'm just high, okay? Got problems being high makes you self, and self-awareness makes you smarter, and that makes me clear that you are part of the deep state.
Right. Okay.
Trust me, I've seen files from the War Thunder Discord servers. It says that you are a part of the deep state.
Right. All right.
This is the type of shit I deal with on a daily basis, not just on my birthday, but every day. If you're wondering why I sound down.
I do try not to hang out with you.
Oh my God. That's fucked up. Okay, now you've made me, now you done made me sad on my birthday.
Ruin his birthday.
Now I'm
Ruin his
actually
birthday.
sad.
All right, everyone, put your hats back on. Put your hats back on. Woohoo! Party
Okay.
on Sunday. Birthday party.
Everybody put your hats back on and subscribe because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break.
Decorate a cake. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, you didn't even hear that. Anyway, all right, I gotta go. Thank you, Cutie, for calling.
Yep, you're welcome. Goodbye now.
All right, bye. That's right. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Decoy1666. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Why are you like this? Why is no one asking what happens if Israel refuses to abide by U.S.'s deal? Nothing. Nada. Absolutely nothing. I feel so bad for Cutie. You sounded so depressed. I'm not. I'm not. Why would I? I don't know. This is just how I normally sound, I think. Maybe I just normally sound sad. Maybe I'm just a sad guy. Why not give the Jewish settlers Palestinian citizenship? Good one. That'd be funny. Who could be depressed with such voting privilege? I know. We could be in Eritrea right now, not being able to vote. And yet here we are in America, where you can vote between 2 options if you care about like pesky little thing like genocide. You got such great options. It's like genocide light versus genocide ultra. You sound much happier on Fear and when you don't, and then you do when streaming, but most often, but who cares? Yeah, of course, because I'm just hanging out with friends.
I thank you.
I give up. Play this. It's a banger. Trust. What the fuck is this? Church of Jesus Christ?
You've had a birthday, shout hooray. We want to sing to you today. 1 year older and wiser too. Happy birthday to you. You've had a birthday, shout hooray. We want to sing to you shout today. 1 year older and wiser today. You've had a birthday, shout today. You've had a birthday, shout today. We want to celebrate, 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 shout today. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, cutie Cinderella. I don't believe this tradition. Rejected. Why? It's goated. I love the LDS. I'm a Mormon now. This may be too parasocial, but your mannerisms kind of my autistic brother sometimes. Okay, guys, I'm fucking locked in. Okay, when I'm locked in, I'm not going to come across very cheery. Okay, there's friend mode and then there's locked in mode. Right now, I'm talking about genocide. It's a little different. Okay, that's what it is. It's not like autism. It's not a million different things. Okay, it's just I'm fucking locked in on my news coverage. 5 hours in, talking about fucking Israel committing a genocide and talking about American support for it and what must be done in order to change the trajectory of American foreign policy. It's going to be hard for me to be super cheery. That's it. Okay, let's hear what they're saying.
Israel was one of the biggest issues where whenever it came up, the White House would say there is no daylight between the vice president and the president. And I do think this is going to be a really important space to watch to see if in the coming days and in the coming weeks, we do start to see a little bit more daylight creep in between the two.
All right, MJ, thank you very much. And here for our conversation, Astead, let me just start with you.
Shit.
Interesting.
That's crazy that Astead was just on the HasanAbi podcast. Now he's on CNN.
Because of being vice president, she can be in that room and then look like a commander in chief, right?
That's
and to
so
take that,
funny,
and
bro.
she did it, and she sees it, and she went immediately to do that. So, what are you hearing from your sources to this fundamental question? And I know there's not necessarily a definitive answer right now, but is this burst of exuberance and full surge? Does it have longevity?
I'm fucking goated, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Harris gets the benefits of incumbency as she's in the office right now, because I think we're going to see the White House intentionally lean on her in these big moments to be able to show her someone who's grown over the past several years. I remember when I was reporting on her last year, they would make a point to say that she was more respected globally than even she was appreciated domestically by Democrats. And that's been a place where she's seen a lot of emphasis. I think they're going to try to roll that out. And I do think that even if the policy and differences between her and Biden and Gaza are small, the rhetorical differences and the kind of empathy for Palestinians that she's made a point to show over the last several months might be the kind of tonal difference you see between her and at the top. But to the point about does this last, part of that is the question of whether she can capitalize the upside that she clearly has in differences from Biden. The groups that are most marginal Democratic voters, younger people, Black and Latinos, folks who are outside the process, they're clearly more favorably see her than Joe Biden. The question will be, does that turn into preference that actually moves votes consistently? Right. And I think that's going to have a policy question behind it that we haven't really gotten to yet.
Right. Now, and Alyssa, to this point about commander-in-chief, and Netanyahu happens to be the man of the moment. The commander-in-chief got a meeting, the would-be Democratic commander-in-chief, and now, of course, he is going to go meet Trump tomorrow at Mar-a-Lago. So he's going down there, and that's significant. What are the optics of that, especially when Trump came out and actually said, thought it was interesting, they got a PR problem.
Sorry, I'll stay with the streamer whose guests are mostly banned everywhere. Thanks. Well, yeah, that's how you know I'm deep state.
What happened, that it was going to be Joe Biden. Netanyahu came to give this address yesterday thinking it was Trump versus Joe Biden. And now you've got Kamala Harris as the person running. I think it was incredibly savvy of her to give these remarks. And I would say this. They were nuanced. There was a little something for everything. She condemned sexual violence by Hamas. She said it committed unwavering support, but then also leaned into saying she recognizes the plight of the Palestinians. This is, I think, where most of the country is, and something that Joe Biden has kind of struggled to articulate during this crisis. It'll be interesting to see how tomorrow goes. There's a lot of bad will, I would say, between Trump and Netanyahu. Trump never got over the fact that he congratulated Joe Biden when he won the election. But I also think that that relationship can be healed.
David, so let's just throw the poll up again from the New York Times. That's the one that shows Harris statistically tied with Trump. He gets a post-convention bounce. She gets obviously significantly more than that because Biden was down 6 points in the same poll. So what do you think, David, in terms of how real this is? I mean, it's a moment in time. Is it more than that?
Well, I think it's real. The question is it sufficient? What she is doing is she's beginning to coalesce the Democratic base that helped elect Biden 4 years ago, and that Democrats need to win national elections. And that includes enthusiasm and participation and support from younger voters, from the African-American community, from Hispanic voters. She's doing better than Joe Biden was. Those voters were drifting away from him, which accounted for a lot of his problems. So that is a good sign. And the fact that she's closed this gap so handsomely in just a few days is a good sign. But if the election were today, she'd still lose, and she'd probably lose by a significant margin in the Electoral College, because Democrats have to be ahead in the national poll to win because of the way population is distributed around the country. But this is certainly good news for her. And the question is, can she expand beyond it? One other point, she does open up new fronts in the electoral map. You know, one of the reasons why she has suffered in the Sun Belt states is loss among African-American voters, loss among Hispanic-American voters in places like Nevada and Arizona, even New Mexico. And the fact that she's doing better among those voters is a a good sign that she might be able to fight her way back into those states, and that would give her more options on the path to 270 electoral votes.
Mayor Bottoms, do you think that opening of the electoral map, I mean, how huge do you think this is going to be for her? I mean, Biden had essentially given up on, I think it's fair to say, North Carolina. I would say Georgia too. And now, are these really states she can win?
Absolutely. No one believed that we could win Georgia in 2020, and here we are. And in fact, the vice president is returning to Georgia again on Tuesday. She has been here multiple times. There was a whole list put in today's Atlanta Journal-Constitution newspaper of all of the visits that she's made to Georgia. And she's not only focused just on Atlanta, but also some of the metro areas and some of the other cities in the state. Specifically, she's gone to Gwinnett County, where there's a lot of diversity in Gwinnett County. And I believe right now in Georgia, 34% of the electorate is African American. So that's going to make a significant difference having her at the top of the ticket. And the enthusiasm is very real here.
Astead, the Harris campaign, Trump's interview, they responded to it. They said, 78-year-old criminal.
AIPAC
right?
at it
Emphasizing
again.
two important points there, age and conviction.
AIPAC at it again, by the way. Cory Bush already being outspent $10 million to $2 million.
People who were doing the Biden campaign. And that is just not
Actually,
something that would have been said. Or
I don't even know if it's
did,
AIPAC, but I suspect it is. I'll look into it. Where are they coming? Oh, nope, it is. Yeah. United Democracy Project. No, that's Fair Shake, Mainstream Democrats PAC, DMFI. Where's the money coming from? New FEC F24 Fair Shake. Democratic Majority for Israel PAC. That's a AIPAC one. Working Families is pro Cory. Anyway, let's get back to this. I'll look at the Cory Bush race in a second.
And kind of own that most specifically. And I really think the third thing is the Dobbs decision gives her a chance to be most offensive on the best issue for Democrats.
Y'all heard this already.
Joe Biden was not capitalizing on that
broadcast.
issue in the same way that a lot of Democrats are across the country, and she is better suited for that.
Well, she caught the Trump campaign flat-footed because I think they were expecting progressive left Kamala Harris, somebody who supported the Green New Deal or somebody who ran away from her law enforcement credentials. And she is running a general election campaign. She is running as a centrist Democrat. Her message, if you watch, she gives the same stump speech every time she speaks, which works in a 3-month race. She's talking about paid family leave.
Can Cory overcome this? Yes.
Building the middle class. It's an economics message, a hint of reproductive rights, and then character over a criminal. Like, that's a message that resonates. She's not going through a litany of left-wing priorities, and I don't think that's what they expected from her.
And that's where she's most comfortable, where she is right now. She was uncomfortable 4 years ago when she was trying to appease the left.
David, what do you think is the backstory here to President Obama? Of course, he's going to endorse her. He'll probably do it with great fanfare, but that doesn't change the fact that he's the last one to do it. And, he didn't just jump in the water feet first.
Yeah, well, I don't think he wanted to look as if he was putting his finger on the scale. He didn't know whether others would jump in the race, and he thought he could help pull the different strands of the party together if there was, in fact, a fight for the nomination. And he wanted her to win this thing on her own. And what she did was she went out and just organized the hell out of this thing in a very short order and secured the nomination within a couple of days. So, now I think, he's going to be a full-throated supporter. They've been friends for a long time. I don't think there's any question of his support, but I don't think he wanted to be I don't think he wanted to be a kingmaker. I don't know if you call it queen maker. I don't know, a candidate maker here, but I think he wants to be a strong and avid supporter, and I think he will.
Mayor Bottoms, what's your single greatest concern right now?
Voter turnout. That's always the biggest concern, making sure that we get people out to the polls. It's great that we're all excited. I think the other great part about now candidate Kamala Harris is she does get to keep her day job. So we get to see someone who's well established on the world stage. She's met with more than 150 world leaders, traveled to 20 countries. Now we just got to make sure that we are getting people to the polls. For as enthusiastic as we all are, If we don't get people to turn out, I mean, it's a turnout game. That's it. Every election is
Which is
a
really
turnout
amazing.
game.
I mean, I'll just take a step back on all this and say it is amazing in the world that we're in this country, that it is all ultimately still comes down to turnout. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. And next, J.D. Vance getting pummeled by the left for his comments about childless cat ladies. Jennifer Aniston speaking out. This one was very poignant, as Harry Enton has some new numbers on just how helpful Vance may be or may not be to Trump in what for Trump are the must-win Rust Belt states. Plus the breaking news, we've got incredible new reporting tonight from inside Team Trump as they are scrambling to take on Harris and their surprising admission about Harris's appeal. And just in, new video of U.S. fighter jets intercepting Chinese and Russian bombers flying together off the coast of Alaska. It was a first, but what does it mean?
Friendship. I personally think friendship should be allowed. Yeah, United Democracy Project is the top spender against Bush. 7 million out of 10 million today. They are hard labeled pro-Israel PAC. It's led by Chris Delizio, who was formerly a leader of AIPAC. I think United Democracy Project is like one of those AIPAC subsidiary groups that just like hides behind the username of not being AIPAC, like directly affiliated with AIPAC. Why does the media think it's better to be centrist? I don't know where to begin with that one. Okay. Can you explain why it is that the U.S. backs Israel without question? I know part of the reason we have to do a strategic location along with research packs like F-35, but has to be more. That's it. What do you mean? It's literally one of the most significant, most consequential relationships we have. It's a resource-rich region. You have the Suez Canal right there, and it just happens to be smack dab in the middle. That's it. Like, what more do you need? Israel is our attack dog in the Middle East. It is a military base that we can use. It has its own espionage facilities that we oftentimes collaborate with. And that's it. So, centrism appeals to liberals because there's like, have you ever encountered a dumb guy that always like misunderstands the golden mean, and will often say things like, well, there's a little bit of fucking truth to both sides of every equation, right? That's what it is. You're appealing to the lowest common denominator. It's it's a classic dumb guy position. That way you capture the attention of the dumbest guys. Okay? That's it. It's a way to feel smart and level-headed without having to confront any hard problems. Yeah. Now the problem is, you said there's little downside. The Dems shift a bit on Israel-Palestine, at least on partisan grounds. But what about DMFI and all these PACs that go after Dems as they see too sympathetic to Palestinians and attacks on them on issues other than Israel-Palestine? What are we talking about? We should be held hostage to a fucking foreign entity that gets to literally operate as a foreign lobbyist without any sort of FARA violations? No, slap the foreign agency registration on them immediately. Okay? What a wild situation. The issue of Israel has to be attacked on partisan grounds. That's it. It has been bipartisan for far too long. It is not bipartisan. It should be seen as a partisan attempt. Anyway, we got this Rolling Stones Inside Story exclusive on the grooming allegations against Ava Kris Tyson, which I will be covering as well. Apparently Mogul also talked about it. Mogul Mail. Don't know what his analysis on the situation is, but a lot of you have been. It's very telling linguistically, I think. For the left, the word is context. For liberals, it's complexity. For liberal Zionists, it's complexity. The former is always followed by actual history and how it connects to reality today. The latter is a vague, abstract, broad term that only serves to justify any position you may have without giving an argument. Yes. This Kamala ad has been going crazy as well. We're gonna get to that in a little bit. I'm gonna I want to do another fucking Ava Kris Tyson coverage. And then we're going to do John, the Oliver of John. The inside story, the grooming allegations against Ava Kris Tyson, the former Mr. Beast associate, has been accused of sending inappropriate messages to a minor. But according to the individual and those who worked with him, nothing untoward happened. Okay? On Tuesday, Ava Kris Tyson announced on X that she would permanently step away from all things Mr. Beast and social media. Now, I want you to understand something. This is the difference between journalism and reactionary fucking shit stirring. Okay? Obviously, my analysis over the situation is not changed, regardless of the perceived victim coming out and saying, no grooming happened. What the fuck are you guys talking about? This is ridiculous, which they did. Lava GS openly stated that. Okay? But having said that, I do still personally think it's weird to have active discourse with 13-year-olds, especially after you find out that they are still underage. So my position on that has not changed. But it is odd that these people didn't even like go after. These people did not even like for a moment go, well, think about the victims. They immediately went. They immediately went and started launching attacks against like whatever their fucking favorite content creator is to shit on, because they never cared. Anyway, but let's continue. The longtime collaborator and the man behind the 305 million subscriber YouTube kingdom with its own line of Walmart sold chocolate bars and videos that pull in hundreds of millions of views. Donaldson issued his own statement on Wednesday night saying he's aware of the serious allegations and has taken immediate action to remove Ava from the company, my channel, and any association with Mr. Beast. He also stated he would be launching an independent investigation into Tyson's actions. The apologies come in the wake of a flood of new and revisited allegations looking into the 28-year-old's behavior on social media over the past decade. Tyson is a trans woman and has been target of anti-LGBTQ harassment since her transitioning in 2023. This is correct. Recently, videos have claimed that starting in 2016, Tyson, who was 20 at the time, had been interacting online and exchanging messages that included sexual content with a user named LavaGS since they were 13 years old. Lava, who is now a 20-year-old editor, also took a job with Mr. Beast and visited the Mr. Beast compound. Some online have felt Lava was groomed because of their interactions. Neither the Donaldson nor Tyson returned a request for comment before publication. In a series of follow-up tweets, Tyson shared that they have never groomed anyone and specifically mentioned Lava. In past years, I have learned that my old humor is not acceptable, Tyson wrote. I cannot change who I was, but I can continue to work on myself. Lava backed this up by tweeting, I am not a victim. Nothing bad happened to me between me and Chris, and people are creating lies around my name. This is the victim in question, for the record. I'm not a victim, and I'm not backpedaling any statements I've already made. Everything I've stated is still very true. Nothing bad happened between me and Chris. People are creating lies around my name. Yesterday, while under a lot of stress from trying to get my story out as quickly as possible, I made a mistake and included 2 videos in a tweet that had nothing to do with my situation. Here are the correct videos, and these ones should be taken down. I apologize to creators of our original videos and the first screenshots at you too, and no sense to society. Okay. In an interview with Rolling Stone, Lava said he believes that the 2 creators who originally made videos on the subject twisted his story and misinterpreted him in order to push their agenda. Rolling Stone also spoke with those 2 creators who deny any wrongdoing, believing that Tyson's actions needed to come to light at any cost. Lava has been a fan of Mr. Beast since the early days of the channel, posting a screenshot of the channel's 50,000 subscriber count on Twitter in 2016 and earning a Mr. Beast signed butterfly knife for being a top donor with just $20. That contest earned him a Twitter follow from both Donaldson and Tyson. Around that time, Tyson's social media persona was edgy. In 2017, she posted images online and on her wall appearing in a Mr. Beast video of lolly, or drawn child porn, from controversial internet artist Shadman, which I think is gross, by the way. But I do have an entire list here somewhere of like all of the people. Where is it? All of the people that have like been associated with Shadman, and it's pretty fucking wild. Like it is a massive, like it is a target-rich environment, a list of shame, if you will. Lolly is devious shit. I agree. As a 13-year-old, Lava had been tinkering with newly released messaging app Discord, learning how to make servers and bots. Chris reached out to me and saw I was making a Discord for people. Lava says he was new to it and wanted a bot that could play lo-fi study music, which isn't hard to do. Using what he knew, Lava built Tyson a Discord server for close friends, and he just ended up staying in it and running it, Lava says. According to Lava, Tyson did not pay for the creation or maintenance of the server, and he did it solely for the fun of it and helping build a community of fans for Mr. Beast and Chris. Lava claims that Tyson was unaware of his age until 2018, though couldn't remember the specific details and how it came up. In 2018 and 2019, the pair would play games and communicate in private on Discord. They would also talk publicly on X, formerly Twitter. Great rebranding, by the way. Shouts out to Elon Musk. Lava would call Tyson big boy, dad, sexy, and at one point asked her to be his Valentine. In one reply, Lava asked Tyson about her hentai addiction, referring to drawn anime pornography, and another shared image of Tyson's computer from her social media with the caption, "This is a bad way to hide your hentai." Though Tyson's side of the conversations have been completely deleted, about 24 of Lava's messages remain up on X. In one interaction, Tyson tweeted an image of her Patreon and said that if she could get one more sign up, she would be releasing my nudes. Lava replied with, "I'm your first Patreon, big boy." And Tyson responded with, "I posted some fire nudes for you. Please no share." In parentheses, no nudes were shared. In a Discord server for gaming YouTuber The Do, Lava posted an image from Tyson's group chat of her in front of an American flag with the caption, "Coming for America." To others, these conversations look inappropriate, but it was nothing out of the ordinary to Lava. "I was at the age where I spoke to all my friends like that," Lava says. "There was nothing more than that. It's how bros talk. I saw Chris as an older brother because he reminded me a lot of my older brother." For the record, this is somewhat significant. I don't know what the proper way to address this is when someone is like a public figure. This is actually a like new territory, but we're talking about someone who's a public figure, but was a public figure as a male presenting, if that's the correct way to explain it, like assigned male at birth, right? So the analysis or the way to like explain it, stop defending this shit. I'm not. What the fuck is wrong with you? What? No, dumbass. I'm talking about how you talk about like a trans person who and their actions online pre-transition. This has nothing to do with like a defense of anything. No. You usually use she retroactively still, but I don't know what the appropriate way is when you're talking about like something that kind of changes the dynamic a little bit. You know what I mean? Pre-transition, identified as male at the time. I guess that could be good. I'm asking my chat, like, what do you do? Anyway, there's nothing more than that. It's how bros talk. I saw Chris's older brother because he reminded me a lot of my older brother. This is talking about Ava Kris Tyson, but this is like, you brought this up during the Elliot Page thing too. I think intention is everything. Yeah. He was 20. He was 20. She was 13. No, she was 20. He was 13. Asmon Gold fans in the chat just want you to say they're a groomer pedophile. Yeah, I know. Anyway. So when I was 16, I asked Mr. Beast, "How hard do you want it, Jimmy?" 68 million people have seen this. So like, this is Lava, the supposed the alleged victim of the grooming, literally tweeting this out.
Evil. Lava, Pluto, assemble!
Hi, how are you?
I need you to make this 10 times harder.
How hard do you want it, Jimmy?
Hard. Evil.
So like, obviously it's like a sexual joke in nature. I mean, he's literally fucking like owning up to that and making a joke about it being sexual in nature, right? And it's just like, obviously it's entirely different. Why? Because Jimmy is a straight male. Okay? The reason why I suspect that the Rolling Stone article is showing that is because there are other straight men involved in this story that are not getting the same kind of coverage as Ava Kris Tyson is. And the reason for why there is a different distinction is because, well, one, how inappropriate their continued conversation is, but also because she's trans, obviously. And right-wingers claim all trans people are pedophiles. Having said that, however, like I've mentioned before, I find it still gross to talk to a 13-year-old online continuously. In May 2020, Lava says Tyson helped him land a job as a production assistant on Beast Gaming. Lava was a moderator on the channel's Discord and Reddit, sometimes appearing in videos and helping out behind the scenes. That July, Lava visited Mr. Beast's compound in North Carolina, posting a picture on X with Tyson, Donaldson, as well as Trey Yates, who edited for Mr. Beast from 2018 to 2021 and was the one who hired Lava. It did Dr. Disrespect in? Okay, no. This is entirely different. You have to... Okay. This is actually one aspect of the conversation that I forgot to mention. The reason why this is not the same as Dr. Disrespect is because the victim in the Dr. Disrespect situation, who was also a minor, reported Dr. Disrespect's inappropriate messages to the Twitch portal, which caused Twitch to take action against Dr. Disrespect. The victim, the alleged victim of grooming in this circumstance, has only done the opposite and has once their conversations were made public, turned around and said, I was not groomed. I literally work with the Mr. Beast people, and that it is like, you know, this wasn't a sexual thing at all. Like 2 years later, no, because Twitch didn't fucking know what the messages were until that victim in that circumstance reported it to Twitch, because it happened when the sequence of Me Too allegations were coming out on Twitch. That is a major difference. What? So we're literally hyper-focusing on the trans person and you're continuing this narrative? Like literally you're continuing only focusing on her when it's clear it was them all? Wait, what? Weird but trans. I don't think you understand anything that is going on, so I'm just going to not even respond to you at all, and we're just going to keep going. Lava tells Rolling Stone that he and his parents would stay at a campground every year, which wasn't far from the compound, and that his parents joined him on the visit. Yates, who was also the one who hired Lava at Beast Gaming, shared his side of the story to Rolling Stone. He came to visit because he knew Ava from playing games online. Yates says Ava wanted Lava to work for the Mr. Beast Gaming channel, and we were happy to bring him in and pay him. Okay? So Tana is also not a victim? Great question. We would not know anything about the Tana situation, which is ironic because it's very similar to the Dr. Disrespect situation, if Tana hadn't come forward about it. So that is, once again, not in the same column. Having said that, however, you're talking about statutory rape and comparing it to an adult having an extended conversation with a minor. These two things are different. One is weird and gross. The other one is called statutory rape. Okay? Like, they had sex. Cody Ko had sexual intercourse with a 17-year-old when he was 25. And also, the victim in that circumstance, 8 years later, came out and talked about it. I'm saying you're continuing to hyper-focus on Ava, man. I know what's going on. I'm not a baby. Okay, if you're not a baby, stop behaving like a baby. Let's continue. On the grooming allegations, Yates saw the way Lava and Tyson interacted and didn't think it was strange or out of the ordinary. There was never any hint of indication that something like that was happening, or even albeit blatant proof that something like that was occurring, he says. Lava stopped working for Mr. Beast Gaming in May 2021, though he and Tyson remained in contact. In July 2023, Tyson came out as trans, which caused a flurry of conversation on the right. One right-leaning creator who had thought about Tyson happened to be Prism42, a YouTuber with 800,000 subscribers, who had found the message between Lava and Tyson on 4chan, though it's unclear how they ended up there. It's not that unclear. Prism felt needed to get his information out, so he claimed he contacted 50 creators, including Turning Point USA CEO Charlie Kirk. Ironic, because even Charlie was like, what the fuck is this? Like, I hate trans people, but like, what? The catch of Predator host Chris Hansen and YouTube documentarian Mike Klum. There was also EDP445, a creator who in 2021 was caught YouTube vigilante string operation messaging a fake 13-year-old. Klum is currently making a documentary about him. Prism began to message me directly with vague details about an unnamed creator who will be exposed, and he wanted to see if I could help him. Klum tells Rolling Stone. Given the nature of the accusations, I said I would take a look if he sent them to me. He began to send me more information about Ava Tyson and what seemed to be generally available screenshots or details that weren't actionable given the work I do. Oh, it's not 800,000. It's just 800. Oh, my God. When none of the reach outs gained traction, Prism took another approach. In an interview on the Chud Logic podcast, he said he wanted to emulate the undercover work of disgraced journalist James O'Keefe of Project Veritas. Wow, this guy seems like a fucking normal person and not a rabid right-wing freakazoid. He's going on the Chud Logic podcast, and he's bringing up an iconic figure, James O'Keefe. That's his idol. Wow. Anyway. Abolish podcast, bro. Abolish it. Mine included. Fuck it. Anyway, let's continue. In June 2023. Hey, by the way, notice what this article is doing. Okay? It's called doing journalism. Okay? When you're doing journalism, even on issues that are controversial, weird, gross, or even damn near criminal, okay? You go to actual sources and you ask them questions, and you don't like make up your mind ahead of time and then just like fire off the hinges and then have the entire right-wing media cycle go out of control being like, see, trans people are pedophiles. I told you. Okay? That's what people are supposed to do. There's an actual coherent timeline of events here and also sources. Anyway. Prism reached out to Lava in a message seen by Rolling Stone pretending to want to interview an anime fan and that it would be interesting because you worked on the Mr. Beast server. Lava did not answer that message. Dude, by the way, protect the victims guy over here who's like, I'm sorry, dude. You are not interested in actually like identifying what? You denied the Armenian genocide, a genocide of the past, while simultaneously screeching genocide now with your well-documented publicity. It's a form of recency, regional or ethnic bias. If you can find a singular instance where I've denied the Armenian genocide, I will give you $10,000 right now. If there's one instance where I have ever denied the Armenian genocide, I will give you $10,000. You dumb fuck. I have never denied the Armenian genocide. You fucking racist piece of shit. No clip chimps and no AI. Shut up, chatters. Jesus Christ. God, I have the fucking most... I sometimes have the most annoying community. This is one of those moments. Like, y'all are trying to have fucking fun here, but like that guy literally thinks in his mind that I've done this thing in order to make a point about like, in order to make a silly point, by the way, about like the ongoing and active genocide in Gaza. I love spending my birthday like this. It's my favorite way. Like, if you care about the victim, if you look at a situation like this and you legitimately think grooming has happened to a minor, this is not the way to approach the situation at all. If you, on the other hand, think trans people are pedophiles, and I got him, finally, I got one. I caught a situation that I can angle with pedophilic grooming towards a high-profile trans content creator that Mr. Beast has had the audacity to defend, then you do this where you're like, oh, I just want to interview you. Anyway. For his next attempt, Prism contacted YouTuber Verdius, an 18-year-old with 600 subscribers, and had him reach out to Lava looking for an interview for an editor position. Verdias tells the Rolling Stone that he had no idea that he was being set up or that Lava had anything to do with Tyson or Mr. Beast. He was just looking for an editor. During the interview, Lava says the conversation started with editing questions but quickly devolved into a conversation about internet predators. Prism asked Lava to comment on a video from EDP445 talking about Tyson. On June 13th, Verdias and Prism each released their own video about the Tyson messages, though neither included information from Lava's interview with them. Prism repeatedly misgendered Tyson and included multiple factual inaccuracies, including claiming that the moment he was able to drive, Lava drove himself to the Beast compound, and that the coming photo was sent personally to Lava on Snapchat when Lava claims it was a group message. When reached out for comment, Prism called Rolling Stone fake news and hung up. I really think we have to rehabilitate right-wingers like we do. Like, read my last chat. You're missing some information on the story. I just made the greatest homemade margarita pizza. It's a shame your bitch ass can't taste this. It's a shame that you won't be able to speak because you're now permanently banned. Dumbass. Anyway. Oh, let's continue. Both videos went relatively unnoticed until July 18th when YouTube commenter Adrox released a video aggregating the claims that became algorithmic catnip, currently sitting at over 1 million views. From there on, dozens of creators picked up the story, with the largest being Penguinzo, which is sitting at over 7 million views. Prism purposely left out context and did not ask me about specific situations, Lava said. There was nothing bad that happened at all. If I would have told him that, I would have basically invalidated his whole argument, which is why he never asked me these questions. On social media, Prism claims that Tyson talked inappropriately to a 13-year-old, gained viral traction. Anti-LGBTQ activists like Tristan Tate, his brother Andrew, libs of TikTok, have used this story as an excuse to push anti-trans rhetoric. The comment section under Lava's original tweet denouncing the claims is full of comments saying he was groomed and is a gay victim. What? Why did this... Dude, Twitter is so broken! Why is this taking me to Mr. Beast? Oh my God, I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad. Oh my God, Twitter is so broken. I do think the alleged victim is protecting Ava a bit. There was clearly inappropriate communication between the two. There's receipts I saw on the issue podcast. No, I agree. I think that the communication between the two was completely inappropriate. I 100% agree with that. Is this the one? Nothing but pure unadulterated transphobia in the replies here. We can hold Ava responsible for her absolutely disgusting actions without needing to degrade the trans community. Yeah, it's just like... That's the link in the tweet you're trying to open. That tweet is responding to the link tweet. In the podcast with Chud Logic, Prism says, I don't believe men can become women with modern technology, but that's not a point I'm going to make because it's separate from the allegations. In an interview with Rolling Stone, Verdias said he tried to keep his coverage unbiased, but posts on Tyson's private Twitter of her son in heels, and that the fact that she followed the Church of Satan may have made him a little bit biased. For those with experience with Tyson, these serious claims seem to be getting co-opted. All of this is just your typical alt-right influencer trying to push something against trans people because they think they have something, Yates says. And that's the end of the article. So ultimately, my assessment, my original assessment, looking at like what I saw, looking at who was saying it, was correct, which is that I think that these back and forth interactions between a 20-year-old and a 13-year-old are still completely unacceptable. Having said that, however, this is not like the trans people are pedophiles narrative that the alt-right is desperately trying to fucking put forward. But they're trying to put that forward while clearly demonstrating that they do not give a fuck about the perceived alleged victim whatsoever, considering that the main quote-unquote YouTube commentators that wanted to fucking uncover this secret story as they presented it had no interest in hearing out the person that was supposedly groomed at all. Ha! Also, while I Also, I personally think the lolly porn stuff is completely ridiculous, okay? Like, I think it's unconscionable. Except, you know who loves that fucking lolly porn shit? All of these fucking weirdo Nazis, who Shadman was one of them, by the way. The guy that they're talking about was literally a fucking weirdo Nazi pedophile, and they all loved him. And they still love lolly porn. Who is Penguins, though? I think I've heard that name before. It's Moist Critical. That's his username on YouTube. Anyway, now that we did that, let's take a look at MAGA Mail. And also, there's a reason why I don't fucking jump the gun on every YouTube drama situation, just like I didn't jump the gun on Dr. Disrespect until he admitted that he sent inappropriate text messages to a fucking minor, which led to his banning on Twitch. Do you know why? When Dr. Disrespect was potentially a pedo and not like openly saying that he was trying to fuck a minor, in between the 2-day time frame or the 1-day time frame, I said, hold on, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say allegedly, because there's a difference between like immediately reacting to a situation and running the fucking table and trying to get a better assessment, okay? Yeah. I mean, a lot of influencers were fans of Shad back then, including Susu JPEG and Jessica Negri. That's what I'm saying. It's like weird as fuck to me. I don't get it. But yeah, this is the Cope and Seeth YouTube that like have an incredible fucking thread of like all of the YouTubers who were fans of Shadman. Sky Williams, it says. I don't know who that is. Like defending, right? Who's Sky Williams? I don't know who this is. Right? Like, in my opinion, I'm on the fence completely. On the one side, I'm like, if somebody's creating art that acts out these sick, disgusting acts, does that keep them from making it happen? Or does it fuel it? It's non-quantifiable, but it's certainly fascinating. Don't apologize. It's jarring images. It's scary to see actual real people enjoy like that. Dolan Dark responding to Shadman over and over again, it seems. Elvis the Alien apparently responding to Shadman. Cosplayers. The only reason why I'm showing this is because a lot of this was just like a part of meme culture online. This does not normalize it. In my opinion, it was still gross and weird back then. I just did not understand what the fucking fascination was with like lolly creating weirdos. Okay. But, you know, I doubt that, like, I doubt that all of these people are getting fucking yelled at in the same way. Also, the initial expose was by a weird transphobic creep who was trying to protect the victim and try to get a victim to confess. Yeah, I know. We just read the Rolling Stones article. Bro, why were you looking at that? What do you mean? Looking at what? People cosplaying as Shadman? Anyway, I just realized that this thread has like 50 fucking content creators who have like associated themselves with him, while also simultaneously like there's hentai and shit on here as well. So I'm not going to show you this entire list, but you can go check it out on your own if you want. From how I remember it, people love Shadman because he was LOL Rule 34, your favorite cartoon, and I'm unsure how many people knew of the lolly, but I'm sure plenty did, and people were wild on the internet back then, so I don't know. Is there a earthquake happening? Yeah, also, in the process, due to Jimmy Donaldson, aka Mr. Beast, like loyalty to Ava Kris Tyson, until this moment, people are now punishing him with the same cancel culture bullshit. Fans dig up old content of Mr. B seemingly being racist and speaking on a 14-year-old bad baby. Let's be real. Would you put your dick in her? Like, at this point, I think he was literally a fucking teenager. This doesn't excuse the content, but I'm just trying to reframe it so that people understand that it's not like he was literally a child. Shabman, Drew Keemstar's daughter, such a fucking creep. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. We talked about that yesterday. I think Shadman was arrested for trying to draw CSAM, child sexual abuse material, like trying to trace it, which meant that he had child sexual abuse material. And I believe he went to prison, but I'm not entirely sure. Anyway. No, he was arrested for stabbing a homeless man. What? If we can get him canceled for his comments on black people, maybe he'll make a video undoing the effects of urban renewal. I don't think that's happening anytime soon, big dog. Bro, just put the fries in the bag. Yes, you're right. He was 20, bro. Lol. Bro, just put the fries in the bag. You're right. I am. This is it. This is the final moments of my career. I'm going away tomorrow. I'm going to start my, I'm going to start my fucking McDonald's job tomorrow. Okay. Let's hear what Mogul Mail had to say about it.
I don't sound like I normally do. I probably don't even look like I normally do. And the answer for that simple, I'm in Paris. I'm on vacation with my mother and my sister, visiting my French family. And I figured I can take a week off. No big deal. Nothing major is going to happen in the time that I'm gone. And in the week that I've been gone, Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race. I was featured on Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, which is cool. And there have been a bunch, and I mean a bunch of allegations about Ava Kris Tyson. Now, bear with me here. It is 1:30 a.m. My family's sleeping. I'm doing the best I can. I got a damn MacBook with 800 tabs open because we're going to go through as many of the credible allegations as I was able to find and actually discuss, what is legitimate, what is not legitimate, how do you discern all that? And before we jump in,
this fucking son of a bitch was on John Oliver before me. It's Jover, Tim Pool, and now MAGA Mail. It's obvious that the type of content creators that they are, the type of content creators that they're having on this fucking show are of a certain ideological variety.
Into anything, it's worth noting, Ava is trans, but I'm not going to talk about that after this. I think it's pretty irrelevant, right? I'm just going to discuss what actually and factually happened.
Okay, that's definitely, I think Ava Kris Tyson being trans is a very important part of the story. It is part of the reason why there's so much reaction to the story. It is part of the reason why so many people are like yelling at content creators, including himself, over not covering the story fast enough. That literally is perhaps one of the more important parts of the story. And I think that, I don't know. I think it's not correct to say it's not part of the story. If it was not a part of the story, then every single person on the Mr. Beast franchise would be getting canceled for similar, if not the same level of communications, but like similar edgy humor that they've demonstrated. The right is very good at taking a story and splitting it into two stories in such a way that you can't talk about one without referencing the other. All right, let's
happened,
continue.
the same that I did with the doc, the same that I will do with Cody Ko. You know, like all three of those people are white. I'm not going to make a point about them all being white. In the same way, I won't make a point about Doc being straight. In the same way, I won't make a point about Ava being trans. Don't think it's relevant. I'll just refer to her as she, and then the shit that she did that I think is bad, call it out the same. Anyway, jumping into it, the first thing, and I think the most egregious and like definitely factually happened thing is pertaining to lolly drawings, which is basically like, and I'm just reading here from an article, which is basically underaged art of girls, which is crazy to use the word art there, but there is a notorious lolly artist called Shadman, who I've like heard about in passing, but has a few big controversies under his belt. The first one is that he made like sexual art of Keemstar's 7-year-old daughter giving
like completely gross, completely unacceptable, like insane, okay? Straight up. And you guys know I am not a fan of Keemstar, okay? Keemstar is not a fan of mine. I consider him to be a truly abhorrent, toxic individual that is like, I mean, there's nothing else to say. It's just so unacceptable. That's it.
Donald Trump a blowjob. That's a real thing that he actually did that was out there on the internet because he lost a bet, which is a crime. Shouldn't happen. I don't give a shit what you think about Keemstar. It's just all fucking horrible things to do. And also drew art of Daphne Keene, who is an actress who was 12 at the time, and in the movie Logan being molested and beaten up. So really, the guy went from maybe drawing like Lolly, which is like supposed to be fictional anime 1,000-year-old dragon characters, to just like real children, human in the real world in sexual positions, which is like a fucking crime, at least in my book. So anyway, that's Shadman. That is the artist who did all this. And what is Ava's relationship to Shadman? Well, it seems like for years an avid follower or perhaps fan. And this video by Adrox distills it pretty well and talks, I'm just going to highlight a few of the key moments here about their relationship.
There are two versions of her in the show. In one, she's 17, and in the other, she's 10.
This is talking about a certain anime character.
Shadman posted a 10-year-old version stating, "What is this, and why do people keep sending me this?" Ava replied underneath saying, "Please, Shad, please. I believe everyone on the..."
Now, it's pretty obvious what Ava is saying there when she's writing, "Please, Shad, please." It's like, please make lolly art of this, which is like a generally weird thing to do. But that's not where it ends with the Shadman arc. It's pretty obvious based off a live stream that Ava did that she was a frequent browser of Shadman's website as well.
Ava will post a clip from their live stream where they accidentally visited Shadman's website. What's even weirder is that they gave him a shout out stating, "Shout out to Shadbase for having safe for work drawings today. I accidentally put up his website on stream."
Which is like, not only doing it, but then also like tweeting it out has a level of normalcy that shouldn't exist with a person like Shadman who draws the shit that he does, right? But the most egregious part of the relationship between Shad and Ava is a drawing that like people are theorizing might have been like contracted, like she might have paid for, or at the very least bought a print of, and that's this drawing here that's blurred out.
Girl wearing a "Please be patient, I have autism" cap, pointing a gun at her mouth. She has a fidget spinner as an earring and a spade tattoo on her thigh that says BBC, which we all know what it means. On November 18,
we do all know.
Ava responded to a tweet from Grande and Mr. Beast stating, "This is coming from a guy who owns a Shad-based drawing and has it as a centerpiece in his living room."
And now people thought that was a joke, maybe. Like some people maybe just read this as like edgy. You don't actually have a Shadman drawing. But it was later discovered this is featured.
Sorry, I've only been intermittently paying attention. Isn't this lolly shit illegal? Like, it feels as if it should be illegal. It is very much not illegal. It should be, but it's not. It's literally... I don't understand why people, like, some people crank to it. I think there's also a lot of people crank to it, which is fucking insane and gross and should be illegal. I think some people think it's like edgy again, which I still put in the same camp. Jail. This is like, I don't think you guys understand, okay? I don't think you guys understand something. This is very important. before the online right collectively decided that every gay and trans person was a groomer pedophile, okay, they all loved making pedophilia jokes, making inferences to pedophilia, like behaving like they were pedophiles. Like every edgy person, okay, which happened to be predominantly on the right, libertarians and the like, loved this type of shit. When I try to explain this to you, there are some who might have even had in their own background and in their own time when they were, you know, behaving in this weird way. Perhaps maybe they also did similar jokes and shit like that. Now, you know, what's done is done. What's in the past is in the past. As long as you've like grown from that, okay, learn from your mistakes, recognize that shit is like weird as fuck and you no longer do that, that's fine. I never did it. I thought it was fucking weird, but I totally do understand like how normalized it was for a lot of the people who despised me back then, some of which still do it, by the way, like all the fucking lolly fans. Like, it's hilarious because we were talking about like lolly. We're talking about lolly, right? Like, and how unacceptable and inappropriate it is. Asmongold was talking about the Chris Ava Tyson situation. I don't know if he actually brought up Shadman, but he literally every day watches a lolly VTuber describe all of the latest and greatest in the fucking Gamergate world. So like, how do you exist in this space where on the one hand you're like, man, this lolly shit's weird and gross, okay? While you literally watch like a lolly YouTuber, a lolly VTuber on a daily fucking basis. So I just don't get it. Maybe some of it is acceptable and others are not. Like, I don't know what it is. I find it all very strange and gross, for the record. Okay? I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's weird as fuck. Straight up. Isn't lolly VTuber redundant? I mean, yeah. No. Yes and no. I don't fucking know. I think there's differences. Like, lolly and Shota for that guy. Apparently Shota is when it's like lolly but male. What? Oh, this.
So the Gamergate situation roars on, and today we have some more game journalists to laugh at because there's been a...
This is the guy that Asmongold watches every fucking day, by the way. So, like, I don't get it. I actually don't understand it. Because if you go on Twitter right now, there's people being like, bro, that's gross, Shadman. Like, I can't believe Ava Kris Tyson was commissioning Shadman, which I think is gross and weird. I do, okay? I do. But you can't say that if you're fucking watching lolly VTubers on a regular fucking basis and simultaneously have, like, a lolly VTuber avatar or some shit. Have the fucking Nazis on the Nazi website, Twitter, formerly known as Twitter. Now it's called X. Nobody calls it that. Have lolly groiper PFPs. What are we doing? Like, what is it? It's just like, it's cool when you do it. It's not cool across the board. Don't. I just don't understand it. Yeah, little Nazi lolly avatars with SS's on them being like, yeah, what the fuck? Speedrunning Hasan's collapse in humanity on his birthday part 2. Anyway.
In a actual Mr. Beast video. It's like a Mr. Beast like buying my friend or pizza driver a home video. And here is that exact drawing you can see in the corner that I assume is Ava's drawing that was in this home. So like not only was talking to Shadman on
what? Lolly PFPs are fine. It's people sexualizing them that is the issue, but also Japan is doing nothing to stop this. No. Lolly PFPs are not fine, man. What the fuck?
on Twitter, like pulling up the website on stream by accident, but even like buying the prints of this dude who is literally just drawing child porn. Like there's no other way. He's just doing that. So this is 100% true. This 100% happened and is fucked up. Is a bad thing to have in your past. And so if you've seen anything of that happened. Moving on, next allegation. Because again, these all kind of like came crashing down, similar timing. I feel like once the first allegation caught wind, a bunch more got added too. And another one that's just 100% factually true is like an old video of Ava where she shares revenge porn pics of Jeanette McCurdy from iCarly. I'll just play the clip here.
How's it going, you guys? So maybe tomorrow, because Nickelodeon has that kind of power. But the link's in the description if you want to see them. I mean, I'm not endorsing people to go look at somebody else's private business, but I know that, people might want to see them, so it's there if you want it. First off, what I have to say.
And then,
by the way, this is like literally what I was saying earlier. Like, this is weird as fuck, right? It's weird as fuck. This is from an era where both Ava Kris Tyson and Mr. Beast, and I don't know how to like correctly cover this, but they were, Mr. Beast still is male, but Ava Kris Tyson at the time alongside Mr. Beast were like they were like edgy young YouTube white boys. Okay, it's not to say that I'm not saying Ava Kris Tyson is a man or a boy or anything. I'm simply saying that like their outward presentation at the time was edgy white boys. And it's still bad. And it was bad back then. Okay. But like, understand that all of these people who are currently yelling at Ava Kris Tyson are still edgy white boys online. You know what I mean? Fucking got the shit out of that bug. So like, this is, this is like the weird dynamic. It's like, anyway, let's continue.
And Ava goes on to say that like you shouldn't share revenge porn pics and it's like wrong to do, and people like Perez Hilton are bad for doing it. But then like does it. Like just says and presumably put the link to just pornographic pics of Jeanette McCurdy in the description of like I'm assuming a YouTube video here. So this happened. It was a weird thing to do. It felt like it was an attempt at being journalistic or thorough, but was actually just a fucked up thing to do. So that 100% true. Next, there are these screenshots and screen recordings of tweets that are going around that have a bunch of likes and views on Twitter. And I'm just going to share them here real quick. You can see, we could play Fortnite. I beat you last time. This is the presumably 14-year-old who was talking to Ava, who was allegedly 18 at the time.
Yeah, this is fake, isn't it? This was just like, I think some of these were fake. Yeah, they just like made fake. It wasn't enough. Like the weird shit can't just stay weird. You have to also just like push further to like really drive home the wedge and really drive home the narrative. It says today at the top. Like, oh my God.
And then you don't want anything expensive for your birthday? I could spoil you. I don't know. It's fine. These messages are just fake. These are just 100% fake Twitter messages. I don't know how so many people got tricked into believing them.
How?
Literally.
How, Ludwig? How do you think? You remember the thing that you said you weren't going to mention any longer after the beginning of the fucking story? That's how. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime. And also because Ava is trans. So, of course, it's called motivated reasoning. Okay? This is being reported by Keystar, who literally killed someone. Yeah, that's another part of this story. Anyway. People have biases. And they love having their biases be reaffirmed, be confirmed. Okay? Keemstar kill someone? Yes. Urged someone to kill themselves, which then they ended up doing. Yes, Etika. Rest in peace. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay.
Actually says today, like on the screenshot with these messages, which is impossible, because how would the screenshot, even if the person, you know, the kid or whatever were to have screenshotted it today, like 8 years ago, it says Ava Kris Tyson, and Ava did not transition until years later. So if this is from 2020 and Ava didn't transition until 2023, how is it possible that the screenshot?
They did it with Dr. Disrespect too, but hey, I guess it's motivated. No, they didn't do it with Dr. Disrespect. Dr. Disrespect did it to himself. Okay? What are you talking about? What are you talking? Half the fucking people that are chirping online right now are still actively defending Dr. Disrespect. As a matter of fact, I go so far as to say that, like, the reason why they started yelling at, like, Pokimane and Valkyrie and shit was because they had the audacity to say yuck or Dr. Disgusting. So they came down and were like, immediately start talking about how every trans person is a pedophile, or we will fucking kill you. You're hypocritical. You're hypocritical. You're hypocritical. They are using this to defend Dr. Disrespect. Okay? These fucking freaks do not give a single fuck about victims. Holy fuck, they need to rot on 4chan where they belong. But they're not on 4chan anymore. They're on Twitter. Anyway.
Existence as today. The answer, because it's...
That chatter has a lolly pic confirmed. Wait, really? No shot. Shut the fuck up. Where is the chatter? What is the username of that fucking chatter?
It's fucking fake. And it's even just fake by reading it. I mean, look at this shit. It's Ava going, I love you. Oh, I meant I love playing Minecraft with you. Obviously fake. Insane that people believe this. I think a lot of people honestly are people who might have just hated Ava.
Yeah, I wonder why. Why would that have happened? Did they precog that she was in chat rooms sending weird messages to 13-year-olds? No. They didn't precog that. No, because they're fucking transphobic. That's it.
And then trying to find a reason to hate Ava. There are valid reasons to do it. Like the Shadman one, right? Like the Jeanette McCurdy thing. That is a valid reason. You don't have to make up shit. I think that's pretty fair. Don't make up shit to be mad at someone for when there's legitimate shit to be mad at them for, right? The next one is a Snapchat conversation that's been going around that has just like a few sort of out of context messages, just like saved messages, archived messages from Ava. One of them is like sharing that Belle Delphine is going to sell bath water. Another one is just saying, thanks, Dad. And this is a trend we'll see later on. We'll talk about that in a minute, but that's something that Ava does a lot. And then just other conversations, like vague posts.
That's
Nothing
not
too weird, but bear in
Bro, that's not a lolly avatar, okay? Impossible. When you play in 5v5, I'm playing 5v5 on Saturday, chatter. Why are you even defending her? I'm not. I don't know how many different languages I need to fucking say this, okay? I think it is completely fucking inappropriate. Completely inappropriate to be messaging 13-year-olds online, okay? Especially after you find out that they're 13 and you continue a conversation, okay? Having said that, however, this would not be a fucking story if Ava Kris Tyson had never come to terms with their gender, okay? And came out as trans. If you think that this would be a conversation that would drive discourse for this long, okay, look at all the other people. They don't give a fuck about the Cody Co situation. That one, there's like literally a crime that took place. It's outside, it's beyond the statute of limitations in the state of Florida, but like a literal fucking crime took place and people don't give a shit. There's like, they don't care, okay? I'm so confused. Is Kris her dead name? No. So I think because she is a public person with a massive profile and was like known by the name Kris, she did this thing where she made it her middle name. And I think it was because, Kris with a K and not Kris. I think it's just accommodation. Okay, trans people have to do a lot of this stuff in general. They shouldn't have to, but they do. And I think for her, she especially had to do it because, you know, she was a public person for longer as a male presenting individual than a trans woman.
In mind, these are snap conversations with like a 14-year-old when Ava was like college age, I believe like 19 years old. And these are 100% legitimate. Comes from this guy, Young No Name, and said after posting these pictures online, I'll only say that in regards to the Snapchats and messages that went crazy that I took down, it is weird to send those messages to a 14-year-old because Young No Name was 14 at the time, but it never went past the edgy jokes at all. As for all the other stuff, I can't say. And then went a little more defensive today and said most of these texts by Kris Tyson were taken with no context and they did not go further than the jokes in the snaps. Kris could have been replying to anything I sent.
Excuse, he was calling you guys out and was hanging out with Cheezer. Yeah. I mean, dude, if you're a kick streamer, you don't have a say in this conversation at all, okay? If you're a fan of kick streamers openly, like, you have no say in this convo. Like, see yourself out of this fucking conversation. Walk right out of this conversation, okay? Get the fuck out of here. Like, what are we talking about, man? Are we serious?
There was no bad intention of the messages between us. The other stuff I cannot speak for.
That's so
basically
funny.
Saying, like, after posting the messages himself,
yeah, the strangest thing is how kick streamers do pedo hunting streams but never stream snipe each other. Yeah, I don't know, how do you not cross those streams ever? Yeah, it's just unique. It's a unique situation. It's just like, damn, man, I'm the best pedo hunter out there, and it's just like seemingly there's so many on the platform that I'm streaming on. Okay, does Rage count? No, Rage doesn't count. He's fine, he's chill.
It was just edgy.
Didn't you go to a brothel that got busted for underage workers? No, dumbass. No. I did not go to a brothel that was busted for underage workers. 14-month subscriber. How do you get this fucking brain broken? Edgy white boys, when you like pedophilic drawings, nice of Lud to experiment with the first underwater microphone. 14-month subscriber. How does this happen to your brain? Like, genuinely. Okay? They're bringing back the old hits, yeah. No, dude. Every type of fucking slander on that avenue is just objectively made up, okay? This drama is so old they can legally drive. This drama is so old. If people were if people were messaging this drama in Discord servers, no one would actually be afraid or be upset by it. He's a sub because he thinks it's awesome to bang underage women, Lamau. Yeah. I love that I went to a brothel. They got fucking raided for tax evasion 10 years later. Okay. And people act like I'm Jeffrey Epstein. I was like, this is like, brothels definitely do a fuck ton of weird shit. Okay. For sure. Like a fuck ton. And sex trafficking does occur. It's just that, like, this one particular brothel that I did go to is like a tourist destination. And not only that, but also it's like it successfully sued the German, the German city of Berlin. Oof, guilty, Lamau. I've honestly never even heard of that platform. Yeah, guilty of going to a brothel that did tax evasion 10 years later. Yeah. Was illegally raided and they won a settlement with the city. In a country where it's like legal and government controlled, for the record. Anyway. Yes, I went to the brothel to help them do tax evasion, for the record. Let the record show. That chatter you had up left? Oh, they did? They just dropped that in and left? How? Wait, no, I don't get it. Why would you give a shooter distance? Who Omega Law? Bronny can beat you, bro. Stop fronting. You still sling ads for Amazon? Why are you fronting? Gambling ads are crazy. Bro, you were literally calling a black man coconuts a few weeks ago. This guy's crazy. I can't get a beat on him that like his political ideology is like fucking all over the place. I would suspect that he's just like an average Destiny fan who, you know, stays subbed so he can avoid the top of the hour ad breaks and also hate better.
Jokes. But this is a trend of Ava sending edgy jokes to like teens, right? Like younger teens, excuse me, while being like, 19 years old, sending it to 14-year-olds. Because it didn't just happen with the unknown name. It also happened with this guy, Nathan, who made a video, and I'll just play a clip from here.
I was definitely uncomfortable at being called daddy by a 20-year-old. And even just thinking about it now, it's just uncomfortable.
And now you might be wondering, like, okay, how do you even end up in a position as like a 20-year-old, 19-year-old, whatever it is, talking to, 14, 15-year-olds? And it seems like a lot of this started from work. These are basically all people who at one point or another were part of like a Discord server and acting as Discord mods. Some of them got elevated to position of like Mr. Beast gaming producers who would help like basically build the Minecraft worlds that they used to use, or like setting up a Gmod server. So people who had like the technical ability and the free time that a fucking high schooler does were all added to like a private Discord server that later became a public Discord server where these edgy jokes were kind of shared. For the most part, almost all of these jokes and comments from Ava are happening in like group messages. But fact remains, Ava's still like around 20 at the time, and there are minors who are like around 14 who are seeing these jokes. Okay, so there's a history of Ava talking somewhat inappropriately to like minors who were like Discord sort of workers, employees, mods, I guess if you will. But the biggest accusation came with a guy named Lava. And I'll just read it out here. Kris Tyson from Mr. Beast has been messaging a male minor starting when the minor was around 13. This is Lava, and Ava was 20. The two constantly joke. Lots
of people praying this is the start of Jimmy's downfall. I doubt it. I mean, he's too big to fail. And also this isn't even, he could just easily say this is his fault overall. And beyond that, the thing is, like, the only people that are angry at Mr. Beast are people who are upset that he like stood by Ava for as long as he did. Also, his audience has no fucking clue what's going on because they're 12 years old. Hasan, do you employ child laborers? Yes, my 38,000 chatters all labor for me.
Joked inappropriately with each other about hentai addiction, sending suggestive pictures, etc. They confirmed met up together when the minor was 16. So like the worst faith interpretation of this is Ava groomed this 13-year-old and then met up with them, right? What happened at this meetup? I think that is like the most obvious question. And this is definitely the biggest, and it's worth going through. So let's go through it together. Now, this all dropped from a video from this guy named Prism, which is a very hard video to watch.
Damn, look at that. Look at those shorts. Look at those shorts right there. Don't fucking scroll. Don't scroll up. Don't hide my fucking face. Son of a bitch.
Necessarily of the messages, but because it is literally 43 minutes of this guy in a park bench with the messages printed out, reading the message and flashing it up for seconds at a time. And so I've tried to go through them, but there are a few different circumstances where
Crop me again.
Ava just says some out of.
Aren't there labor laws? How can these kids be working? I think it's because it's online for the most part. Like it just gets, there's no like actual regulation around it. But beyond that, we live in the United States of America. I don't know if you know this, but like Arkansas and many other states have actually lowered the child labor restrictions so that they can actively get the children to work in the mines once again, or at least like poultry factories and stuff like that. So, you know, there's like child labor is the doing of children themselves, to be fair. They yearn for it. They yearn for the labor.
Pocket stuff to a fucking minor. Now, the most egregious one is like Ava seems to have had this sort of like habit of calling everyone dad or at points daddy. And that also applied to like 13, 14, 15-year-olds. Like it would be the same if it was presumably talking to like a Mr. Beast member as it were talking to Lava here, which is weird when you're 20 and you're calling someone dad or daddy.
I'm not gonna lie, I think Ludwig, I haven't even watched anyone else's drama coverage of this, but like I think Ludwig probably did the best job out of everyone else. He's really putting ASU on his back right here, okay? I mean, my man's got a degree in journalism and he's putting it to use. Okay.
That's weird. Now,
watch Muda's. I would rather. I'm Brian. Kill me instead of watch Muda's video.
Originally got connected because Lava won a CS:GO knife giveaway from a Mr. Beast video, and so Ava was the one who like had the connection with those knives, got the contact information, sent it out. Later on, Ava was looking for like Discord moderators to help set up a Discord channel, and Lava, who had some experience in that, was like, I'll do it. And that's how the two originally got connected. Lava started doing work as a Discord moderator, moved on to doing work as like a Minecraft modder, would occasionally create like Gmod lobbies, basically just different tech stuff in the gaming world that would help for like the Mr. Beast gaming channel or just for Ava personally. And I've confirmed all of this because I talked to Lava directly. Now, in working with Ava, they ended up being in like the same Discord server that started as like a private, Discord server, which is where all these messages are from. None of these messages are from private DMs between the two of them, but they still contain a lot of inappropriate jokes, like this one here. Now, it's worth noting this is not like a private snap that Ava sent directly to Lava. It was part of a Snapchat group chat that they were both in, but fact remains, like, maybe you shouldn't just...
Greatest thing Hoscourt ever did was make it strictly 18 plus. Yeah. There was some fucking wacky ass ideas back in the day in Hoscourt, and I was like, no shot. You guys are fucking insane. They wanted to be like, oh no, we should be all inclusive. I was like, fuck no, dude. Listen, I don't have any control over Hoscourt whatsoever. I don't even know how to fucking ban people. It's for you, by you. But if you fucking, there was never a moment where I was like, nope, abso-fucking-lutely not, dude.
Just be in a fucking group chat with a 14-year-old who you've hired to be like a Minecraft modder, right? Your relationship should be professional, and that is it. And you can't talk like you would in a boys chat with all of your same age friends as you would in a chat with someone who you've hired who is 14 years old when you're 20. I think that's pretty fair. That's just a fact that Ava should not have talked in that Discord server like she did with minors present, all right? Especially minors who are like in that situation because they are working for you. A lot of the things that were said were just inappropriate. Like, it's just fucking, you shouldn't drop the Coming for America joke when the 14-year-old's in this.
I suspect people will be like, you and Charlie should not be getting harassed for not covering this immediately. It's honestly just messed up. All discussion of this should just be going to Ava Kris Tyson and their actions. People attacking you and Charlie for not immediately jumping to conclusions is crazy. The fact that he had to make this just to appease the crowds of people harassing him and Charlie for not speaking out about it when Charlie did on stream and Ludwig is literally on vacation is crazy. Yeah, it's like it. Right-wingers will look at this and be like, you didn't immediately say Ava Kris Tyson is a pedophile and all trans people are pedophiles. So like, obviously this is not what we expected from you. You're still deep in the pocket is what people will say to Lud. And then they'll turn around and be like, oh, you're trying to appease the woke mob again. And what is appeasing the woke mob? Looking at a story like this and covering it with like the actual sensitivity it deserves instead of immediately running and being like, no, all trans people are pedophiles immediately. I've made up my mind. Just kidding. I had made up my mind yesterday and I made up my mind the day before. And today I'm also making up my mind on the same issue because that was my position. And actually I don't really give a shit about the story at all. I just wanted to say trans people are pedophiles and then stand on that and, yell at everybody who doesn't say that. Like, that's it. That's what the expectation was, because they're like, at no point did like any of the people who were like making this profile like ever actually turn around and like try to treat it with the sensitivity that it needs to be treated with, in terms of like, talking to the victim. Like, if there's an alleged victim of grooming, you can't just like try to dupe them into your fucking narrative. Like, you have to literally talk to them and understand what happened and then take quotes from them. That's the difference between like someone actually doing investigative reporting and someone just like making a fucking YouTube video with the overarching goal of just being like sensitivity. Yes, sensitivity. What do you mean? Yes. Grooming minors stories should be treated with sensitivity. Is that actually a shocking statement that I'm making? Is that what's going on at this point? Sensitivity is a absolute must when talking about any kind of sexual harassment, sexual assault. What the freaking what? Yes. Responsibility is woke and gay. Yeah, I'm the Chad. I'm the Chad, not understander.
The Snapchat group chat. Make sense? The Snapchat group chat shouldn't even have a 14-year-old in it in the first place. But Lava refuted the claim that he was taken advantage of, or basically that he was groomed. He said these videos were massive lies, twisting the truth. Ava never did anything wrong, just made a few edgy jokes. The videos that he attached aren't actually the ones that...
Hasan is heavily indoctrinated. Yes, I'm heavily indoctrinated because I said stories involving minors, especially stories about grooming allegations involving minors, needs to be covered in an incredibly sensitive way, in an incredibly just making sure that the victim is treated with dignity and their requests are listened to. I know I am a freak. It's a delicate issue. I am heavily indoctrinated by journalistic ethics, or rather, an understanding of the law. These are the things that have indoctrinated me.
That include the messages. It's totally different videos. But
also, at no point, at literally no fucking point, did I ever say that any of these actions were appropriate. And as a matter of fact, I have reiterated that it is totally inappropriate. You know? So it's not like when people go, oh, dude, why are you defending this person? You're an absolute dumbass. I am not.
I digress. Lava says not a victim. And how these videos and messages were discovered in the first place is also kind of wild. So the guy who made it, Prism, that video that I talked about, that 43-minute long video, faked a job interview to ambush the alleged victims and confront them. And when I asked Lava directly, that's exactly what he told me. In fact, you can see this is the DM from Prism to Lava, who said, my name's Martin. I would like to interview you. I want to interview an anime fan. I think it'd be interesting because you worked on the Mr. Beast server. I will pay you if you would like. Which was not at all the intention. You know, Prism obviously had some...
Like, that's not... You can't do that. Like, that's... It's done. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, that's not... It's over at that point. That's like... I don't know how to describe it to people who don't comprehend how super not allowed that is. Okay? Like, that's not... You can't lie and still maintain the idea that, like, you were doing this to help a victim of grooming. Okay? That's insane. Like,
inkling that there was like inappropriate messages and wanted to uncover them, but like went through it in a very like shady way. I don't know why he didn't just think to be forthcoming, but that is what he did. He also sat on this story for 1 year.
Or a year went by, and it's still the information has not gotten out.
And the reason is because he wanted it to go out through a different source and said that he reached out to 50 plus people. This video is a nightmare watch, but he reached out to, and this is a real list, Charlie Kirk, EDP, Oompaville.
What? Of course you're not. We all know you don't think that it's okay at all. The contrast and reaction is interesting. I would not categorize your coverage of other cases like this as sensitive or delicate, and I feel like that's because you have a predisposition to not like that person involved. Wait, what? I feel like sensitivity isn't your typical approach. I remember you're dancing when finding out about Doc. Brother, I wasn't engaging in investigative reporting. What are you talking about? Do you think I was reaching out to Dr. Disrespect's victim and lying about who I am and my background in an effort to out Dr. Disrespect? Some of you guys that think you are hyper rational literally are living on a different fucking planet. Sensitivity to the victims is what I'm talking about. I am dumb. Okay, well, I'm glad you recognize that. What the fuck? At no point was I the investigative journalist that was trying to seek out the potential minor victim of Dr. Disrespect. Okay? I even went so far as to talk to Slasher, who explained why more details could not be divulged to protect the victim, and I agreed. Yes.
Chris Hansen, Sam Hyde, and Chris Chan. Which is weird. Why would you reach out to EDP to be the one to drop the news on Ava having inappropriate conversations with someone? That's the wrong guy for the job. I mean, that's like being down 2 points and giving Slime the ball for the game-winning shot. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay, I was genuinely confused when I read the Rolling Stone article. This motherfucker actually reached out to EDP, or did I misunderstand that? Also, I don't appreciate the slime diss.
That's not the guy that you pick.
Yeah, I didn't dance when I was reaching out to the victim. I danced after fucking Dr. Disrespect openly admitted it. Okay.
Apparently also stalked one of the people to try to get them to drop this story. Again, this is all from their video. You can watch it yourself.
And so with the Chris Chan thing, I took me and my business partner and we went to Virginia. We drove halfway across the United States. We searched the Chesterfield Gateway homes because we believed he was there. That's where people speculated he was being held at. And we looked for Chris Chan. We did not see him there. It was a group home for mentally challenged people.
Dude, what the fuck? Just post this.
It's such a weird way for Prism to approach Lava because it seems like the plan was to start talking about anime, then ambush Lava with questions about Ava. But suppose Lava was genuinely a victim of grooming, which is what Prism thinks. How would that play out? You're going to spring that onto a grooming victim? Just goes to show Prism isn't actually interested in his to expose pedophilia, just to ruin a trans person's life. No, 100%. No, that's precisely what I'm saying. Like either he's objectively the dumbest person on the planet and literally did not think this through at all, or he had an alternative reason for doing this. And he's pretty fucking stupid, but I think that there's still an alternative reason for doing this. Why are you saying this wouldn't be a big deal? What do you mean? Oh, I said if this was like an edgy white boy doing this shit, everyone would be literally calling out those like myself who would think this is weird and gross still. Okay? I'm not saying I think this isn't a big deal. I'm saying that I do think this is weird and gross, but the deal that was made on this is because Ava is trans. That's 100% what it is. And we know that because hella people were defending Dr. Piss Inspect. It's the same fucking people. That's why they immediately, just like Trainwrecks and XQC did, immediately were like, Oh, you know who's actually, remember the fucking stuff with like, what was the dude's name? It wasn't, what was it? Misgive's friend? The dude who was like fucking weird and crazy slick. Thank you. Immediately, the first thing the XQC did was be like, Pokemon and Hasan didn't react appropriately to this. And then they fucking tried to pull me into this, like, this web. Do you guys not remember that shit? It's because you don't have any fucking interest in, like, covering a story. You're just using it like a nuke. That's it. So many people operate like this online. It's fucking weird and gross.
Screenshots in like a 45-second YouTube short, and that would get the job done. You don't have to do that. That doesn't. Why would you go to Christian of all people? That's insane. That's a whole other story. As far as Lava's opinions, it wasn't that, but I do think it was severely inappropriate conversations that you shouldn't be having with a 14-year-old. As far as the meetup,
the message I typed was basically XQC's point, so I could help you argue back. That is probably the dumbest thing you could ever do, which is adopt an XQC talking point and then present it as your own. But thank you, chatter. Like, you're not wrong. You are dumb, just like you admitted earlier. Thank you for helping me argue back.
that's the final kind of hole in this story. Well, I asked Lava about it, and it wasn't as nefarious as some people make it out to be. Basically, Lava's family, this is from Lava directly, I talked to him, vacations in North Carolina and wanted to meet up to hang out with the people that he had.
Cody's victim was 17, Chris' victim was 13. Why are you comparing the two events? They're mad because they're trying to bang a 13-year-old, not because they're trans. What are you talking about? Bro, I hope you never have kids. Cody Co had sexual intercourse, statutory rape with a 17-year-old. Why are you trying to fucking justify this? What is going on? Is there like a brain trust somewhere where like the absolute dumbest opinions are coming into full display? What's happening? What's happening? What's going on? Like, one person committed a crime. What the fuck?
Been working for years. At this point, he was 16 years old, so he'd been working for the Mr. Beast team for like Mr. Beast Gaming for a couple of years at this point. So this is them in the RV. This is a picture that he gave me directly. Those feet down there are actually his dad's feet because he went with his family. So it wasn't weird in any way, shape, or form. He ended up working on a couple of Mr. Beast videos while he was there. I believe some Minecraft videos in the RV, but it was with his family. Nothing weird happened. It was totally just to hang out with the people that presumably he idolized, looked up to, and also worked for. Now, Ava has made an apology to all of these allegations, but because there are so many, this initial apology was shit. I mean, I'll just read it. I would like to apologize for any of my past behavior or comments. If it hurt or offended anyone, it was not my intent. Seeing recent events, we decided to mutually part ways. I think it's best I permanently step away from all things Mr. Beast and social media to focus on my family and mental health. So it seems like, I mean, at least as far as now, it was a mutual decision to step away. I don't know if it was a quitting or a firing exactly. Some people love to say mutual when it wasn't.
Well, this video chatter saying it's not about Ava being trans, it is about a child being involved. So they're saying, how could you be comparing the two? Is that right? Yeah, but that chatter is also operating under the assumption that like Ava was trying to fuck this 13-year-old or may have even fucked the 13-year-old. And I don't know what the fuck the chatter is thinking. Like, that's the difference. There is no evidence of Ava doing that. There's only evidence of the victim in this situation, the former 13-year-old who's now 20 being like, that never happened. Now, I don't know. Maybe they're fucking... maybe it did. I don't fucking know. But as it, like, what am I supposed to do? Make inferences on my own? like What is this angle, bro? You're doing Lud dirty with these pauses, bro. I mean, come on, that's not my fault.
Video was being edited. Mr. Beast dropped a statement about it. He basically said that he was the one who fired Kris, which I thought might have been the case. So that is true. And that he's also doing a third-party investigation to basically see like what involvement it had with Mr. Beast Incorporated and what was just Kris by her own actions. So we'll see what comes of that, but just wanted to include this a little bit.
And it seems like a blanket I did it statement, you know, kind of because the PR talk and because it doesn't refute anything. Now, a couple hours later, Ava followed up and did refute the grooming stuff. But because it was later, look at the view difference. 33 million on this one, 1.8 million on this.
Yeah, that was also literally like that first tweet is basically like, yeah, that was like a Dr. Disrespect style fucking response, which was crazy. Like, how the fuck do you just fire that off? I think that's probably why a lot of people immediately went extra hard after too. I, on the other hand, was not aware of any of this shit when it was popping off because, once again, I was hiding the truth about YouTube stuff because I'm a big Mr. Beast fan. As you guys know, I've appeared in a lot of the videos, and I'm being sarcastic, but I think people will probably clip this and go, "Did you see? We knew it." And not because, as a political commentator, as a person whose job is to cover news, I have been talking actively about some fairly significant news. I don't know if you guys have seen or heard of it, but I don't know if you guys have seen or heard of the stuff that's going on in the world, but Donald Trump almost got assassinated. And then Joe Biden dropped out of the race. And then Joe Biden endorsed Kamala Harris, who's the vice president. So I feel like I've been a little... Bro, I saw people saying you were silent so you can continue to get the bag from Mr. B's. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I was doing that. That's what I was doing. I'm getting the bag from Mr. Beast. How are you never in any of his videos? I don't know. Maybe because I spent the last 10 months talking about how Israel is doing an active genocide in Gaza. I feel like when you do that, you get taken off the fucking chocolate list, okay? I feel like when you do that, normally, like, internationally recognized brands are like, maybe I shouldn't have that guy on my fucking YouTube video with like 700 gorillion views. So you're a fun guy to have around? Well, a lot of my haters seem to think that I am not a fun guy to have around, but a lot of people that I am around almost always in unison say that I'm a fun guy to be around because I'm not fucking talking about politics when I'm offline.
Reality is most people have left this thinking that Ava has admitted guilt to all allegations. But she does refute that she never groomed anyone. The person who brought up the accusations against Lava are spreading, you know, false rumors, and Lava has supported me. Having said that, I humbly apologize to anyone I've hurt with my unacceptable social media posts, past actions, and to those who feel betrayed by how I used to act online. To lump these two factors together and create a narrative that my behavior extended beyond bad edgy jokes is disgusting and did not happen. I learned my old humor is unacceptable, and I cannot change who I was, but I can continue to work on myself. And that's where it leaves us. That's where it leaves us. Did Ava try to groom young teenage kids to eventually meet up with them to do like pedophilic shit? No, that never happened. Did Ava have severely inappropriate conversations with several different minors and then also have a history of supporting a lolly artist, even purchasing some of that lolly art? Yes. Is that worthy of being removed from Mr. Beast? Absolutely. Absolutely you should, you know? And even if Ava's a totally different person.
Yeah, he's saying this, by the way, but like also, that's why all the resurfaced Mr. Beast posts and shit, he would not make that same calculation in that situation because they're best friends. Like they were edgy white boys together. You know what I mean? Like they were doing edgy white boy shit together. And like, because I remember like one of the first, Kaya, place. You are not a guard dog. What is this? Your mods got to go harder on these hate watchers? What do you mean? They don't want to fucking ban. I don't want them banning every single person. Hey, don't embarrass my girl like that. Doing edgy shit on the internet is like mob ties to white people. Yeah, I mean, look, I never did it. I find it fucking weird. I don't like it. And I didn't like it back then either. And I still don't like it. I'm simply not Hasan trying to hide the truth about Ava as hard as what? Whoa. What did this guy say? Hide the truth about Ava? How much more coverage can I offer this? Oh, that guy was trying to do a top of the hour ad break debate. You deserve to be banned. Okay, he got me. You don't deserve to be banned. That wasn't even a two-parter. Not Hasan trying to hide the truth about Ava is hard, or even harder than he tries to hide the top of the hour. Respect. It's not even a two-parter. It's not even a two-parter. It was a one-parter. You can unban them. Anyway, how did Ludwig manage to go through this video without mentioning transphobia is crazy? Brother dog. Oh, Thembo coach. My favorite Themper. Let me explain something to you, okay? That's how you stay on the chocolate list, okay? That's how you stay on the fucking chocolate list. That is exactly how you get this shit monetized and you stay on the motherfucking chocolate list and you're a brand friendly ass motherfucker, okay? He definitely did a much better job than most other content creators that cover the story, but that's precisely how you do that. You understand me? He rides that line. He brings up Ava's trans in the beginning. Never again. That way, people are not going to fucking yell at him and be like, but you didn't call every trans person a pedophile. What the fuck? It's a phenomenal way It, in my opinion, avoids one of the most like drama focused, like one of the most significant aspects of the story. And it also ends up making it so that like people don't immediately yell at you. We know Ludwig is pro-trans. Okay. He's not a transphobic person at all. He is not even like, weird about it. He's not even like, oh, they're weird, I don't really care. No, he's like actively pro-trans. Do we? Yes, he is. He had fucking the trans pride flag behind him like 6-7 years ago. Okay. You know what his position is on this issue, but he doesn't just fucking rub your face with it. Okay. Which I think is pretty smart. In my opinion, it's a smart thing to do. I mean, it's a business-wise smart thing to do. And maybe he doesn't feel comfortable parsing through like the transphobia aspect of it. But yeah, I think it's lacking that aspect of the story, of course. But that's what I'm here to do, right? Seriously, thank you for the 20 gift subs. What is this? Hasan gearing up, buying all those zins to build this? Hello, Epic Department. Okay. Arguing with transphobes is damn near impossible. Yes, arguing with Republicans in general is damn near impossible because most Republicans have become like avid transphobes. So it's like, it's just impossible to have any conversation with them because I don't know. It's just like they're insane. They're like hallucinating shit. And they're like, oh, if you don't agree with my hallucinations, like you're also a pedophile. And it's like, okay, never mind. Why are you so bad at being rich? I still serve 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. That's how I stay being rich and good. I don't fucking know. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm dumb. Here's the 3-minute break now.
Now, those former actions are still your responsibility, and I think it is smart to have stepped down or been fired. I don't know exactly how it actually went down, and that's where it currently leaves us at. I'm going to make a video in the next couple days on this channel because I had a lot of shit come my way about taking too long to make this while on vacation with my family. But that's a story for a different day. Hopefully that fills you in. Thank you all for watching. Goodbye. All right, see you later. Goodbye now. Goodbye. See you later. Goodbye now.
Okay, that's the... Are you ever going to do a P.O. box? Weird question, but do you hate the fact that you're well off financially? No, why would I hate the fact that I'm well off financially? No. Oh, no. Trump camp says they're backing off the debates? Oh, no. Dude, fuck that. Dude, fuck that. Dude, actually fuck that. That is so fucked. How convenient he was in vacation with his family. You Hollywood streamers are hiding something. I know. Just like I called Joe Biden to drop out of the race so I didn't have to cover the Ava Kris Tyson situation. He went and visited family in where? France, which very famous for having pedophilic philosophers. I rest my case. You literally shot Trump not to cover this? No, that was Cody Ko. That was Cody Ko. That's different. But yeah. There are other victims, a lot of other victims. Just know that you don't have to protect these abusers. These were public messages, a public Discord chat. He wasn't pushing 30s. He was literally 21 years old. Yeah, they got El Chapo's founder. But yeah, shouts out to Stephen Azarch for like actually doing like real journalism and not like random fucking bullshit and shit stirring online. Do you agree with the firing part? Feel like it might have been a bit far, but I get that it's a family brand. Yeah, I think in that situation, it's just like, it's like Ava being trans definitely played a role in this, but considering that Mr. Beast has defended Ava quite a bit against these like unjustifiable attacks early on, I understand why he would make such a decision. Like, I get it. Dude, come on. It's, like, it's like, you can't be fucking, you can't be DMing 13-year-olds and shit. And like, I think it's a little bit to try and defend his brand, because like, then people are going to look at what he's been doing and be like, well, you were messaging 13-year-olds too. You know what I mean? Or some shit like that. And by that, I don't mean like this 13-year-old, 14-year-old was around them. You know what I mean? It's not like they hired him. They gave him a job. So like, and then they're going to look at like his older videos and be like, oh, are you, what do you call it? Are you, what kind of things were you saying in that time frame? You know what I mean? All right. I gotta pee. We're watching Migrant Crime.
But we're gonna jump.
That's just a line that he keeps repeating now. And I find that so psychotic. Like, it's one of those statements where you're just like, this is such an insane thing that he just said that I haven't even like, what? She was 17 years old, 360. What are you? Ew. Ew. What? We've moved past this story. I don't know why you're like We're over here talking about the RNC being racist, and this guy is still trying to fucking make jokes about like fucking 17-year-olds. That's weird. Pipe down, libertarians. Calm down, okay? This is not your convention. We already watched your convention. It was a shit show. Anyway. So the Trump statement about 100,000, hundreds of thousands of Americans are murdered every day or every year by migrants. It's like one of those statements where it's like, it's so wild. Like it is such an obvious lie. And it is obviously like harnessing so much racist energy within it. But because of the numbers that are so beyond the pale that like you kind of can't like you can't even like take it seriously. And I think that's maybe the reason why the media doesn't take it seriously, or they're just like asleep at the wheel, because it just, I don't know how to parse through it. It's just completely made up. Like he's not even saying like, oh, 10,000 migrants are responsible, like, or I don't know, like 500 migrants did crimes this past year, and that's like unacceptable. He says 100,000 murders were committed by migrants. Okay? Yeah, last year there were 23 homicides by undocumented migrants. Holy shit. It's lower than I thought. I said 500 because I was like, there's a lot of undocumented migrants. Not 100, hundreds of thousands of undocumented migrant murders are happening. I need to look this up. Hold on. It's going to be like, this question is going to be like VDAY. Like only VDAY is going to fucking respond. I mean, this is classic. Illegal immigrants have a low homicide conviction rate, setting the record straight on illegal immigrant crime. Obviously, it's from the Cato Institute. Libertarians, they come in clutch on this issue, at least. Not other issues. Don't look at the other issues, like age of consent. The homicide conviction rate for illegal immigrants was 2.4 per 100,000 illegal immigrants in 2015, which is lower than the homicide conviction rate of 2.8 for 100,000 native-born Americans. Legal immigrants still have the lowest homicide conviction rate at 1.1 per 100,000 legal immigrants. Those rates are similar across the years, which data is available for. What is the total number, though? Criminal non-citizen statistics. Arrest of individuals with criminal convictions. Assault, battery, domestic violence. Okay, homicide, manslaughter. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. Fiscal year 2017, 3. Fiscal year 18, 3. Fiscal year 2019, 2. Fiscal year 2023, fiscal year 2021, 60. Fiscal year 2022, 62. Fiscal year 2023, 29. Fiscal year 2024 up until now, 23. Now think about how high profile it is when an undocumented migrant actually engages in homicide or manslaughter. I used to joke and say, anytime an undocumented migrant commits a fucking gross, heinous crime, you hear about it. It turns out it's not a joke. They literally have to look at every single individual case. Trump has brought forward at least 23 different cases, which means that he literally waits for an undocumented migrant to do a homicide so he can talk about it. Do you want to know? Do you want to know? Do you want to know what, like, the total number of homicide and manslaughter cases are in those years? Okay? Because we can look that up as well. If you want to understand, all homicides in general in 2022, for example, all homicides in 2022 was 24,849. 62 were committed by undocumented migrants. 62. This is why when these guys try to fucking talk about this shit, I always try to be like, the numbers are insane. Their response is 62 too many. No, that's bullshit, dude. You can't say that when they represent 0.25% of the data. Okay? It's like trying to solve drunk driving by, I mean, I don't even, what is a fucking something that is analogous? Like, I can't even find an adequate analogy in this situation because it's such a tiny drop in the fucking puddle. It's like your fucking house is on fire and that's the moment that you thought is a good opportunity to change your fucking curtain color, okay? It's complaining about the color of the curtains while the house is on fire. $62 is 0. Oh, it's even less. It's 0.025. It's like trying to stop teenage smoking by preventing a single classroom from having cigarettes. I mean, it's exactly like their obsession with trans athletes when there's like 4 of them. But unlike trans athletes, there's a shit ton more undocumented migrants. So like, I mean, it's just still lying. You know what I mean? There is a shit ton more undocumented migrants. They're just not represented in the crime data because they just don't do crime at the same rate that natural born U.S. citizens do crime. Move out if you don't like it. Go help their country. Trump 2024. Do you believe everything on the internet? Dude, this is the government website. This is the Customs and Border Patrol's government website. If you don't believe the Customs and Border Patrol's own data, who do you believe? Do you think they're also woke and gay? Or are they the brave warriors defending this country? Bro, you can't deal with people that are this stupid. You just cannot have a conversation with a person who is actively hallucinating a problem. Like, I don't know how to deal with you. If I show you Customs and Border Patrol's own fucking data and your immediate reaction is, I don't fucking believe it. I don't believe it. It's on a website, brother. What the fuck do you mean? It's like, I can't talk to you. You are like barely human. You're not human. You're like a sea cucumber. How have you been kept alive? Modern medicine has gone too far. Society has gone too far. Natural selection would have taken you out 3 seconds in under other circumstances. You're like a fucking animal, dude. No, an animal has self-preservation skills at least. Like, that's insane. $62 murders and 12,000 is pretty bad, not gonna lie. What are you talking about? It's the same attitude when we talk about when we fucking talk about drugs, right? I'm sure he's trying to say 100,000 because like fentanyl deaths. He's like saying all of the drugs were brought by undocumented migrants. And there's data for that as well. Lo and behold, if you go to the Department of Homeland Security's own data, 90% of the drugs that are apprehended at the border come from regular points of entry. It's not routine border crossers. It's American citizens that are trafficking the fentanyl, dumbass. So it's not even like these undocumented migrants that are like trafficking the drugs secretly. So it makes no dang sense to have this conversation over and over and over again. Yes, the chemical compounds for fentanyl comes through like shipping containers from China, and other drugs come through regular points of entry like ports or regular border crossings. And it just doesn't make sense. I don't know how I can have this conversation with people because like it objectively doesn't make sense to try and ship metric tons of fentanyl in like the buttholes and fucking pockets of like random people crossing the fucking border. The risk is so unimaginably high. You know what does make sense? Getting a fucking American to drive down to Tijuana, okay, and then chop up their fucking car and put the fentanyl in the car and have that American drive the car back with the hopes that they don't get caught. Here is the DHS fact sheet. More than 90% of fentanyl interdicted is stopped at ports of entry, where cartels attempt to smuggle it through primarily in vehicles driven by U.S. citizens. But I don't believe it. You believe every single thing you see online, brother. Get the fuck out of here. What website is this from? Oh, the Department of Homeland Security. That's the website it's from. Okay? These are not like woke government websites. This is Department of Homeland Security. Okay? Every part of this conversation is completely made up. Because much like the previous situation where that guy had no interest in like actually trying to get the story from a potential grooming victim, okay? These people don't care about stopping drugs from coming over the border. They just don't like migrants. And it's not that they don't like migrants, it's that they think migrants are like rapist drug dealers and murderers and stealing their wives and stealing their daughters to kidnap them and steal their jobs and also steal the welfare at the same time somehow. They're both stealing the jobs and they're stealing the jobs of the criminals and also stealing the welfare too. Isn't this also not just people who cross the border, but anyone who's a non-citizen? So an asylum seeker from South America, some tech bro from Vancouver visa would be tallied together? Yes. Yeah, but if you considered, come on. Yeah, that's what Trump said. Come on. So it's one of these situations where like the data is immediately available. It's immediately available. It's readily available. You can find it on your own if you want to. And I talk about it quite frequently. And instead of like, can you provide a link for these sources? Bro, it's right there, dude. It's right there. cbp.gov, dude. Like Google it on your own. You will arrive at this. Homicide numbers are at the CDC website, National Center for Health Statistics. And this is from the Department of Homeland Security's own website. The website They don't want to actually learn the truth or the root cause. They want to demonize migrants. That's easier for them. Yeah. 12 million Guatemalans are injecting fentanyl into the Lincoln Memorial right now. They're trying to kill They're trying to kill Abraham Lincoln. Okay, Abraham Lincoln Riley. They're trying to do that. They're injecting fentanyl directly to his veins, brother. You better stop it now. Military-age Guatemalans, the scariest kind. Abraham Lincoln, who simultaneously was a Republican, and I'll remind you, but also the Confederates were the good guys in that war. Please stop asking me questions about American history, okay? History is woke and gay. Fucking asshole trying to do DEI. That's some woke side. Probably the Department of Homosexual Sex. DHS. The Department of Homosexual Sex.gov. Oh, wow. Coming at me with this DHS. That's right. It's got the D in it for diversity. Hey, I work for the Diversity, Homosexuality, and Sexual Intercourse website. The government facility where they're teaching you how to have diverse gay sex. Fucking hate it. I'm kind of losing it. Okay, I will say something that John Oliver will not say because he's allergic to criticizing the Democratic Party. But actually, that's not true. He criticized the Democratic Party quite a bit, but I don't know if he'll actually address it in this situation. And that is that there's a big part. He does criticize him on this? Okay, never mind.
Think they're committing a crime. And second,
no, not specifically calling them pants pissers, but like I think that he does criticize the Democratic Party. I said I'm wrong. I caught myself and I corrected it in literally a second. A big part of this equation is something that I've been very upset about, something I talked to Astead about earlier today, which is that the Democrats also have never addressed this. Like they just don't. They don't address it at all. And it blows my fucking mind that they don't do that because the Republican Party brings up immigration and immigrant crime every 2 years, right before a midterm and right before a general election. So like it's not unexpected. You know they're going to do that. So how the fuck do you not have like a narrative built up against it? And it's not even a counter narrative. Really, it's just addressing it truthfully, addressing the matter truthfully. That is what the Democrats should be doing, going, this is all completely made up. Here is the data. And when the Democrats don't address this, okay, and they don't like openly gear up against these hysterical lies, and worse, lean into them and advocate for right-wing immigration policies that completely capitulate to right-wing framing, that normalize and legitimize said right-wing framing as though immigration is a consequence for national security. When they do that, they lose. It's that simple. Not only have they now officially pushed the American political discourse surrounding this issue further and further right into fascism territory, but they also are losing electorally to it. So I don't get it. Like, do you not have a fucking single self-preservation bone in your goddamn body? Like, what the fuck's going on? You're allowing your otherwise supposedly moderate your otherwise supposedly moderate constituents to also fall victim to this kind of right-wing framing. It's abhorrent. Oh man, how could we have stopped this from happening? How could we have foreseen this? How could we allow a bunch of fucking jackbooted thugs who literally dress up in red as opposed to brown, by the way, run around and do like hate crimes? Where have I seen this throughout history? Where have I seen this happen? It hasn't even been 100 years since the last time this happened. This is Hitlerian bullshit, okay? This is Nazi Germany. We're doing a rerun of Nazi Germany shit. And I don't mean this in like an exaggerated fashion. I mean like literally we're doing that. Nazis also hated trans people. Nazis also routinely talked about the moral degeneracy from Jewish intellectuals in colleges that are making the country too woke. Okay? They didn't say woke. That's precisely what we're doing.
Something that could be said of about...
What? What do you think the Democrats should say? Oh, crime, low wages, and high rent costs is the fault of capitalism and not invading migrants. As Brecht said, it's a choice between barbarism or communism every time. No, I suspect the Democrats... Dude, I'm not expecting the Democrats to be like, you know, advocating for the international proletarian uprising or some shit, okay? Just say the truth, which is that there is no migrant crime. It is a completely made up and utterly racist phenomena cultivated by hysterical people, but they repeat it over and over again and people fucking believe it. It's just made up. Is that too hard to be like, hey, Democrats, when Republicans are just like making racist shit up, just don't fucking lean into it and instead address it head on and be like, that's made up. You made that up. Here's the truth. No joke, but I kind of given up even normies immune the facts. I mean, dude, we experienced this when I talked to Jank, my uncle, who I love and have deep admiration for and deep respect for. And I just kept pulling data directly in front of him. I was like, dude, what are you talking about? I tried to talk to him through the anecdotes that he would bring forward. And I would be like, walk through this anecdote. Do you think that the cops are just like not logging crimes that are occurring? Okay, when they do happen. And he just would, you can't reason with some people. There's just nothing you can do. When stubborn older folks make up their minds on certain issues, they just like will not be shaken from that position. You just cannot do it. I don't know if they also fucking run. I don't know if they also like personally run the weird like migrant crime narrative too. Or they say they aren't prosecuting crimes or making arrests, so the crime looks lower. Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous.
Roughly,
like the fact that we don't talk more about the reality that Governor Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis, who didn't even have migrants in his state, but he just like shipped them from fucking Texas to all these different places in a human trafficking scheme and got zero punishment whatsoever. Like, throw the entire Democratic administration in prison, okay? For not throwing those two guys in prison. Like, how? How are we as a country at this goddamn level? How are we as a nation at a level where like we are literally shipping, trafficking hundreds of thousands of undocumented migrants to other states to fuck them over? And this isn't to say that like undocumented migrants fuck people up, okay? To deliberately disrupt their immigrant processing structure, okay? If they gave prior go-ahead, if they gave prior knowledge to these other states, if they legitimately did not have the resources to process these migrants and actually had needed help, a normal government in that circumstance would reach out first to the federal government and say, hey, we need more resources pronto. We need it immediately. We need more translators. We need more lawyers. We need more judges. And then the federal government would work to actively set that structure up. And if they didn't have enough space, enough housing, for example, which obviously is not the case in fucking Texas, but the idea that like if they couldn't deal with it, then they would be like, hey, we need additional help from like surrounding states or maybe even fucking Illinois or New York. Like, and then you set it up. You set it up ahead of time. You reach out to the other states and you say, hey, we have to send some of these additional migrants in an overflow because they unfortunately, we cannot process them. We don't have enough resources. We don't have enough manpower to do so. Like, that's how it's supposed to work. Okay? That is how it's supposed to work. That's what a competent government would do. Okay? But instead of doing that, we literally had this process where these people were like being duped and getting shipped out to other fucking states without telling the other goddamn state. Deliberately so they could gum up their works. Like they're mere pawns, not human beings with like wives, children, dreams. They did this during a blizzard. Yeah, I mean, it was just so crazy. And the fact that the federal government did not actually immediately throw every single person that was involved in this scheme in jail is a crime in and of itself. It is malicious negligence. Okay? I don't understand it. Like, I don't get it. Or even after the fact, let's say they did do this. How the fuck did the federal government not step in and go to Illinois and go to New York State and say, hey, we're going to give you additional funds. Okay, we're going to give you additional funds. We're going to have some of these migrants actually placed in other facilities elsewhere because clearly you are having an issue with like the overflow, or you're having an issue with the amount of migrants that are coming in and the frequency and the rate that in which they're coming in. Like, they didn't even do that. They could have turned around and fucking done that and been like, see, we have the capacity to deal with these people. Instead, we basically just let them become a political pawn. It's just incompetence on the one side and cruelty on the other. And it blows my mind that not a single fucking person is like actively trying to fix it. You're asking all the right questions. Well, welcome to the broadcast. These are things that I have been demanding from the Biden administration from the start of this drama. Okay? The moment that this happened, the first time this happened, I said, arrest the motherfucker and immediately deal with the issues. Offer additional funds and turn this political game of pawn into something that is beneficial to a pro-immigrant argument. Fuck it. Arrest Governor Greg Abbott regardless. You know what I mean? Even not for that. Just for having fucked vibes. Honestly. Fuck him. Ken Carson performing at the DNC. That would be amazing. I don't think that that's going to happen. That'd be pretty funny. All right. One quick note on JD Vance before I get to this. Hold on. Let me see if I can download this. 1 second. I'm downloading a YouTube video. That was made for me. Called Happy Birthday, Hasan. because the RNC is camp. It is. Will and Felix's son got arrested. U.S. authorities arrest Sinaloa cartel leaders, including El Chapo's son. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. Getting your birthday evening goon sesh sorted out on stream. I respect it. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. You fucking freak. Then you can sit your happy ass at home and send me the accommodation and tickets. I'll be lame at the DNC. No, I'm going to the fucking DNC. I'm very excited to go into the fucking DNC. But I'm just saying, like, it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same as, like, oh.
Hey, Hasan, big fan, man. Just wanted to say happy birthday.
Wait, fuck. Oh, no. It just, like, wait, fuck. What happened? It crashed? No, I don't want to send a...
Big fan.
Don't want to send a bug report. Okay. Are you going to stream it? Yes, I am going to stream it. You crazy? Of course. All right, let's get to JD Vance's popularity before I get to my birthday. Like an iPad kid.
He does worse in his home region at minus 16 points than he does in the average of all polls, which...
I just want to say, I didn't see a single poll result. I just knew he underperformed every other Republican on the ballot. But I did call this, like, purely on vibes alone. Just so you understand, purely on fucking vibes alone, I knew that he was just not very well liked. Okay? He underperforms with the couch as well. I like the couch fucking jokes.
Which is a minus 5-point net favorability rating. So the people who know him best, the region that knows him best, they like him even less than America likes him. And of course, as you pointed out, again in that kind intro, is he is historically unpopular for a VP nominee coming out of his first convention as the VP nominee.
All right, so let's
I love that.
specifically look at some former Republican presidential candidates. What do you see?
Yeah, you know, you mentioned Sarah Palin. How about Dan Quayle as well? These are two folks who I think most people remember as not being particularly popular. The amazing thing was coming out of their conventions, they actually were pretty popular. Quayle with a plus 15-point net favorability rating. Sarah Palin with a plus 26-point net favorability rating. Again, Vance at minus 5 points is just off the charts and falling off the chart in the wrong direction. Not up above the chart, but down below the chart. The fact is, he is historically unpopular, even more so than VP nominees, who of course went on to infamy. At least in
well, I mean, right. So you look at what happened to those two, and they plunged. You know, some may say, well, maybe there's nowhere to go but up for Vance, but in margins, that's not true. It can get worse.
It can get definitely
just don't
worse.
know which way it will go. All right. So when this comes to the broader country, you talked about how the area that knows him best right now in the favorability likes him least, but undecided voters. That's what this is about. There are more of them than a lot of people care to admit.
Yeah.
And prior to the seismic shift in the race, many of them may have gone for Trump.
Could have.
Now, who knows what they're going to do? How does Vance play there?
He doesn't play well with them at all. His favorable rating is just 5%. Just 5% hold a favorable rating. 29% hold an unfavorable rating. That makes a net favorability rating of minus 24 points. That's
who the fuck finds JD Vance favorable? Dude, he's so bad. Dude, I told you guys. I told you. There is no world. There is no fucking world in which there's no world, and it's going to get so much worse, by the way. There is no world where this man who underperformed Governor Mike DeWine on the same ballot by like 20 points and underperformed Trump by, I believe, not on the same ballot, but underperformed Trump by, I believe, like 6 or 7 points, or maybe less than that. Maybe it was like 3 or 4. If I might be getting the numbers wrong, but like this guy was not liked in Ohio even. 5% is actually insanely pathetic. You can get 10 to 20% of Americans to believe literally anything. There's almost no poll results where someone gets numbers that low for anything. Yeah. Like Biden has higher approval and he's dead. Americans have a higher approval rating and a higher mark for the job performance of a guy who's dead, okay? Like, his net favorability is worse than JD Vance's, but still, like, he still has a higher approval rating. Cancer has a higher approval rating. It's crazy, man. It's actually it's shocking.
Worse than his net favorability ratings overall. The fact is, if undecided voters are going to make up their mind based upon J.D. Vance, they're going to make it and make the choice for Kamala Harris.
5% favorable?
5% favorable.
Ever heard of anything like that?
I really haven't. There's still a lot of folks who are undetermined on him, but that 5% is not something.
I've never heard, he said, I've never heard anything like that. Bro, I went to Ohio and everybody knew you and they fucking hated you, okay? Like, I went to your hood, bro, and they all knew you. They were like, yo, don't bring him back here no more. That's crazy. Dude, this part is so fun. I'm going to run it again.
Of minus 24 points, that's worse than his net favorability ratings overall. The fact is, if undecided voters are going to make up their mind based upon J.D. Vance, they're going to make it and make the choice for Kamala Harris.
5% favorable?
5% favorable.
Ever heard of anything like that?
I really haven't. There's still a lot of folks who are undetermined on him, but that 5% is not something I think is going to go on his wall of fame.
All right.
Oh, dude, that's so sick. They are forced to keep him. He's on the ballot. He's the guy. Unless they kill him, I think.
All right.
Trump is gonna kill this man, bro. Trump is in his mind. Trump is thinking like, fuck, man, why didn't I do this rally after I chose him? Why didn't I do this rally after the Thomas Kirk's rally? I should have gone to Butler, Pennsylvania with him by my side. I'm tweeting that. Don't say it. We saw what happened to Trump already.
Harry.
That was great. 5% is worse approval ratings than used car salesmen. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bro, senators across the board are at 28%. Dude, senators across the board have higher approval ratings. Like the Senate. Members of Congress across the board, which of course always is like historically very low. You know, when you ask like, what do you think of Congress? It's always very low, right? What do you think of senators? It's always very low. He is lower than used car salesmen and advertiser practitioners. Oh my God, wait. That's crazy. Wait, am I birthday twins with this man? Am I Connor Dog Virginia's birthday twin? What the fuck? That's crazy. Oh, because he's in Japan. He's on the 26th. He's a day ahead. Anyway, all right. We watched this. Oh, there was this one more JD Vance clip, and this is precisely the reason why it's going to get worse for him. Unearthed audio. JD Vance calls for a federal response to block women in red states from traveling to another state to get an abortion.
Here's the situation. Let's say Roe versus Wade is overruled. Ohio bans abortion. In 2022 or let's say 2024, and then every day George Soros sends a 747 to Columbus to load up disproportionately black women to get them to go have abortions in California. And of course, the left will celebrate this as a victory for diversity. That's kind of creepy.
Health justice is when we exterminate
that's right,
working class black people.
This motherfucker's like doing Der Stürmer power hour, dude. It's so funny. God, he's such a sweaty, gross little man. No, I'm telling you, bro, this is literally like he was caught in racial chat rooms showing feet type shit, okay? Because he literally was doing that. Like, he was like going on fucking racist podcasts and shit.
Something like that could, that would be a really weird turn of events that could happen, yes.
And it's like, if that happens, do you need some federal response to prevent it from happening? Because it's really creepy. And, I'm pretty sympathetic to that, actually.
What's the fucking point of the union if there's no free travel between states, just un-American? I'm tweeting another JD Vance banger. Bro is stalling. I am stalling. Okay, let's watch the video. Let's roll the tape. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, just like an iPad kid, I'm about to open my fucking gifts like a baby. Okay? Like a baby. It's my birthday today. For those of you who don't know, I've turned 33. I talked about it already. As far as like, I posted my body transformation. I posted my body transformation on Twitter earlier today. That's it. I'm here. When I was turning 30, I was like very depressed, very upset, very out of shape. The past 3 years, I've been trucking. And, I wouldn't have gotten here if it wasn't for my community and my friends. So I'm very happy for you all. I'm very grateful for you all. So let's take a look at this video that my friends made.
Fan man, just wanted to say happy birthday. I hope you have a good day, bro. You're a good guy, great streamer. Would never say it to your face, but yeah.
Hey Hasan, happy birthday. I hope it's a great one, and maybe I'll see you next time you're down here in Sydney. All right, bye-bye.
Happy birthday. Nabi and I want to wish you a happy birthday. What is that? You miss his Valo era? So true. He says to come back and play Valo again.
That's crazy.
The crowd cheers. It's just Nabi, actually.
Yes. It's me, Big Soch. Here to wish you a happy birthday.
God damn it, bro. Are you serious?
You might be the GOAT.
This fucking guy, bro. This guy fucking poop socks me in the middle of his birthday, announcement.
Happy birthday, Hasan. Happy birthday, Hasan.
Hasan, and remember, Noah, when at the time, he cried to us and we heard him, and delivered him and his family from the great calamity. Happy birthday, Hasan.
Hey Will, we gotta tape Hasan's birthday videos. I'm bringing your phone to you. I've got it started already. Oh my God! Oh jeez! Oh Jesus! Oh God! I'm sorry. Oh God! What?
I told you never to disturb me during my yoga.
I forgot.
What did you? Happy birthday, Hasan. Another year older. Wow. Such great times. I'm gonna finish what I was doing in there.
Okay, sounds good.
No,
Hey,
don't bring
Hasan.
Farley in
It
there.
is, July 25th, and I'm here at breakfast, and it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you, and I hope you're doing well, and I know you miss me.
Happy birthday, brother. My Turkish brother. I hope your day is amazing. I miss you.
What's going on, brother? What?
LA partner.
It's me and your two most warm-blooded Americans here. We're out to
Red, white, and blue, baby.
That's right, Thursday. Happy birthday there, Mr. Piker. I'll tell you what.
Happy birthday, partner.
We about to celebrate American values for you on your day.
By firing a goddamn American flag pistol Glock.
Yeah, I was gonna get me killed.
Hussein, what's up, man? Happy birthday. We're really proud of you.
Is this a cameo?
30.
What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck?
It's a big year for you. It's really old. It's crazy old. Like, I can't imagine what that's like. And the fact is, we're really proud. Thank you for getting yourself on an FBI watch list just to be cool with all the other Arabs, dude. Hey, stand strong.
They ask me what I do and who I do it for.
What the fuck?
I come up with this shit up in the studio. All I want for my birthday is a big booty hoe. All I want for my
Is she doing product placement? What is happening?
When I die, bury me inside the Gucci style. When I die, bury me inside the Louis style. All I want for my birthday is a big booty hoe. All I want for my birthday is a big booty hoe. She got a big booty, so I call her big.
Happy birthday, Hasan. Club life forever.
What the
You're
fuck?
still a year older than me. Bye.
Hello, chat. Mike from PA, Central Committee on Twitch. I'm here with the Squonk.
What the fuck is that?
Pennsylvania's most famous cryptid. Happy 40th birthday, Hasan. Wow. The big 4-0. I remember when that happened to me earlier this year.
I'm
I have a couple
33,
tips
man.
For you.
Fuck
Try
is this
Metamucil.
fake news
It'll
bullshit?
Keep you regular. And now that you're 40, you need to get a regular colonoscopy. Like this little tookus on this guy.
What the hell is
Anyway,
this?
I'm with my chat. We wanted to wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Hasan. Bye.
What?
There we go. We did it. Okay, back to real pop.
Hey, what's up? It's Brett. Cinemarks has been in the chat. Happy birthday, Hasan. It's been awesome being a part of this
I wonder what
community
this
as well.
guy's opinion is on Israel. I can't really tell. I can't really tell if he likes cops or not, or if he's like a big fan of Israel or not. I don't know. I can't really
Last
tell.
few years, and you know, seeing you come to UCLA and seeing the students there that were inspired by you to be there, and seeing you so inspired by those students was a really beautiful part of this year. So I hope we can do more stuff like that this year, and you know, I'm really excited to see what's coming up. I hope you have a great year, and I wish you the best, man.
Hey, son, happy birthday, dude. Getting old's not that bad. It feels like it was just yesterday when we met, man. And we have so many memories over the years. It truly does feel like it was yesterday. Man, you know. I know this one memory. It was you were there and I was there, and you know, Will was there, and we were just all God, we were all just so happy. So just young and happy and not old. And it's just insane to think, like, your birthday is closer to the Cold War than it is to today. Imagine being that old. I have gray hair now. Happy birthday, Hasan.
Hi, Hasan. Just sending this in, you know, busy working on one of my own videos, or as I like to call them, filler for Hasan's stream, as he goes to the bathroom or eats food or texts people. I haven't watched the recent ones, really. Gave you permission to watch them, and you haven't really watched the recent ones. I thought, you know, I think they're pretty good, but that's besides the point. You know, I'm sending this in to say happy birthday. I know you're turning 33.
Oh no.
Are you really fucking 33 years old?
Oh no.
Okay, yeah, no, 33. On Twitch? 33 on Twitch?
No.
What can I say about 33? Old, probably. Old is the first thing that does come to mind. Hey, it's not 35. Yeah, I mean, sorry.
Oh no, dude.
Really just put me in a funk. Listen, Hasan, there's a bunch of, really nice things I could say about you as a person, or the things you do with your platform, or what you've done for the country, but I wouldn't be caught dead saying those things publicly. So, happy birthday, and 33, man. Holy fuck.
Happy birthday, Hasan. You're 33 years old. You've accomplished so much in your long, long, long life.
Okay,
That's
there's
only
too many
time.
longs.
But you know what's a bigger accomplishment than turning 33? Avoiding the top of the hour ad break, which you can do by subscribing in one of 3 ways. You can connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free Twitch Prime sub. Or you can pay $6 or whatever your local currency is and subscribe.
You know what's funny? I literally served a 1-minute ad break in the middle of the hour right before this. Too early. You're welcome. I ran it in the middle. I ran a 1-minute middle of the hour ad break right before I started this.
If you're willing and able to, you can gift Hasan 33 subs. Did I get it? Did I time it right?
No, you didn't.
Hey, son, just wanted to wish you a happy birthday and say thank you for everything you've done for this space, this broader community that we all exist within.
Oh, look, is Will again.
Wouldn't be where we are without you and the influence you've had here. So I just want to say thank you from me and my community to you.
This kid gets swagged out, Will.
Happy birthday.
It's
Hello,
Will with
Hasan.
swag.
Happy birthday.
Oh, there's Will
Very
again.
Old. I'm
Will
sorry,
with Will with less swag. Wow, I didn't hear what he
happy birthday. You're very old. I'm sorry I can't be there today, but I hope to see you soon. And I just wanted to, not this, sorry. Not this, sorry.
What the fuck?
I just wanted to remind you of our beautiful friendship. Sorry, I share this computer with other people, so. We did it. My cat says happy birthday too.
Is it recording?
Yeah.
Okay. Happy birthday, you big old Turkish delight. That's it.
That's
Yeah,
it.
you can do.
Hey Hasan, your favorite meat man here. Just wishing you a happy birthday. Whenever you want my meat, let me know. I'll come over and bring it. You know it's always juicy. You know you always love it. You can't get your hands off it because it's so yummy.
Hey, yo, pause.
And, I hope one day you could cook good meat too. Anyways, happy birthday. I love you.
Hey, Hasan, it's me, Jarvis. Just wanted to say happy birthday, happy 33rd birthday. You know, Jesus was 33 once. And I'm not really sure what happened, but...
Yo, he came back to life, right?
Like,
It's fine.
Your birthday is good. I wanted to get you a gift. But what do you get for the guy who has everything? So I settled on a Zank. Found a great deal. You just let me know which mansion to send it to. I'll contact
stop
the people.
leaking.
But in all seriousness,
stop leaking my
have a great
mansions.
birthday. Make sure you work out and eat sweet green and drink like a diet soda. And say hi to Kaya for me. Peace.
Hasan, happy birthday. 33, Jesus year. Hopefully you don't die this year.
What
But
the
you
fuck?
won't, because I am here to protect you. I love you more than anything. You're one of my best friends. I can't wait for this next year ahead. The skinny kid and the city kid are making a big return.
God damn, Unc. 33 years old. You're getting up there. Happy birthday, though, man. You don't got much life to live, so I just say live your life to the fullest, day by day. Live it to the fullest. Happy birthday. go party, or no, 30-year-olds don't really party anymore. I say go golfing and just live life, man. Happy birthday from yours truly, Jason. We need to run back to basketball. You beat me because I was injured. Run that shit back. I'm out. I mean, happy birthday.
God damn, Monk. 33 years old. You're getting up there.
You can't. What? No. You're old too. You're old too, bitch. What the fuck?
Happy birthday, though. But you don't have a lot of life left to live. So, live each and every day to the fullest. To the fullest. For your birthday, go out and party. No, you're too old. You don't party. Maybe think. Think. But for
That's
real,
so
happy
funny.
birthday, man.
That's
Happy
funny.
birthday.
Oh, I love a two-parter. That's hilarious. No, they just did it again.
Hasan, I hope you're having a great day. Sorry,
Look
it's
at
so
his-
sunny
Look at the reflection in his glasses.
in my office that I had to put these on. But happy birthday, dude. Miss you. Miss all the great memories we've had together. And I hope we can make some more memories one day, if you know what I mean. So happy 50th birthday. See you soon, man.
Hey Hasan, just wanted to let you know that you're the GOAT and I hope you have an awesome birthday.
Hey, happy birthday, Hasan. Just want to say that I love you and that I thank you for the job. Thank you for for paying me so much money. And
Fuck
giving me a lot
you.
of money. Thank you. I hope we get to work together for many more years and birthdays. I love working for you. Thanks, man. I hope you have a good birthday, man. Love you, man. Bye, man.
Hello, what's up, Hasan? Happy birthday. I don't know how old you are today, but I know it's definitely a lot older than me. I just wanted to say, I don't care what they say about you online. I don't care what they say about you behind your back. I think you're really great, and you're my friend. And I hope you have the best day because you deserve it, even if they say that you don't.
Happy birthday, Hasan.
No one says that.
It's me, your good friend Peach Jars. Just hoping you have a special day. I know
Worst
it's hard
mod.
to have one of those whenever you spend every day reporting on if Donald Trump wipes his ass or not.
L mod. Not a W mod.
Happy birthday! What should I say? You are probably one of my most favorite people that I get to hang out with. You light up every room you walk into.
Oh my
Everybody
God.
always talks about how fun you are to hang out with. I don't know what to say besides I'm so happy you're alive. But big happy birthday to Marat. I hope it's amazing. You don't look a day over 25. Amazing, Marat. Everybody loves you. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Avi, from Bryce Canyon National Park.
Hasan, happy birthday, bro. And 33.
Why is everybody in a hotel? What the fuck's going on?
Is quite a year. It's quite a year. We appreciate all you do. And as for your gift, I actually had a cameo from your favorite person. Hello, it's just me from a different angle. Look, you have the pass now. You're above Markiplier.
Yes!
The only stipulations is you have to use the pass today. You have to use it on stream. So, actually, you know what? I'll say it with you. On 3. 1, 2.
God damn. Happy birthday, HasanAbi. You're the GOAT, man.
I wasn't playing around, dude. I was not even gonna like open my mouth. I was closing it. No. I don't play that. What's up, Todrick?
On 3. 1.
I didn't even think
2.
it.
God damn.
Nuclear.
Happy birthday, HasanAbi. You're the GOAT, man. I hope you have a great birthday. I'm wishing you health and happiness to even better things to come.
Keep up the good work. Let's fucking
guy's-
go, baby.
This guy's
Hi,
so
Hasan.
jacked.
Just wanted to say huge happy birthday. Can't believe that you're 33 years old. It's been so amazing to watch you evolve from, you know, the days of Facebook video when you were like a woke bae himbo or whatever, to doing everything
True.
that you do now. Obviously, as somebody that works in the mainstream media, I'm so grateful for all you do to bring attention to the news, educate young people about media literacy, and that you teach them to question power. It is the most important thing. So shout out to you. I hope you're having a great day. And hopefully by the time you're 40, you'll be logged off on a beach somewhere. So happy
I'll
B-Day.
be dead if that's
well,
the case.
Well, Hasan, getting older. Congrats, buddy. Listen, I wish I was there to hang out and celebrate your birthday with you. I'm stuck here in Texas with Kevin. Up this way. There he is. Having a good time.
What a
Happy
cutie.
birthday. Hopefully I can see you soon. We can hang out. You know, I'm getting in shape so I can be like you. You know, ripped, sexy, smart, hot, sexy.
I'm gonna see if he wants to come to. I'm gonna hit him up to be like, yo, you want to go to DreamCon? He's gonna be uncomfortable. He's gonna be like, there's too many black people there. Texting him right now.
Either way, happy birthday. Hopefully we'll see you soon, buddy. Peace. Yo, happy birthday, Hasan. You have a good one.
Happy birthday, Hasan! You are easily one of my top 100 favorite political streamers on Twitch.
Top
Despite
100.
being so
Let's go.
left, and I'm so right. But I think we really proved
We
that
made it.
friendship can really
I'll
happen
take it.
at any time, any place, you know? Anyway, enjoy your day. Have a wonderful birthday. Bye!
Happy birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday to you.
Bro, we're never beating the Hasan runs Twitch allegations after this. This is crazy. Oh my god. Like the most rabid Redditors just clip this and they're gonna be like, the most rabid Redditors just clip this and they're gonna use this permanently to be like, see, I told you he's got banning powers.
Happy birthday, dear Hasan.
This is crazy.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm cooked. I'm
Happy
cooked.
birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
Top of LSF. Hasan runs Twitch. Proof in the pudding. 7,000 upvotes. Definitely not brigaded. 7,000 upvotes. Everyone's talking about like how rich of a socialist I am and how I got Jeff Bezos' phone number in my phone. Hello, Kaya.
Hi, Hasan. It's Leslie. I heard it's your birthday, so I wanted to say happy birthday and also congratulations on the big 4-0. Okay, that is a lot of years to live, a lot.
Yo!
I'm very proud of everything you've accomplished in those past 40
I'm
years.
not 40.
And above all, make sure to take some breaks for yourself. Go eat some KBBQ, man. You stream 25 hours a day, so take a break, celebrate yourself, and happy birthday.
Yo, Hasan, happy birthday, dude.
Damn, everyone looks skinny as
I had this
fuck.
idea to get everybody together to wish you a happy birthday, and I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it's a great day, and yeah, I mean, I'm really glad that all these guys pulled through for you, and you know, I think that was really cool of me as well to kind of get everybody together and make sure that you you know, you really, you know, it's like your special day, right? Like you know, you're hitting what, 38, 39. You know, things stop working like they used to, you know, back hurts, all that stuff. So either way, hearts in the chat for me, and happy birthday, dude.
Well, happy birthday, Hasan. It's actually also my birthday in Japan too, but it's not about me. Okay, it's not about me. It's your day. It's your day in America, not mine. Anyway, like many of you, I also enjoy Hasan's content. And by content, I mean when he posts angles like this. That's my favorite Hasan content. I watch Hasan for the plot, all right? I watch Hasan for the plot as well, okay? I'm like all of you, all right? Never sushi, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for being a good friend. Did not expect that we would be good friends, but I appreciate everything you do.
Why?
It was very welcoming to me, and your views are also very kind as well, and they've been nothing but generous to me, so thank you for being a good mate. I really appreciate that, and come back to Japan soon so we can go and get drunk in Kobe again Everyone can call you Godzilla. But, man, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I look forward to it. I'm back in LA again. See you soon, man. Bye. Happy birthday.
Yo, Hasan, buddy, what's up? Just wanted to give a
Jordan
quick shout out
shaved.
to my favorite fake leftist, big dog, Hasan. I hope you're having a great birthday. Of course, it's me, Jordan Adika, best, probably most reachable on @Jordan Adika on Twitter. You can also go listen to my podcast, youtube.com/sadboyspod. We also have a highlights channel. If you happen to be in the mood, you can also follow my YouTube channel. I don't upload right now. Used to, did okay. You know what I mean? Just like not the kind of thing I was passionate about at the time. It's at youtube.com/Jordan Adika. As a reminder, the Twitter X, the
Respect.
X is also at Jordan Adika. And I hope you get all the presents you wanted, which I bet is a pronoun.
What?
Happy birthday, Hasan.
Hey. Happy birthday, Hasan.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday.
Hey, there you go, brother.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Dab him up.
And make sure you add a candle for every single year you've been alive. Because trust me, it's a lot.
Happy birthday, Hasan. I hope you get all the presents you could want this year, all the gains you could want this year, and I hope you can continue to inspire many. Thank you for always being the gentle giant that you are. Have the happiest of birthdays. We love you! Yay!
Happy 32nd birthday, Hasan. I just got my wisdom teeth taken out, so apologies if I look
Face
and
up.
sound retarded. Can't say that because you're Hasan. Sorry, bleep that out.
Yo, that's hilarious.
32 years old, 91 baby, just like me. We're
That's
getting
not-
old, brother. We're getting old.
No, that's 33.
About time you get
91
that.
is 33. Bro, we're the same age, dog.
Off Twitch and start pumping seeds into women. We need babies out of you, Hasan. We need the next generation. Just kidding. Happy birthday, brother. Love.
Hi Hasan, happy birthday. Sorry I'm filming this in the middle of nowhere, but I'm wishing you a very good one, and I'm wishing you many more presidential elections that you can farm on Twitch.
Anime girl jump scare! Hey Hasan, it's me, that crazy cartoon that runs around the internet these days. I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday! I hope you have an amazing day, and I hope your birthday is full of fun and a lot of great food. And well, happy birthday! I really suck at recording these things, so I probably recorded this a gajillion times. But I just want to say happy birthday, and I had a lot of fun playing games with you before. We should play more games together sometime soon. Okay, bye!
Aww. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. I'm so blessed. All right, so that's the video. And the answer is yes, I will play games with you, Iron Mouse. So let's look. So we got gifts from Caroline, Hillary Rodham Clinton, actual signed book. This is Dear Hasan, we are living through her storied times. Glad to have you on the team. Will you chip in $5 to help us beat fascism? Democracy has never been more at stake. Yours truly, Hillary. And I showed you guys 18 whole inches of mesmer that Will got me. 18 inches of mesmer, which is pretty sick. And then we got some other gifts. Here it is. This one is from Cutie Cinderella. I suspect that this is not for me. and instead for someone else in the room, you want Kaya? Look at this. Oh, what's that? Pretty good. Not very sugary. Pretty good nonetheless. Okay. You want it? Here you go. This one is for me. Look at how gently she took that. She's a lady. Oh my God. There are so many cookies in here. I'm going to get so fucking fat. It's all, oh. It's all good though. I already took the before and after photo earlier today. So honestly, I took the before and after photo earlier today. Oh, it's like perfectly soft. I hate crunchy chocolate cookies. I like gooey. And it's got perfect amount of salt too. Oh my God. I'm giving this 5 booms. It's a sea salt chocolate double chunk chocolate cookie. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my God. Got flowers in here. I don't know who these are from, but that's nice. Oh shit. More toys for Kaya, but she's too busy eating her treat right now. An acne pad. Diet Coke. And Zins. Oh my God, 6 milligram coffee Zins. Bro, these are so hard to find. Oh my Lord. Bruh. What the fuck? A slammer bone. Bro, Kaya's making out like a bandit. It's supposed to be my birthday. She get more gifts than me. I don't hate it. She deserves the world. Paws and Stripes Forever bandana so she can be as patriotic as she wants to be. Paramount War One Piece card game. Do a card opening. What the fuck is this? Purity in the heart, clarity in the mind, and sincerity in action is the formula to happiness. Guru Dev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, science-backed benefits of Sudarshan Kriya, shown in over 100 research studies. The Art of Living, Part 1. What the fuck? Learn Sudarshan Kriya, a powerful rhythmic breathing technique, the 5 golden keys to happiness, in a special in-person session with the founder Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar. 42 years of transforming lives, 500 million plus lives uplifted. That's a lot of lives uplifted. I mean, this guy seems real. I'm gonna look at this. This is probably the best gift of all. Zorro. Rora Noah Zorro. 3-sword style action figure. Deep collagen power boosting mask. Sung Boon editor. I feel like this is, I'm getting messages with this, you know what I mean? It's like one of those gifts where they're like, you need to fix your face, your old ass face, old man. That type of shit. This is from Myung. Romance Dawn One Piece card game. I guess this is also from Myung. So I suspect the rest of it is from Myung and Ray. Wings of the Captain One Piece card game. What the fuck? Yo, I don't really fuck with card games, but this is crazy. I gotta do those are rare liquid gold. What is this? Can you please check the bottom of the Romance Dawn box? Is it blue or white? The Romance Dawn one? Paramount War Romance of Dawn? It's white. What does that mean? Is that good or bad? Rare white. This one's the same color. Minus 10k value. They're easily 20k to the right guy. These bottoms are white. They are sold out everywhere. Wait, no way. Okay, I got to do a pack opening with Myung. Myth got me Myth got Marat a drone. Shouts out to Myth. Okay, now I know who got the Zins. That's definitely Ray. DJI Mini 4 Pro. Sick. Not for Marat, it's for me. Thank you, Myth. It's from Billy Rave Brains. I can't tell if this is a chew toy for Kaya or just like a plushie to put behind me. It's not a burger, it's a hamster burger. A capybara burger. I'm not gonna give this to Kaya. I don't want her to eat it. This is too cute to eat. Is it a chew toy for Kaya either way? No shot. Okay, last but not least. It's a bag that says Balenciaga and someone wrote "not" on it. It's from FaZe Banks. Hwood Group to Hasan from Banks. And there's a note in it. Hold up. Bro, this better be my phase chain, dude. I'm phasing the fuck up after this. Hwood Group, Hasan Hart. What? Happy? Bruh. Wait, what the fuck? I think it's the contents of what this is. He repurposed the An H-Wood Group card. Happy B-Day. Thank you for your love and support, Banks. And the FaZe family. I think he got this. This is a John Terzian. The OG is the John Terzian sending FaZe Banks this memento. I feel like I'm a part of nightlife. It's the thought that matters. I'm so fucking phased up. Hey, W Recycling. W Banks Recycling. And it is, from what I understand, a Rick Owens American flag. What the fuck? What is a Rick Owens American flag by @GrimeyKids? He put the ad in there too, which is fire. I suspect he was like, you know, you like America, politics and such. One nation under Rick. Bro, there's more shit in here. Hold up. Yo! Hold up. I'm so phased up right now. Nissan G Fuel Energy Formula FaZe Clan Big League Pillow. This is a rare item. Bro, what does this go for on eBay? This is like probably... This is... Banks was sleeping in this pillow. He was using this pillow to sleep in. What the fuck? There's still more. Motherfucker sent me so much shit. Oh my God. He sent me heavyweight long sleeve. Don't sell it. The FaZe Alliance is strong and unbreaking. Yes. We've made a lot of inroads with FaZe this year, as you guys know. Brother Banks, my goat. This is sick. This is going in the back. What is this? 100 Thieves, FaZe Clan, and what is the other one? Is it like Optic or something? 100 Thieves, FaZe Clan, and Optic shirt. Optic Gaming. With the original FaZe Clan tag inside. Does this mean I'm an honorary member of all three? Is that how that works? He was cleaning his garage, man. W face. How dare you say that? How dare you say that? Yeah. I'm a shareholder, I think. I was already a part of 100 Thieves on their Valorant team, but I think like this is Banks trying to get me on the FaZe team. It seems. Anyway, all right. On that note, everybody, that's it. Those are all the gifts. Kaya fucking housed that treat, the Cutie Cinderella treat. Like, it did not, she put that shit down so fast. She's done. She's literally done. Anyway, everybody, love you all. It's an honor to be able to serve you 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour for so many years. And, you know, I'm happy to have been able to share this experience with you guys. I am an incredibly fortunate person. And, yeah, that's it. See you tomorrow. This weekend, I'm going to Austin, Texas, as you guys already know, to hang out with the RDC boys, AMP, FaZe, and ball my freaking face off in the basketball tournament. Where I will be participating in the Creator League. I will be streaming from Austin. Most likely be doing an IRL stream. What did Brother Banks say? He just texted me. He said, you're too old for FaZe and don't generate nearly enough clips, but it's love and we're fam. Happy birthday, G. Fucking guy, bro. We're the same age. No, FaZe is a mindset, okay? Don't forget. FaZe is a mindset. It's not about your age, okay? You can be Unk and FaZe at the same time. No, it's not the Ren Fair. It is the RDC is Mark Phillips, Supreme Dreams. They have a convention called DreamCon, and it's going to be awesome. I'm very excited. I will be live from the floor at DreamCon before I go ball for the Creator League, and I'm very excited to like walk around, hang out with some people there, people that I normally don't get to hang out with. And the tournament games will be streamed as well. I'm still sad he isn't on Duke Dennis' team. I'm going to defeat Duke Dennis, so don't worry. Anyway, love you all. And I'll be live tomorrow. All right. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.